Yay, tap the screen. Let's get to 25K as fast as possible. I'm trying to get to 600 subs today. If you would like to subscribe or buy subscriptions for someone else, please do. It is encouraged. Oh, wait. Oopsies. Give me 1 second. Let me focus on the YouTube stuff and then I'll be right back. Okay, we are live on Twitch, live on YouTube. Hello, hello. There's also more. I have to figure out how many. I always Oh, cool, a crown. Thank you so much. I always re-download TikTok Studio. That way, hopefully one day. Hey, maybe today's the day when I comment in the chat, people will be able to see it if I don't pin it. Today could be the day. But there's all these. Every time I reinstall TikTok Studio, there's more and more features. It looks like it's exciting. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. It's so funny though, like of all these features they create in TikTok Studio, you think they would make it so two creators can co-host together and have the same chat, and be side by side in big boxes. It's like the most simple, because like normally when you start lives from your phone, people can be in big boxes next to each other. That's essentially impossible in TikTok Studio. Like we have so many other features, but still can we just make it so people can co-host together in TikTok Studio and not be like one person in a tiny box and one person in a giant box? Like, I don't know. Hold on. Let's see if tell me if you can see this comment. Can you? No, those days. Oh, did you guys see my comment? I can see my comments again. It's happening. I don't have to pin my own comments. Fine. I only reinstalled it 57 times and now I can see my comments again. That's what Pickles was doing yesterday when we were debating together, because he was like, test. And I was like, oh my God, I can see his comments. Speaking of which, he just texted me. That is like, I literally just conjured up a text from him. Anyways. Where were you? Oh, sorry that I wasn't here for a while. I was deathly ill. And when I say sick, like I will work through illness. I have very high pain tolerance. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen that gift before. It's like a reverse bouquet that was the coolest. Literally, thank you so much. That was the coolest thing I've ever seen in my life. But yeah, I have basically what happens to me. I get really bad sinus infections. They spread to my lungs. I basically get walking pneumonia very easily since I was a child. I was on antibiotics and lung steroids for the last week. So I'm all swollen. And I promise you, if there was any way I could have worked, I would have. It was impossible. But I just need to take care of myself a little sooner and make sure I don't let it get to the point where it's like, yeah, I feel so bad. I feel like I kind of lost a week of momentum and I never want to be away from you guys. That is never the goal. What kind of gift? Thanks, Dolphin. That's amazing. I wish everyone could see the new TikTok Studio is getting better and better. Like I used to not be able to see like who was sending gifts. Now it appears like across the screen in TikTok Studio. Keep going, TikTok engineers. The software is getting better and better. So remind me to drink water throughout this live. We'll see how it goes. Oh my gosh. A corgi. My brother has 2 corgis. I'm a huge corgi fan. It looks like a cat times a corgi to me. I have so many interesting things to talk about. We haven't been together for a while. Yes, everyone, let's all remind each other to drink water. We're getting into summer too. I think we should actually start taking like water breaks on the live, because that's one thing my doctor was saying is like, you are dehydrated. Keep tapping the screen while this dog licks my face. We're at 10,000. If anyone's wondering what's up here, this is a tap counter. Oh yeah, let me just take care of some business. I just put this in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, please join the Discord. Whether you're on Twitch, whether you're watching on YouTube, X, wherever, there's a link in my Oh my God. Now that is adorable. There's a link in my bio. Yeehaw. Thank you for the hat. There's a link in my bio to join the Discord. My advice is if the link doesn't work, it's a forever link. I change it once a week, but it's because it's protection, I think. So Discord, they think too many people trying to join are bots. Just copy and paste it into your browser and then it will work. If pressing the link doesn't work, join the Discord. That way, whenever I'm sick or you're like, where the F did Felice go? Like, at least I try to do like daily or, updates in there and let people know I'm not unalived, or I'm not unaliving. So please do join. Where was I? I feel like I had something else to say about that, but I'm going to skip it. I want to thank everyone. Like Sarah, I saw you sent me $5 on Cash App. Everyone who supported me this week while I'm sick. Like if you don't, the thing about being a streamer or a creator on the internet is if you can't work, like you just don't make money. So those times when people think of me or this necklace, thank you, Ronald, for sending me words of encouragement. And like I have an Amazon wish list in my link tree. And like Gumps, as always, thank you so much for like the support and thinking of me when I'm sick. Like it means the world. And I was saying this like in our group chat, like when I was sick, like having an emotional breakdown. But like you guys truly are my family. So like when you guys check all of that, like it's not like I have like another life. But just in case anyone's curious, you guys are my family and are my life. So I do appreciate like all of the support and like the community we're building. Cause it's not like I'm like, oh, I have a whole other thing going on. I do not. Just in case anyone's curious. And if you missed it, just to try to get back in the swing of things and in support of this rally that's going on in DC today for fascism, I debated for a couple, like 2.5, 3 hours with Pickles yesterday.
More sophisticated now than computers.
Oh, good Lord. If the replays on YouTube, we had some people who had some opinions, mediocre white men who can't read or do math, who feel that trans people are icky. It was a great conversation. And there was there's actually a lot of good information. I always stand amazed. Every time I debate on TikTok, I'm like, it's just, oh yeah, this is why I stopped doing this. It's just, oh my God. I know a lot of you were there. Thank you for the support during the endless onslaught of bigotry. And wonders never cease. I just can't. We were basically kind of, the premise was talking about the erasure of like Trump's erasing trans people, the LGBTQIA from like military history, from all sorts of places. We were talking about that. Listening to people try to defend that is fascinating.
You know that paper is more sophisticated.
And it's not, it's all feelings. Not 3 hours. Andy, thank you for the 5 giveaway subs. Andy, this is the sub count. We're trying to get to 600. We're at 510. If you got a sub from Andy, Andy in the chat, that's amazing. Again, like if you already have a subscription and you buy 5 of them for a month or whatever, then they can either be, as it's been explained to me, like I know this, they can be automatically doled out, or I think you can assign them to people. So it's super cool. If you're like, how the F did I subscribe to this girl? I didn't want to. That's how. And if you're that star in the bottom left-hand corner of the screen, if you would like to subscribe or buy a subscription for someone else, like I said, we are 90 away from 600. That's what that yellow star is. And I know that because of Joanna, not because of me. Okay. Next order of business, because I feel like I have so many things to catch up on. So just bear with me today, but I put it in the Discord. Oh, this is what I forgot to say when I was talking about joining the Discord. I remember now. Remind me to thank whoever just subscribed. What I was going to say was I talked about this a little, not last week while I was, before I got sick. I finally figured out why I can't, because I don't want to be on Meta. I don't like Mark Zuckerberg. I deactivated my Instagram and like Facebook profiles a long time ago. But I figured leading up to the midterms, just like I pushed the lives to Twitch and to YouTube and sometimes X, my mood, like it would be a good idea to reach, the people hanging out in flea market groups in the Midwest on Facebook. So, and then I couldn't figure out why I couldn't push the lives there, because you have to have over 100 followers on the page you create, and you have to have had the page for 60 days. And then I finally, when I bought this latest Oh, which is a whole other story. Oh my gosh. I told you I bought this really expensive software that Pickles recommended for it automatically clips like talking lives. It's called Opus AI if anyone's looking for software. It's actually really good. It's just complicated. But then I realized because I couldn't add like my Facebook profile to that either. And I realized I have to have a creator page on Facebook in order to be able to use like Streamlabs or Opus AI to like push the clips there. So I had to create that. Where I'm going with this is I had to create a new page. So in my link tree, or if you're in the Discord, I literally sent a message to everyone and just asked everyone to follow it. If you could, it's an actual creator page. It's A Girl Has No Name. It's in my link tree, in my bio. I think it's the top link now. If everyone could follow that, it's not urgent, but if you could do it now, because as soon as the 60 days passes and we have over 100 followers, then I can just add it. Hopefully, if all goes according to my master plan, we'll just be able to push the lives to Facebook and either annoy the absolute S out of people, or maybe people will learn something. Who knows? Robert Reich has like 2 million followers on Facebook. Somebody's listening to Robert Reich on Facebook, so somebody could listen to us. Thanks, Dolphin. Dolphin, by the way, nice talking to you yesterday and like having a little chat with you and Pickles. That was lovely. It was nice after talking to absolute weirdos to, get to talk to a couple people. I always enjoy hanging out with Pickles and community, and you guys are amazing people. So just saying. Thank you. I'm updating the gift goal now. We're almost to 20. Can we tap to 25 and then I'll update that? Let me pin this and then we will get this party started. I'm sure I have many. Thanks for the hat. I'm sure I have many announcements. I'll just remember them as we go, because God knows we got to get this party started. What am I? Okay, gift goal. Oh man, yeah, do need to update that. Okay, got it. Got the gift goal. Got individual. Got the overall gift goal, and just the tap goal. Okay, I'm moving the tap goal to 50K. Let's get those fingers. After a week of finger rest, you guys. Isn't it strange how I'm obsessed with tapping the screen? I feel like it just gives us a common goal. I've noticed I'm like, man, people aren't like the tap dictator. But okay, I think I want to start the live because it just loaded, because I added some things to the end of the presentation. I found this clip of Rachel Maddow. And if you know, she's been doing lives 5 days a week for the first 100 days of Trump's administration. Lives. What? She's not a live streamer. No. You get what I'm saying. Shows. She used to only do her show on Monday nights. And then for the first 100 days of the Trump administration, Rachel Maddow's been 5 nights a week. Now she's not going to be. She's going to go back, I believe, to just Mondays, which I wish they would make her an offer she couldn't refuse so we could have her all the time. But I was listening to this clip. I have a few Rachel Maddow clips, but I want to show you this one in particular. Because I thought it kind of sums up. I think it's a very astute analysis of where we are, right? Yesterday was the 100th day of the administration, if you will, and that's probably going to be the theme of the live. I want to kind of just touch on where we've been, and the hole we now find ourselves in. Can't wait to claw out of this hole together.
Here's where I think we are right now. I think that Trump and the Trump administration are going to throw some increasingly wild pitches to try to change the political trajectory of how things are going. I mean, they're now deporting U.S. citizens.
Sorry to interrupt. I want to say something to Jennifer, because I saw, Jennifer, you said the Discord link expired. Can you copy and paste it into the browser? Because, yeah, it's a forever link. So it's not like a weak link. It shouldn't expire, but it has something to do with Discord believing when multiple people are clicking on it, that they're bots. So just copy and paste the link into your browser and then it should work. But I'll just reset it again. I did on Monday. I reset it every Monday, and it's not a weekly link. It's a forever link. So it has to do with Discord trying to determine, like, are these real people? So just copy the link, paste it into your browser. Sorry, I'm just going to start it over. I just want to say that because it's important. Join the Discord because, again, who knows what will happen with TikTok. Let's always have a way to communicate.
So listen, here's where I think we are right now. I think that Trump and the Trump administration are going to throw some increasingly wild pitches to try to change the political trajectory of how things are going. I mean, they're now deporting U.S. citizens. You can't deport a U.S. citizen. U.S. citizens are from here. There's nowhere to deport them to. They're now arresting judges, right? It's insane. I think that we should expect some wild pitches, some truly reckless actions to try to change the trajectory of how things are going, to try to make it seem like this is a new game. I think because of that instinct in Trump, we should expect that there are going to be some things ahead that are markedly more horrible than even what they have done already. I think they're going to try to put some proverbial heads on pikes, and I think that's going to be terrible. I also think, though, that the more important truth here is that the country is against them, and the country is against him, and he knows it. And the country is not only willing to get out and protest against him, they are willing to do it over and over and over and over and over and over again in every state in the country and just about every town. Culturally, it is now firmly established that capitulation and sucking up to Trump is shameful and weak and marks you as a loser. Conversely, I think it is culturally ingrained now that saying no to Trump and fighting him and standing up to him shows that you are strong and a winner and somebody who other people might be interested in. The superabundance of court rulings against Trump will continue. I think that will help. Bottom line, I think as long as the movement against him stays nonviolent, the movement against him wins. I think Republicans in elected office at every level will face unrelenting and increasing pressure to split from Trump on his almost unbelievably unpopular policies. Everything from tariffs to cutting Medicaid, to what he's doing to Social Security, to his treatment of Ukraine, to medical research, to Meals on Wheels, to Head Start, all of it. Republicans will be under unrelenting and increasing pressure to split from him on basically every policy with which he is associated. And yes, that includes immigration. And yes, that includes his abuse of trans people. I think relentless opposition and mockery of his failures will spread and intensify as those are further exposed and as nobody in any part of Republican politics finds any way to defend him. I think emergency defense measures will increasingly spring up all over the country whenever he tries to pick anyone off, immigrants or otherwise. I think 100 days in that Donald Trump is losing.
I mean, isn't Rachel Maddow just anytime you're like, I give up, then here comes Rachel? I mean, I think that's a very astute observation. Like, she's saying some very somber stuff at the beginning, like, it's going to get worse, right? That's all Trump knows is shock and awe, distract from reality. Like, hey, I mean, I don't know if you guys, and we'll get to it, but this is the first time. And thank you for sharing the live Wonder Woman. Thanks for being one of my longest mutuals on TikTok. Like, we've been mutuals since before I even spoke in videos. So thank you also. I do notice that. Do you have the numbers? Do I have the numbers video? Just me? I'm not sure what that means. The numbers video? I'm not quite sure. But the 100 days. I mean, I have tons of numbers around the administration. I don't know if anyone's seen this morning, and let me get to that right now. We're almost at 50K. Keep tapping that screen. Thank you guys so much. I feel it. We could get to 1 million taps today. The fingers are going to be strong. I almost said something so weird, and I don't know what's wrong with me. Oh my God, I almost said something and then, you know, when you're about to say something and then you say it in your head and you're like, that sounds unbelievably creepy. Okay, I want to go on this line of logic with Rachel, but I'm just thinking okay, I'm going to go a little bit off of it and then we'll come back, because I think the ultimate theme is to talk about, well, in the words of Rick Wilson, 100 days of chaos, but I'm going to go a little bit off the beaten path and then we'll just keep coming back to it over and over and over, I think is the best way. I just want to start out by showing you guys, I don't know if anyone saw this. I thought this is Elon Musk posting Elon Musk's the Doge father cop badge. This is what the richest man in the world is doing with his money, is making himself fake police badges and then posting them on his X account that has hundreds of millions of followers. Doge is a fail. And I'm not saying that even as like, I'm saying that mathematically, statistically, every goal you set first, it was, we're cutting 2 trillion in waste. Then it was 1 trillion. Now it's 150 billion. And I say, I'll just keep saying this. And whenever you have your crazy MAGA family, I tried to force my mom in front of a computer the other day to look at doge.muskwatch.com. It was like a toddler who was like closing her eyes and like waving her head around so she didn't have to look. Oh my God. I just pulled up. So again, if you ever want to like disabuse, your weird like boomer parents of the notion that Elon Musk has done anything with doge.muskwatch.com is it's an auditor of the Doge wall of receipts, which there's many other sources that are, like New York Times and Washington Post have hired forensic auditors and accountants to audit Elon Musk's lies. So I'm not saying this is the only source, but this is a pretty amazing source. So every time the wall of receipts is uploaded, Johnny Raid, oh my God, I love Johnny. Please, next time, Jason, you see Johnny, tell him I love him. He's the funniest person on TikTok. I love Johnny. Yeehaw, thank you for the hat. And I will update the tap goal. But anyways, I just looked at this, okay? It's dropped again. The last time I loaded the doge.muskwatch.com tracker of Elon's lies, the itemized cuts were like at 160 billion. They're at 61.5 billion. The Doge itemized cuts are at 61.5 billion. The verified canceled funding is at 12.6 billion. And we'll get into oh my gosh, I was reading this amazing as in if amazing can also be terrifyingly amazing analysis done by a think tank about how, let's say that Elon Musk, and like that, this doesn't look to be the case, right? Like it looks like the itemized cuts, and that this is including contracts, grants, and canceled real estate, only now add up to 61.5 billion. So but they're claiming on the Doge wall of receipts 155 billion. But again, it looks like there's less than half of that that's actually verified canceled funding. Oh my gosh, thank you so much. Wolverine. Can everyone follow Wolverine Wolverine's 2024, 2025? I think this is your third or fourth. He gets banned a lot for his opinions about Donald Trump. If everyone can follow Wolverine's new account, I think that would be helpful as well. I believe I'm following this one every day. Wolverine's, we may have to do this once a week, the way his accounts go away. And if you got a sub, Wolverine's in the chat, he just bought 10 subs. And thank you, Johnny Raiders. I can't express enough how much I love Johnny. So just saying, what a great guy. Hilarious. We need humor to keep us alive. So I cannot tell you how much I appreciate him. Everyone follow Wolverines. Thank you so much. This account you follow will probably be banned in a week, and we'll be following a new one. So if you're going to buy subs, there are people in the chat saying they need subs and just so you know, it's not like a popularity contest. Sometimes they're assigned automatically, or people can like target people who need one. If you are going to buy subs and you see people saying they need one, help them out. Thank you so much, Wolverine. I didn't miss any more, did I? I don't think so. I'm getting better at this, but if I missed anyone who's subscribed, thank you so much. I appreciate it. I know the way Johnny just like uses humor and like embarrasses people is truly it's a niche, and it's necessary. You know what I mean? He could be just a full-time. I don't want to call it comedy though. I think satire is a more accurate way, because it's like saying that what Jon Stewart is doing is comedy. No, he's actually just pointing out like what a shitty situation we're in, and it's so shitty that it's funny in a way. Like, and we'll get to that. 1, 2, 3 eyes on me. That's funny. That you remind me of my second grade teacher life. Okay, so Elon Musk, just to be clear, he's making badges. Again, I just want to show everyone again if you missed it. This is his post. He is having Doge badges made, which Doge has been a complete failure. And I'm going to get into an analysis after that. Like, let's say like I said, the itemized cuts are now at 61.5 billion. He's saying after promising 2 trillion in cuts, cutting it to 1 trillion. I don't know if anyone can fathom the difference between 1 trillion and 150 billion, but that's nothing.
That paper is more
and then I'll show you an analysis in a second that basically says, hey, what Elon Musk has done will cost us more. Let's say, and again, it's not according to the actual numbers, it's 61.5 billion. And there's analysis being done by think tanks that say, because of the damage Elon Musk has done, it's going to cost us minimum of 135 billion. So what we're saying now is the only winners are Elon Musk stole a bunch of data. They killed they fired inspector generals that were coming after their corporation. So again, billionaires win. MAGA can't read or do math, so they just believe delusional lies, and we go further into debt. Like, great job, MAGA. You guys, your decision-making skills, I mean, truly, we should have an award show like the Oscars, but for MAGA idiocy. Like, truly, you guys should be given awards, like, because the awards you deserve. Like, what are those awards for people who unalive in dumb ways? Is it like the Darwin Awards? Like, we need to have that for MAGA idiocy, for bankrupting our country, for believing that Elon Musk was saving us money. There needs to be special awards for MAGA and like the MAGA influencers that are responsible for spreading this idiocy. Truly, like that's the next. I think I will host the award show. I would love to present MAGA with the awards that you all deserve for not being able to do math or read. And I said this yesterday when I was debating with Pickles. Again, replay is available on YouTube if anyone wants to see it. But like, yeah, I used to be a second grade teacher. I have all the time in the world. I believe everyone deserves an education. But we're in such a dire position now that like I'm going to have to be less kind. I mean, let's not say less kind, but I just don't have time to coddle MAGA's feelings. Like in the chat, I was debating yesterday. Someone was literally, this guy is Lakin, who I just met, who's a mod for Lainey, who's amazing, like love Lakin. And he's talking, and this guy's basically just saying, hey, trans people are icky. And like, I just feel like they're just taking over and like something should be done about it. And like, I'm seeing people in the chat be like, be nicer to him. He is just, and believe me, I was being pretty nice. Be nicer to him. He just needs some time to get it. Like, if you are one of those people who at this point in our country is being banked, we will never recover from MAGA not being able to read or do math. I'm just talking about the financial position they put us in. And then imagine like, I'm a pansexual, indigenous, Mexican, part black, I'm a multiracial woman. And like, yeah, I've been patient. I'm a teacher at heart. I want everyone to learn, but put yourself, if you're someone who's like, oh, he's learning, like, just be nice to him. Like, that is kindness. And think about he's telling Lainey's mod, basically that he doesn't deserve the same rights.
That paper is more sophisticated now than computers.
So I think as much kindness and patience as I can afford to people who are advocating for my community to, no longer exist, I am doing that. But we are out of time. There's no more time for patience or kindness. Like, if you believe that there is, then I would say you don't understand the financial position that America is now in and how it is irreversible. Like, we're not going to get our trade partnerships back. We are being cut out of the globalist trade that we created. So, like, I mean, the time for, hey, they're going to get it. Just be nice. Like, he's just being a little bit of a bigot. Like, don't be mean. And I wasn't, by the way. You can watch the replay and tell me if I was being mean. I'm the nicest person. Anyways, okay, so I wanted to just point this out because this is a Bloomberg report. So remember, first, Elon Musk is creating badges for himself. While he's, like, Tesla shareholders have lost all their money. Like, he's lost, I can't even remember. I don't want to say the exact amount, but I was reading how much he's lost in personal wealth. It's exorbitant, billions and billions of dollars. And then Bloomberg reports this. Elon Musk has lost 113 billion since January 17th. And I just want you to understand, imagine like being able to lose 113 billion and still remain the richest man in the world. This type of wealth is obscene. While he's trying to steal the $65 a day like our grandparents and parents need to retire on. This man lost 113 billion and it's nothing, and he still remained the richest man in the world, which is 25% of his total net worth. Still the richest man in the world. Elaine Carmark from the Brookings Institute, which I love. That's a great think tank. This is 100 days of destruction. Doge is cutting into muscle. I love it. I like that. Very visceral. Doge is cutting into muscle, not fat. Amen. Elon Musk is taking a lot of the heat for Trump's decision, and people have decided to hate Musk more than Trump, which is exactly what Trump wanted. Like, never think that when Elon Musk goes away, like, this was Trump. This is the same people every time. Kings and queens that after the French Revolution started going by another name called capitalists. It has been the same people robbing us for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. So, and never let Trump say, oh, that guy Elon, he did that. He's gone now. No, you can't divorce yourself from these decisions. This is all Donald Trump. And again, I'm going to come back. Well, I'm trying to think the order I want to go in. No, I'll stay on Elon because I just want to show you what's going on. And again, I'm not ever going to be clipping Trump's lies like I used to. I'm just know 24 hours a day, Trump's putting on a reality show of lies in the White House. And he's having one of his insane cabinet meetings, like the cabinet meeting from hell. I just want to show you 2 clips of what Elmo's up to. This is what they're all up to. You know, it's basically like North Korea when Trump's cabinet meets. It's like who can lick his feet the longest. This is the richest guy in the world who's bankrupted us, stole our data, lied to us. This is what's going on in the White House right now. Feel good. Tap the screen.
Thank you very much. Elon, I love the double hat, by the way. He's the only one that can do that. Get away with it.
Well, Mr. President, you know, they say I wear a lot of hats. It's true. Even my hat has a hat. You know, the American people voted.
People are robbing us blind. This is an unelected, the richest man of the world who is robbing us, enriching himself, assigning himself government contracts, firing people who are defending the American people, who are defending workers against, you know, his tyranny and ridiculous like beliefs in, I don't know, slave labor. And they're all just sitting there laughing at us. And MAGA, if you believe, and I'm going to say this slow because I know it's hard. Comprehension is hard for you all. You are not on their team. Unless I don't know and you have $1 billion, then never mind. You are on their team. You can play on that field on their team. If you believe that you are somehow benefiting, that you are not being robbed by these people, that's the best part about MAGA when I say we need to have an award show for their stupidity. Whilst you do all the heavy lifting, run interference, get out the vote for these people, they're robbing you blind, laughing at you while they rob you. And you're like, oh, I'm going to be a millionaire soon. Just keep up the hard work any day now. Just what does Matt say? Temporarily embarrassed millionaire. That's MAGA. Yeah. If you could do basic math, you would know that doesn't make sense, right? Why is 1 hour of labor for a rich person or a person born into wealth worth more than 1 hour of your time or your labor? Like they're not going to take you along for the ride. I mean, maybe you could cut their grass. I don't know. But if you think that you're special, you're not. You're sinking with the rest of us. And I was going to say middle and lower class, but like, I think Matt and I were talking like the last time we were live together, like there is no middle class. It's just extreme wealth and the rest of us that have nothing, and the huge transfers of wealth that continue trickling up to, it's not even trickling. It's like a geyser shooting straight up to the top of the economy. What was that? Like I've done so many statistical analysis on the transfer of wealth distribution, but since you heard Reagan, because God, when mediocre white men were truly fooled was the trickle down economics. That, I don't know how it made sense to you, but you really thought you were onto something when Reagan said it was all going to trickle down. $50 trillion since 1980, since the birth of trickle-down economics, have trickled up. 50 trillion from the middle and lower class straight to the top of the economy. The old faithful shooting straight up.
For secure borders, safe cities, and sensible spending. And that's
Excess signal chat. It says we refer to the middle class as poor pores in our chat. Oh my God. Is that you, Billy Ray, dipchit? That's funny.
what they've gotten. A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period.
Thank you. Great job, Kelly.
Do you think there's some truth there? I do want to say, I do think that the Trump administration has accomplished a lot in terms of stealing from the middle and lower classes, watching billionaires consolidate power in a way that has never before seen. Great job, Mega. You all need a trophy. I do want you guys to know you have accomplished something. Handing what little leverage, power, and wealth we had as American citizens left to our corporate and donor overlords. Congratulations. You all should get like a little plastic trophy because you guys did do something. You guys have done a lot by being unbelievable. I mean, the amount of ignorance every day. I think MAGA is done being ignorant. It couldn't sink to new depths of misunderstanding. Nope. You guys always proved me wrong. And for that, I do say you should get a trophy. And I just want to show you one more clip. This is whilst we're all being bankrupted. I just want you to know, against all forecasts, and MAGA, I invite you to read, Joe Biden handed over the best economy in the G7 to Donald Trump. So if you believe the lies that, oh, this is Joe Biden, it was not. Trump inherited a bull market. It's now a bear market. The economy has contracted for the first time in modern history. The number one gross domestic product in the world, as of today, is now shrinking. But keep it up, right? Keep it up. You guys, I love the ignorance. It's hilarious.
The American people voted for secure borders, safe cities, and sensible spending. And that's what they've gotten. A tremendous amount has been accomplished in the first 100 days. As everyone has said, it's more than has been accomplished in any administration before, ever, period. This portends very well for what will happen for the rest of the administration. I think this could be the greatest administration since the founding of the country.
Well, we all want to thank you for your help, too.
Yeah.
You really have sacrificed a lot. Been treated very unfairly.
Well, they do like to burn my cars, which is not great. Could be better.
But you have been treated unfairly, but the vast
Yes, billionaires. The richest man in the world has been treated so very unfairly. Are you effing kidding me? Are you somebody who has been these are two people who've been handed more than anyone will ever be handed in their life and then wasted it in different ways that we could talk about. Sitting there, consoling each other, saying, God, why are Americans so mean to you? You're so amazing. Great job, MAGA. You guys are firing on all, your brains are working. And if you just keep flailing around inside that paper bag you're stuck in, I promise there's a way out. You're going to get there. You're almost there. Just keep going. How much more can you guys vote to bury yourselves in a hole along with us? Because we're all stuck with you. Your idiocy is burying us all into a hole together. I wonder how much farther down you can dig us before we have to try to dig ourselves out before we asphyxiate. That's the game we're now playing. How far will MAGA's idiocy drag us down before they learn to read and do basic math?
Majority of people in this country really respect and appreciate you, and this whole room can say that very strongly. You've really been a tremendous help. You opened up a lot of eyes as to what could be done, and we just want to thank you very much. And
he opened up a lot of eyes as to what could be done. Yeah, you mean stealing data? Declaring American citizens dead who are alive? Yes, I do think Trump means that, genuinely. You like when Trump says these, when narcissists speak as someone raised by someone like Trump, but actually smart, believe them. When he says you opened up a lot of people's eyes to what we could actually do, he is dead serious about that. He's like, I had no idea like how much data we could steal, how we could manipulate government systems, what we could force our way into. Thanks for making it all possible. Like, he's dead serious.
You know, you're invited to stay as long as you want. And at some point, I guess he wants to get back home to his cars. You've done an incredible job.
Thank you.
$150 billion. Think of it.
Yeah. It's 160 now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's counting?
160? I just want to be clear. He said he saved 160 billion. This is the man who said he was going to find 2 trillion in waste, fraud, and abuse. There's been no waste, fraud, and abuse ever found. And his own site, the Doge Wall of Receipts, doesn't even say 160 billion. So wrong. And again, the itemized cuts are not. That's just a lie he's telling. They're at 61.5 billion. Less than half of the goal that was first at 2 trillion, then cut in half. Then I don't even know, like, some people have tried to, I love the videos on TikTok where people show, like, do you understand the difference between 100 billion and a trillion? Like, how massive it is? If you think, let's say he ends up with right now the verified cancelable funding of Elon Musk is 12.6 billion. He's cost us more than that. And these people are sitting around celebrating like he did nothing but waste more of our money. And again, MAGA, hear me because I'm going to say it slow for you and then you can fact check this. The Trump administration is spending more money than the Biden administration. We have saved $0 and 0 cents. As a matter of fact, just like everyone who can do math predicted, Trump is driving us further into debt. He has grown the size of the federal government. All while you sit there and defend his lies. But keep up the good work. You guys are doing great. No reason to learn to read or do math that I can see. You guys are firing on all cylinders. Your decision making is superb.
They said, "Oh, it could have been more." And a lot of stuff is being worked on.
Yeah.
The number could be doubled and even tripled. A lot of things are being worked on that we don't count yet because it's not quite there. But you've done a fantastic job, and we appreciate it very much, Elon.
Thank you, and it's also an honor to work with your incredible cabinet. I just like to say thank you, everyone, for your. It's great to work with you.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Thank you.
It has not been great for any of us to work with these people. Even you, MAGA, who believe that these people are helping you, it has not. All they've done is rob us. We're watching, like, it's like if we were home invaded and then we watched like online, just us being mocked by our home invaders. While MAGA's like, they didn't invade our homes, even though there's video of them and forensic evidence of such. Well, MAGA gaslights themselves that it never happened. Like, we're like in the Truman Show inside the Truman Show. It's fascinating to watch. Okay, hold on. I need to go back to, let me start at the bottom again. I just wanted to show, that's literally what they're doing. They're having a cabinet meeting this morning, like patting each other on the back for robbing us all. And for MAGA being too incapable of basic math and reading to figure it out. Like, that's what they're all doing. They're like, great job. No one suspects a thing. Now, just to be fair, I'm just going to pivot a little bit and be critical of someone on the left. I just want to show everyone what Chuck Schumer is not up to. Like, maybe I'll just start doing a segment. Chuck Schumer is not. Let's talk about what Chuck Schumer is not doing. I just went and I liked Ron Filipkowski posted this morning and I liked it. As a party, we are prisoners being held hostage by people who simply refuse to accept that their time has passed and won't accept that others are more capable right now. Stay in the Senate, but step down from leadership. It's time for a new approach, a new face, a new voice. If I can't, I'm about to show you things that's because, like, I know we're all disgusted by Trump and Elon Musk and the lies, and they're awful. But, like, yeah, I don't know. There's something about Chuck Schumer that is sick. Like, we are fighting for due process, our very right to not be disappeared in the middle of the night, and we have this guy, like. You're about to feel some feelings. Prepare yourselves to be upset. But asked about a new CNN poll that puts his favorable rating at 17%, which, hey, you're right there with Trump. People hate you, Chuck Schumer. His worst in CNN polling dating back to 2017. Senator Schumer argues it will take time as Democrats show the contrast with President Trump. And this, I'm not going to play this whole interview. Like, I literally almost broke my phone watching this interview. Hold on, wait. But I do have a couple. Unfortunately, I am going to have to put you through a couple clips. Oh, one more thing that Ron posted. Several have realized this in recent months and announced retirements. Exactly. Dick Durbin. Thank you, Dick Durbin. Why the F did you need to be? And no, I love Dick Durbin. Great guy, Illinois. Because, like, if you guys came for John McCain, we'd probably have a problem. So I'm not saying I don't like him, but, like, you don't need to be number 2 in leadership and chair the Judiciary Committee. Like, you don't, for years, you don't need to be doing these things. Several have realized this in recent months and announced retirements. That's a healthy thing. Yes, it is. Like, what we have are people, and I mean this bipartisan, Republican, Democrat, who are drunk on power and they don't want to leave. Like, and I'm saying this as someone who was a Division I athlete. Like, I get it. When you devote your life to something, like from the childhood, your life is structured around sports and getting better and getting a college scholarship. And I wasn't even, I'm just a woman with a tiny brain and extreme coordination. What do I know? Like, I wasn't even, I wasn't even in the NBA or something, but I'm saying I understand when your whole life is something and that something makes you someone, right? Your self-worth, when you look in the mirror and say, I'm a Division I scholarship athlete, or I'm, like, I'm in the NBA, or I'm in Congress, that's what you're deriving your self-worth from. And you're so used to that power. I mean, and then when you see and this is just not asking anyone to feel sorry for athletes, but it is when it's suddenly gone. Like, let's say you don't make it pro, or you're in the NBA for a couple of years and it ends, like, due to injury. Like, people go into deep depression. It's your entire self-worth is defined by one thing. And then all of a sudden you're like, who am I? And I'm just telling that story to liken it to, like, what I think is happening. I mean, on one aspect with people in Congress, it's like, you get so used to being near the seat of power and people caring and lobbyists being like, hey, like, let me take you to, and you don't want to lose. I mean, these are people who will do anything to hang on to power. These are people, and I'm going to go after Democrats right now. Cause, like, I know I professionally to criticize conservatives, but Dianne Feinstein, I get it. Great woman. Leader, did a lot for California. I hesitate to say this, but hey, if you sign over power of attorney to your children, if you are not allowed to pay your own electric bill, if you cannot pay your cell phone bill month to month because you are incapable, but somehow then you remain in the Senate for 2 years, we have an effing problem. When I see people trying to prop your head up and tell you to raise your hand to vote, I'm concerned that we have a problem. And that's on both sides. These people do not want to leave. And we need to all think, and I mean this is something we can all agree on, MAGA and from the far left to far right, the people in the middle are delusional. I actually have more respect for people on the fringes, but I'm just saying, we need to notice these people do not want to leave, and it's scary. And that it's the same problem. Like it's probably to a lesser degree, but that's the same thing that's wrong with Trump. Like, you get a taste of true power, and these people are like, I'm not leaving. Well, and then like people in the and I'm just acknowledging comments. These are TikTok comments. Like, if anyone, because I'm trying to not just start talking about things, and people are like, "What the hell are you talking about?" People are talking about age restrictions and like versus term limits. Tishy and the person above said age restrictions, and that's the question, right? I'm not an ageist. Like, I just want to say that. And I want to, let me just, as long as we're going to do this, I'll just present both sides of the argument. Because I'll say this, I consider myself a true intellectual. And the more I debate this problem in my head, the more I realize it's very hard, right? Because think about it. It's the same reason I was like, sorry, Illinois, I'm not shitting on Dick Durbin. Because you could not, let me just give you one example. You could not have pried Senator John McCain out of our cold dead hands before, he had brain cancer. His brain was being like operated on. And he is that vote. You remember that famous John McCain thumbs down? He saved the Affordable Care Act. Like the first time Trump tried to gut it. And basically, if you had pre-existing conditions, you were no longer going to be insurable under the Affordable Care Act. And he basically like came from like brain cancer treatment. John McCain was like, get out of here, Trump. Like, that's why Trump has taken John McCain's name off everything and disparaged him. But I'm not saying like I don't ever want to be an ageist, because also, look at Bernie Sanders go. Like, that message was the right message in 2016. It is the right message now. And Bernie Sanders is campaigning. Bernie Sanders is, as we say as athletes, leaving it all on the court or the field. And I am here for it. Like, I'm never going to tell the people of Vermont, and this is me playing devil's advocate to my own argument. Do we not want Bernie Sanders in the Senate? Think about it. I don't know what the right answer to that is, because Bernie Sanders seems like he's doing good things. He seems like he's on, he's spry. He's making moves. He's campaigning when there's not even an election happening, right? So I don't want to make it about age, because I don't know if it's an age, because I never want to be an ageist. And we're all going to get older and then be like, hey, wait, my brain's still working. Like, yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So someone, Ash of NC said, keep Bernie. Exactly. So think about that though. And think about representative democracy. Think about direct democracy, like us electing representatives to go to Washington. Do I, in a state I'm not from and don't live in, like, do I understand like the love that people, I hate John McCain's politics, but like, I have a fervent belief that he was defending the people of Arizona every day in the Senate. And I don't know that if we had at any point replaced John McCain, it would have been better for the people of Arizona. Even though he had beliefs that actually hurt women, he didn't, reproductive health, there were things that were not great, but I don't know if there was a better choice. So that's what I just challenge everyone to think of. There's two sides to every argument, right? Like, we see Chuck Schumer and it's like, get this out of But I think maybe the better argument is like what Ron is saying is, okay, if you refuse to leave because you're, like Nancy Pelosi's falling downstairs and breaking a hip, we could have had AOC running the Oversight and Accountability Committee. And Nancy Pelosi is in Europe with a broken hip. What's that small ass country she was in when she fell down the stairs? I can't remember, but one of the smallest little countries, rich, also tax shelter. I can't remember what it is right now, but she's fell down the stairs, is in the hospital in Europe with a broken hip, whipping votes for Gary Conley, Luxembourg. Thank you. Licked inside. Exactly. Luxembourg. Licked inside's like from that Prince and Me video movie. But yet she's whipping votes for Gary Conley to take, be the chair of Oversight and Accountability. And again, I like Gary Conley. He's very smart, very sarcastic, very cool. But like, hey, you're a 70-something man with throat cancer. And like, as far as I know, the chair of the Oversight and Accountability Committee needs to be able to speak out loud, but then again, now let me play devil's advocate to my own argument. Who was the last chair of the Oversight and Accountability Committee? Jamie Raskin. And he had cancer and was tearing that committee up every single day, like literally going through chemo, just tearing things up. So all I'm doing is presenting both sides of an argument. It's like, it's easy to say, we need to get Chuck Schumer out of here and we need term limits. But then I can also come up with arguments conversely to say, do I want Bernie Sanders to leave? Do I know what's best for every state and who they need to lead them? No, I don't. So all I'm doing is saying, think about it, but I do think we need Chuck Schumer out. But the answer is just maybe there needs to be term limits in leadership. Like, you cannot just forever stay in leadership inside the Senate. We have these 50 people who seemingly don't want to move, and especially in Democratic leadership, it's like some of these people have to get out. I just want to show you some of the comments underneath this post. It's beyond time the feckless in the Democratic Party let go of the reins. Chuck, my friend, it's time to go, buddy. Exactly. No matter what you think of David Hogg, which, by the way, I presented this argument, right? David Hogg is like, I don't know if he's number 2 in the Democratic Party. He's the kid who was in like the Parkland situation that got Marjorie Taylor Greene famous for like chasing him after he testified in front of Congress and like terrorizing her. And he's basically threatening to not threatening, like he's promoting progressive candidates to primary older candidates in Congress. And they're saying, exactly, no matter what you think of David Hogg, personally not a fan, you have to give him credit as a young person for at least having the stones to challenge these fossils who are polling at sub 20% and expecting that people hand them the keys again. Like, is it crazy of me if I have a 17% approval rating to just leave? Like, and that's where Chuck Schumer's at. Look at this. Before I read, you're not going to know what that means before I show you this. Let me show you this clip. Well, 2 clips. It's the second one I want to show you, and then I'll go back to that comment. But this is Chuck Schumer on Sunday. This is Chuck Schumer making a difference. I just want to remind you, the only thing Chuck Schumer had control over and could have done to help us as American people would have been to shut down the government that day. And he voted along with, other weirdos to help the Republicans give Trump the power to tank our economy with this executive tariff control. That's what Chuck Schumer did. Now, this is on Sunday. I have 2 clips to show you.
Your colleague from Georgia, Senator John Ossoff, told voters at a town hall that he strongly agrees that President Trump should be impeached. Do you agree with him? Would that be a priority if Democrats were to take back Congress?
Well, look, right now, President Trump is violating rule of law in every way. And we're fighting him every single day in every way. And our goal is to show the American people over and over again, whether it's the economy, whether it's tariffs, whether it's Russia and overseas, and whether it's rule of law, how bad he is. And, it's 2 years is too far away to predict. Our job is day to day to day to show who Trump is, what he is doing, and it's having an effect, as your poll showed. The American people are realizing.
You're not saying no.
Look, it's too far away to even judge.
Does Chuck Schumer work for Trump? Like, is it, I don't want to be dramatic. I probably shouldn't have said it that way. That was just my thought. Like, is this a person who is running cover for Donald? Like, I'm sorry, this needs to leave. I don't know how else to say it. And maybe I need to get more critical of other people, but like, we are talking about someone, and again, this conversation, MAGA, you might not understand it. You might be lost if you're listening, because this is for people who can read. And I know that for a lot of you, you're out. But yeah, if you can read the Constitution, and I'm not just talking about 2A and your guys' obsession with dragging back runaway slaves. I'm talking about the whole Constitution. You know that Trump has violated the Constitution over and over and over again. If any, I mean, I don't. That's period. That happened, and I don't know why Chuck Schumer, like, it's almost like she wants him to say, like, she's acting like, oh, so you might impeach him. I actually feel the opposite. I feel like Chuck Schumer is, for some reason, has been and is continuing to run cover for Trump. And again, I just want to be very clear, because I know I can say, like, people can misunderstand what I'm saying. I am not suggesting in any way that, like, they have something. What I'm saying is when you've been in the Senate, particularly the Senate, but let's say Congress for too long, and K Street, right? Money, lobbyists and corporations, you are bought by them. This is a man who's trying to moderate, who's trying to just, maintain the status quo. Like, he has money ties. There are people funding him, right? Yes, he's been compromised. I'm not saying like, oh, he's in league with MAGA or something. I'm not saying that. But, like, this is a man who this is why we need to get money out of elections, is very clearly compromised. And he's walking this weird tightrope. And, like, the people backing him with money, the K Street lobbyists, the corporations, whatever the interests are that he's trying to run cover for, they want him to stay there. But, like, I think, and I'm just saying this, we need to make it our personal business that Chuck Schumer, if the people of New York want him back in, I think the point is back in the Senate, cool. But he cannot be in power ever again. Like, he's looking weirder and weirder. And you think that's weird? Wait, brace yourself. It gets worse. Like, this is the other clip where I was like, Chuck, you gotta go. That's enough. Oh, wait. Sorry. I gotta find the clip. Hold on. Can we tap the screen? We should be at 200K. So let me just leave the presentation. Did I not add this clip? I have it. I just gotta find it really quick. Because this is the most, oh, here it is. Let me make sure. Oh, God. Okay, so to give you the background of what you're about to hear, like, this is who Chuck Schumer is. Chuck Schumer thinks that I just think he's been paid off by a lot of different groups, particularly AIPAC. This is some AIPAC shit if I've ever heard it, right? Like, so he's trying to appease actual rational thought and people who can read and think and do math, but at the same time is being backed by huge lobbying groups. Now, this is Chuck Schumer's response as to what the Democrats are doing in the Senate, about Trump basically trying to take over higher education. What Trump is doing to Harvard. Try not to throw up on your own device when you hear this.
It's going to hurt every American. It's going to hurt the kids at the universities who've had nothing to do with protesting, but it's also going to hurt the kind of medical research and other kinds of great research that is done at Harvard and other universities. So we sent him a very strong letter just the other day, asking 8 very strong questions about why this isn't just a pretext.
Well, you'll let us know if you get a response to that letter. I do want to say, you said you hope that
I will.
This is taught.
It's going to.
You guys heard it. You guys, there's a very strongly worded letter. Wait, was that 8 strong questions? I need to play it. 8 strong questions, you say, Chuck? How strong were they? Like, am I in a nightmare? Like, this is who's fighting for us. And I'm talking about, this is math. And again, MAGA, this part of the conversation doesn't include you because you guys can't do math. But we are in a financial crisis. And if you can, and I'm talking about basic math and just have a basic knowledge. I don't even think you have to have taken macroeconomics to understand that we are in a hole that our children's children are not going to be able to dig out of at this point, that we've lost trade partnerships we can't recover. And we've got delusional Tin over here being like, I'm writing strongly worded letters with 8 strong questions. When I heard this, and I was sick. I was like, I lost my voice at this point. I was like, Chuck Schumer has to go. Just for this one clip, and I could list hundreds of other things, but for this, Chuck Schumer has to go. Hold on, let's just hear it again.
But it's also going to hurt the kind of medical research and other kinds of great research that is done at Harvard and other universities. So we sent him a very strong letter just the other day, asking 8 very strong questions about why this isn't just a pretext.
Well, you'll let us know if you get a response to that letter. I do want to say, you said you hope that
I will.
Don't care, Chuck. We don't give a. Do you guys remember, like, right? Oh, it was like right after Liberation/Recession Day. And I was playing clips of this author who was on MSNBC, who had interviewed people from Trump's first administration, like Reince Priebus and stuff. And like, what everyone is saying in this book is that it doesn't matter if it's a paragraph, 2 sentences, let alone a letter. Trump does not read. Like, that was their problem with him. It's like, they could give him a sticky note and be like, will you please read this? And they're like, he cannot read. He will not read. They're like, we don't know if he can't or he won't, but he won't read. And look at this. I just don't know if Chuck Schumer is firing off 8 strong questions to Donald Trump while there is no due process. People are disappeared. And that's what I want people to understand, the sense of urgency. When I'm debating yesterday, and there is a couple, and this is not everyone, I think most people are on the same page as me, but we've got mediocre MAGA men who can't do math or read, telling trans people they shouldn't exist because it's making those MAGA men feel icky, and then saying, be nice to these people, they're learning. Like, the time for learning is over. We are in an absolute crisis. Our leaders are writing strongly worded letters at this point. We are past the point of being nice. We have to do something. We cannot count on Chuck Schumer. So I talk about this all the time. I don't care what state you live in. Like, Chuck Schumer should know. Let's all write Chuck a strongly worded letter. And, Chrissy and Joanna always talk about it. Like, if you don't have a fax machine, you don't need one. There's apps you could download to fax Congress people, right? And they have to legally read whatever you send them. Chuck Schumer should know. Let's all send Chuck Schumer 8 strong questions about when he's getting the F out. Like, this is ridiculous. We are in an absolute crisis, and we got Chuck Schumer. That was him on Sunday Morning Politics. That's his answer. Don't worry, we got this. You don't have anything. I've never felt less safe in my life. Like, and this is going to sound crazy, but I would almost rather Mitch McConnell be in charge of the Democrats. Like, at least he can get things done. Like, Mitch McConnell has voted against, at least Mitch McConnell opposed that, tried to shut the government down. Did Trump? Oh, wait, no, he didn't. Sorry, that's not true. But I mean, Mitch McConnell's at least voted against more things than Chuck Schumer has. I'm tired of Chuck Schumer. Sorry, I'm going to get off of it. Oh, I'm sorry. I've been sitting here and I'm like, this doesn't look like my presentation. I forgot I had to leave to find the Chuck Schumer clip. And as long as we're on a little break, since we're on a lull from Chuck Schumer, I'm going to show. Maybe I'll just piss you guys off again. I keep seeing these things and thinking, I'm going to save this. If I have to be miserable, everyone has to be miserable with me. I want to just show you one other clip of what's going on in America, and then we'll go back on my 100 days line of logic. Where is this clip? Sorry. Okay, we did here it is. Oh, prepare yourselves. This is not going to make you feel good. I just want to let you guys know what MAGA's up to. MAGA's been doing some thinking. Don't worry, guys. Imagine if they actually asked why they think this way. And this is actually probably in favor of MAGA. Like, I'm going to do a little defending. Like, it's because I'm a teacher, because I'm an avid reader, because I have a high IQ, because I used to be an advertising executive. because I read Stanford professor Dr. Robert Sapolsky, right? Because I understand how decision making happens. Like, I am mocking MAGA into caring, right? Because I understand what it's like to respond only to negative reinforcement. When you're raised in authoritarian households, that's how you are. So my goading from MAGA, the way I'm becoming a little bit meaner and saying, you can't read, because I understand what motivates people who are raised by people like Donald Trump, because I was raised by one. So it's almost a tactic in a way. Because I also do understand logically and intellectually the onslaught of misinformation and disinformation. And if you want to see, this is such a great example. Like, you tell me what we do with on their own, right? These are, imagine, like, if you ask these people, hey, where did you get these ideas?
He's just a very funny man. You have to understand how he operates.
No president, nobody can come in and change things overnight.
I really believe that he's the one God's chosen.
I'm really very optimistic.
I know tariffs got everybody scared.
Tariffs, they don't scare me at all.
I'm willing, I think, too, to go through a little bit of initial pain.
We have to have some pain to have the gain.
I think that sometimes you have to go through a little bit of the fire to get to the end of the rainbow.
Nobody likes to pay more for anything. I don't, but
you have to go through the fire to get to the end of the rainbow, said nobody ever, even leprechauns. That's not a thing.
In the long run, I think it's going to be good.
People are saying, oh, well, prices are going to go way up. We won't be able to do anything. Well, how was the last 4 years? My grocery bills were ridiculous. That was for no reason. This is for a good reason.
Even the great empires he's built in business,
I'm sorry. I can't let the idiocy of that Karen go by. Like, white women, as we say, and I consider myself multiracial because it's hard for me to say I'm black. My dad's black, but like, I understand my privilege in my lighter skin tone. That's why I call myself multiracial. For the black community, there's a saying, like, someone needs to gather them up. It's time, white women, to gather this woman up. She's lost her mind, and it's time to go get your people. Gather them on up and re-educate them into reality. Hold on, I don't want to do this to us again, but I just need to.
Well, how was the last 4 years? My grocery bills were ridiculous. That was for no reason. This is for a good reason.
Even the great empire.
Let me help you, Karen, whose brain doesn't seem to be fully operational. And I get it. You're in cognitive dissonance. I'm smart enough to know that, like, this is a much deeper issue. It's called an unavoidable worldwide pandemic, Karen. Are you with me, Karen? No, you're not. You're in cognitive dissonance. She is saying that Trump wanting to clamp down on authoritarian control of the United States, to form an oligarchy around him, to deny the Constitution at every turn, is for a good reason, but something completely out of Joe Biden's control. A worldwide pandemic that, by the way, started under Donald Trump, but Karen seems to have mother effing forgotten that. Of course she did. That's how cognitive dissonance works. And Joe Biden recovering the best in the G7, spurring what Trump is claiming he's doing, but actually doing the opposite, which is killing manufacturing. But Joe Biden was actually spurring manufacturing in America. And she's saying, I'm sorry, let me not make it up. What did you say?
Anything. Well, how was the last 4 years? My grocery bills were ridiculous. That was for no reason. This is for a good reason.
Karen has forgotten the pandemic. I literally cannot live we are not in reality. Karen, it's for no reason. Nothing, Karen. Nothing comes back. You have the same dementia Trump has. I love it. Like, what in the... You tell me how we fight this. Karen, I'm going to need you to think real hard. Like, I can't... Karen needs to check in. Karen needs a break.
The great empires he's built in business, I trust that same savvy is going to be helping our country also.
My biggest issue is at the border, and he's killing it.
No open borders.
There comes Karen again. And what's wrong? I mean, Isaac Hayes, what's happened? Isaac Hayes, what happened to you? Does that look like Isaac Hayes? Like, what is wrong with these people?
Kill us. That was for no reason. This is for a good reason.
Even the great empires he's built in business, I trust that same savvy is going to be helping our country also.
My biggest issue is at the border, and he's killing it.
No open borders. The many millions running across the border. Now, if you look at it, the amount of documented people coming across the border, it's done in a very structured way.
It's just one of those things where you put yourself and you feel the empathy aspect of it, and you feel sort of, when you see a kid being pulled, and you're like, man, is there another way we could have did that?
I'm just thrilled that they are getting rid of the criminals and illegal aliens.
I'm not sure that all of them are real bad criminals, but if you come here illegally, it still makes...
Guy with the faux hawk, he had a thought. He broke out of cognitive dissonance for a second. Oh, you were thinking for a second. Like, I love how he's like, oh, wait, I might know that some of this is ridiculous.
Bad criminals, but if you come here illegally, it still makes you a criminal.
I do believe that people are criminals.
No,
and
it doesn't.
Wrong things. They should be taken out of our country. But some of the family stuff, I was wondering some ways we could have handled that a little bit differently.
Like, imagine, and I could get into trade treaties and how you claim asylum, but they're not criminals. These are people who were legally released into the interior awaiting their court dates, a lot of them. I'm not saying no one doesn't. People don't. I can't even. I'm so tired. MAGA doesn't understand math, but I'm just going to give a basic explanation. There's a reason that we don't want to catch people who enter the United States undocumented all the time. I'm not talking about at the height in like December 2023. I'm talking in general. It's because once you recognize that someone is on U.S. soil, whether undocumented or documented, what happens at that point? They can legally, which MAGA has no concept of the law, can claim asylum, right? Legally, anyone on U.S. soil can make an asylum claim, and then let's say that doesn't, and then they're given due process. Once you legally recognize, in terms of the government, that somebody their feet are on U.S. soil, what happens then? Taxpayer dollars are spent. And I invite any MAGA, this is just a challenge that none of you will take because of your inability to think critically or do any basic research. You have a supercomputer in your pocket and you remain ignorant 24 hours a day. So the challenge would be to somehow break out of that ignorance. But what you need to understand is the economy around immigration, that we are in population decline. That's why you're trying to force women to give birth, right? That if we don't supplement the U.S. economy with immigration and work visas, that our economy will crash. That hundreds of billions of dollars are paid by undocumented immigrants into your retirement. Billions and billions, almost $100 billion paid into your retirement in 2023 that they'll never get back. You don't understand how the U.S. economy works. You don't understand the role. And I'm talking about immigration in general, documented and undocumented, legal permanent residents, work visas, all sorts of immigration and how it plays into the gross domestic product of the United States. When you say brown people have my money, all you're saying is, hey, I'm an idiot. Like, that's what you should be yelling. Tattoo it on your forehead. When you say, I need brown people out of here, what you're saying is, I'm an idiot. I don't want to have the funds to retire when it's time. Like, just raise your hand up and say the truth about who you are. I have no idea what I'm talking about. I can't do basic math and I can't read. Hey, Brett. Brett Cross is in the chat, everyone. Hey, Brett. You're the best. I haven't seen you in a while. Sorry, I'm just resetting some goals. I know I'm on my soapbox today, and once I start soapboxing, I forget to do a bunch of things. W, Brett. We all love Brett. Look how many people love you, Brett. You're the best. I'm so glad to be back with you guys today. God, it's only been like a week and I felt like I was deprived of human contact for way too long. If you're not following me, by the way, on TikTok, on Twitch, on YouTube, please follow me now. In my link tree, you can follow me throughout. What is the other thing? We're at 522 subscriptions, so I'm just updating everything and checking the numbers. Oh, I thought it would. Oh, sorry. Let me update one more thing. I didn't do the one thing I was supposed to do. Okay, gift goal is being updated. We are at 522 subscriptions. We're trying to get to 600. That yellow star in the bottom of the screen. If you would like to subscribe, if you already have a subscription, you can buy subscriptions for others. You can decide who those people are, or it will just, like 1 month subscriptions, or like some people told me, because I still don't fully understand it, or it will automatically like select people in the chat. What is a dizzy bird? I'm going to try a new gift I got to reset the gifts. Let's see what this thing is. Let me pin it. Sorry, just making sure I update all my. Oh, I did something wrong.
Is more sophisticated now than computers.
That's not right. I changed the top goal to subscriptions. Oh, I've never seen that. Hold on, I need to change the tap goal back. That was not supposed to happen. What have I done? Hold on. Subscribers get, but that's not right. Where did the tap goal go? Uh-oh. I've done something bad. How did this happen? I need to think. I can't function without our tap goal, I feel. Let me just look at one more thing. I need to look at the other goals. Sorry. I'm going to figure this all out. Who just bought? Thank you, Lena, for the giveaway sub. W Lena in the chat. Wait, why are my taps? I'm just going to create a new source and see if that helps. Goals. Oh, no more than 2. I think I have to delete this, which gives me anxiety, but I'm just going to delete this and start over. Because for some reason it's gone. Sorry, I just don't want to. I need my tap goal, or I feel like I don't know where I'm at. Delete. Okay, I'm going to add a new source. Goal. Add. Look at me go. If you guys. Wait. Subscribers, gifts, followers. For some reason, the tab couldn't set up existing goal. That's interesting. I don't know what happened to the tap goal. It's like it just disappeared out of thin air. We'll have to just work on this. We're going to have to focus. Can we all get to 200K without the tap goal? Because I have no idea why all of a sudden it just went away. Let's see. I'm going to try one more time. Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to check the other one more time and just make sure I'm not losing my mind. Yep. I have no idea what just happened. I probably need to just re-download. I'll figure it out. What used to be the tap goal, can we the screen? Let's get to 200K. We're almost there. We're at 178K. Good thing I have other things going on. But again, this is the reality we face in America, or people like this who are like, hey, everything's going great. Like, read a book. Read an article. Take out the supercomputer in your pocket and use it for something other than affirming your confirmation bias. So I just want to remind you of what we're talking about Chuck Schumer and how he needs to go. And then I just want to give an example of like, here is a real leader. Here's someone who we should put. Thank you for the birds. Here's someone that should be in power, in my opinion. Jon Stewart had Pete Buttigieg on his podcast, and it was like, this is what I say. Like, Chuck, know when to say when. There are people that can do your job better.
Or are we going to design something a little bit better? And to me, what that looks like is starting with an understanding of what government is for. And for me, government is for making you more free. And it does that in 3 ways. 1, it provides services from national defense to sewage. 2, it gets in the way of anybody who might make you unfree. Let's say a bank, a cable company, a railroad, your neighbor, anybody who...
A segregator?
Yeah.
No, right.
If there wasn't, somebody to stand up to them, they would harm you. Okay? Mm-hmm. So that's number 2. And then 3, really important, is to constrain itself. So if government does those 3 things, it provides basic services, it constrains people who can hurt you or harm your freedom, and it constrains itself from hurting you or hurting your freedom, then you have a government that actually works for people. And around that, you can build an economy that works for people.
Which one of those do you think would be the most challenging? Because I think right now, people would say government can't regulate itself. It can't constrain itself.
I actually think that's where the common ground starts. Because, again, if you're so libertarian or conservative that you thought the Clean Air Act was tyranny, right? Then I got to think whether you're saying it out loud or not, if you're in Congress and you're afraid of being primaried or whatever, on some level you get that when a White House official suggests that TV reporters be imprisoned because they covered the administration unfavorably, or when some student gets stuffed into a van because she wrote an op-ed, may or may not agree with that op-ed, but she gets stuffed into a van because when government agents pick up the wrong guy and send him to El Salvador, right? Mm-hmm. That is the kind of thing that is the behavior of a government that is not constraining itself.
Correct.
And that should horrify liberals, conservatives, and libertarians in equal measure.
Now, that's someone who could lead the Senate. What a great communicator. Can I just say what a skill that is? The way that he can make things so simple. I don't know. And I've showed many clips in my life of how when Pete Buttigieg regularly goes on Fox News, how it's not combative. Like he's very good at just communicating and explaining things in a way that people can understand. Well said. If you think that wanting to breathe clean air and drink clean water is an affront against you, then so should disappearing people. Due process be the same thing. Well said. We're at 93.5K. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 200K. We should be almost at 250K. Let me move on. I love Pete Buttigieg, and that's all I'm saying is we have a bunch of. I keep seeing all these people being like, I don't know who's leading the Democratic Party, whatever. And this is my response to that. That debate, I almost feel is a little bit tired and delusional. You know who's leading the charge? I don't even like the term Democratic Party. Like, I think Facts said it best. Facts don't matter. He's like, it's the vehicle to get me where I'm going, but like, I don't like it. You know what I mean? It's not like the car I would choose to ride in. But like, the point is it's not about politics. It's not about bureaucracy and who's leading the Democratic Party. It's people fighting for their basic human rights at this point. Like, if you have time to sit around on news shows and debate who's in charge, then I would say, I don't think you're suffering enough yet. Like, the number one hobby of American people now seems to be protesting, which I find fascinating. Like, what do you do on a Saturday? Well, I worked all week and now I got my signs ready and I'm going to a protest. Like, this is not about like, nobody, I can only speak for myself. When I think every day of like, how am I going to fight the onset of authoritarian fascism? I'm not like, who's in charge of the Democratic Party? Nobody is thinking that. We're thinking about saving what little bits of democracy we can, of stopping people from being disappeared. Like, that's how I look at this. So I think the more I hear like the Democratic elites, and they always seem to be the moderates, like Gavin Newsom being like, who's in charge? I don't know. Gavin, you're trying to be in charge. Either be in charge or don't be in charge. Like, get in the streets and protest. Maybe people would respect you instead of glazing Steve Bannon and Charlie Kirk all day long. Nobody wants to see it, Gavin. Nobody. Okay. And I want to play this, and I've covered this extensively. Like, I just want to remind you guys, Rachel Maddow did a good piece on it. And I think I talked about this twice on my show, walked you through it, and then Matt and I went off on it. And people were like, what are you talking about? Like, I was talking about how Trump is doing like an end run around the Posse Comitatus Act. Like, Trump is raising the U.S. military on American soil. And I was explaining how he's doing that, right? He basically, in the dead of out the trash, like in the cover of darkness. That's what they called it in the Schittler administration. On Friday nights, everyone would think, oh, the terror is over. And then there would be these weird things, executive orders that came down or things that would happen on Friday nights late. This is one of them. Trump gave a bunch of federal land, signed it legally over to the Department of Defense, and then basically declared it a military installation. And the Posse Comitatus Act is basically like, you can't raise the American military and turn it on U.S. citizens. And this is the step before, invoking the Insurrection Act and just declaring martial law. He basically, across 3 states, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas. I'm from Arizona. That's why I'm pointing myself. I'm not Arizona. I don't represent Arizona. I am a native-born Phoenician. But across 3 states at the border, just gave a bunch of land to the Department of Defense, created a military installation. And what does that mean? Like when I say an end run around the Posse Comitatus Act. Oops, puzzle piece. Give me 1 second. Gotta prove I'm not a bot. Okay, we're good. So let's say you are trying to cross into the United States, and this huge strip of land, hundreds of miles of land across 3 states, that's now a military installation, you step on it. Now, the U.S. military can take action on American soil. It's a way to raise the U.S. military and give them power. It's the same thing. I would liken it like, let's say a crazy person, which we've all heard this in the news, like sneaks onto a military base and, they detain him while they wait for the local police to come get him, right? That's what it is. Trump is just declaring hundreds of miles of land across 3 states, essentially a military installation. Someone steps foot on it. Now the U.S. military can detain people on U.S. soil. And Rachel did an amazing piece on this. I want to show it to you.
So here's kind of a sleeper issue that hasn't gotten much attention. But one of the things I want to do as we close in on the start of the second 100 days of Trump's term in office is I want to put a little bit of focus on things that haven't yet emerged as major issues. But heads up, they're coming. So here's one. You might not have heard anything about it, but this month, President Trump signed what he called a National Security Presidential Memorandum, which declared that extended swaths of 3 contiguous states are all now technically a military base. It's 170 miles long, a long strip of federal land along the southern borders of California, Arizona, and New Mexico. And in this memo, Trump ordered the Pentagon, the Defense Department, to start taking control of this land. So now the U.S. military has taken control of 170 miles of land, starting in New Mexico, along New Mexico's southern border. And they've declared that that land is now part of Fort Huachuca, which is a U.S. Army base that's not even in New Mexico. It's in Arizona. Why would you take 170 miles of land in 3 different states and say all that land is now part of an Army base somewhere very far away? Well, the reason Trump is doing that is because he wants active duty U.S. military service members to start arresting people on U.S. soil. Last week, the military announced that U.S. soldiers are now authorized to arrest anyone who steps foot on that 170-mile-long strip of land. U.S. soldiers, active duty soldiers, are now newly authorized to search those people. They are authorized to implement crowd control. U.S. active duty troops searching and arresting people on U.S. soil and performing crowd control operations, again, on U.S. soil. And this land, yes, it is along the Mexican border, and migrants crossing the border are the stated targets of this new operation. So we may not think of this as something that matters for broader U.S. politics or indeed the health of our political system. But if you're looking for big red flags in terms of authoritarian takeover in a democratic rule of law country, when you've got U.S. troops searching and arresting people and doing crowd control on U.S. soil, you're kind of there. Under American law, the Posse Comitatus Act is supposed to prevent the U.S. government from using U.S. soldiers on U.S. soil. Theoretically, if somebody wanders onto a military base, they can be arrested as trespassers on military property. So the idea, I think here, the neat trick that Trump has pulled here is that he's just turned hundreds of miles of American soil into what is technically a military base. And so, hey, presto, that's one neat trick to give the U.S. military the power to search and arrest people on U.S. soil. And right now they are only doing it at the edges, literally the physical.
Sorry, I muted myself before we started talking. Someone asked, again, I almost did it. Wasn't this tiny grass said, wasn't this land owned by others? No, it's federal land, technically, what's been annexed, because that's a whole other issue. Like, I don't know if you remember, I believe it was during Trump's first term or like right at the end when there was this I think it was a Supreme Court ruling which created a huge problem, where if you're within 100 miles of any U.S. border, including the coast, so think of all the rich beach houses, everything. The U.S. military or ICE can enter and search your property at any time, right? But no, basically he took federal land, deeded it to the Department of Defense, and created a military installation. Yeah, this is the step before declaring martial law, right? And understand this, like. And MAGA, I'm trying to help you. I'm gonna say it slow. You guys, this is your chance to learn something. If you allow Trump, if you allow him to do this, hey, it's just the criminals. Hey, it's just brown people. Hey, it's just non-citizens. First of all, that's a complete misunderstanding of the Constitution. All persons on U.S. soil have the right to due process. Surprise! Read your pocket constitution that you carry around to talk about 2A. All persons have the right to due process. The Posse Comitatus Act in the Constitution, you cannot raise the U.S. military on U.S. soil and turn it on American citizens. And every inch, every millimeter you give to this man, you'll never get back. Well, they're already doing it in the desert of Arizona and California and New Mexico. It's fine. It's not fine to raise the U.S. military on American soil, to create huge military installations, and if you happen to step on one, to allow people to be detained by the U.S. military. This is in my state I was born in. Why is this happening?
Edges of our country. But that is how you start. We've got expert advice on this and what this might mean for all of us here next. Stay with us. Donald Trump, quietly, has now declared that on a 170-mile strip of land across 3 different states, soil. Liza Goitein and Joseph Nunn at the Brennan Center for Justice tonight are calling this a slippery slope, saying, quote,
And just shout out, this is a woman from the Brennan Center for Justice. The Brennan Center for Justice is a fabulous think tank about about crime, about immigration. Like if you're looking for crime statistics, immigration, the Brennan Center for Justice, the brains coming out of that think tank are just fabulous.
Soldiers are allowed to take on domestic policing roles at the border. It may become easier to justify uses of the military in the U.S. interior in the future.
All about testing our tolerance. Oh, see, the military has already been doing this here. It's no big deal if they start patrolling streets, right? Oh, it'll just be those gross, blue, crime-ridden Democratic cities. I mean, crime data says crime is going down in those cities, but who cares? When was crime the highest? What drives crime? Poverty. When was crime the highest? During the worldwide pandemic when people were put out of jobs. Since then, crime has been going down. I just want to point out there's no statistical correlation between immigration and crime. But that's what this is. First, it's just when people are sneaking across the border in the desert. Let's have the military arrest those people. Then it's just those blue crime-ridden sanctuary cities. This is how it goes.
Our nation's founders warned against the dangers of an army turned inward, which can all too easily be turned into an instrument of tyranny. Joining us now is Liza Goitein. She's Senior Director of the Brennan Center's Liberty and National Security Program. Ms. Goitein, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Is there anything about this order that authorizes U.S. soldiers to arrest and search people or use crowd control techniques only against non-U.S. citizens, or could these authorities also be used against U.S. citizens?
No, not at all. These authorities can be used against anyone who trespasses on this new military installation. And that installation does span 170 miles of the New Mexico border. But the original memorandum actually authorizes pretty much any federal lands along the southern border to be transferred to the Department of Defense, including a 60-foot strip of land, 60 feet wide, that actually spans about 600 miles along the California, Arizona, and New Mexico border. So we are talking about just sort of a massive land grab that's being turned over to the Department of Defense in order to turn violations of immigration law into trespassing on a military installation. And again, I mean, that could apply to anybody who, without authorization, is on these strips of land on the southern border.
Yeah, I mean, I happen to think that the territorial boundaries of the United States extend all the way to the border, not just near them. And so the idea that U.S. soldiers are operating on U.S. soil with policing powers, to me, feels like every red flag in the world is kind of going off for me. I mean, we do have U.S. soldiers deployed to the border sort of all the time, acting in a support role to Customs and Border Protection. But this is a qualitatively different legal authority, right?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, what is happening here is an attempt to evade the laws passed by Congress and to usurp congressional authority, starting with the Posse Comitatus Act. And that law, as you mentioned, normally prohibits federal armed forces from engaging in the...
Oh my God. Sorry. I don't give a... I'm not a star effer, but like, I just love people's brains. I just realized this is the woman. When I first started talking about this and I was looking for a way to teach it like coherently, and there was this random thread that Aaron Reichlin Melnick, my favorite immigration lawyer, had highlighted. It's her. This is her. This is her original thread that I was teaching off of. This is what never mind. I just put two and two together. Yeah. This is a brilliant woman.
Core law enforcement activities, things like arrests and searches and detentions. Now, courts have held that the military can provide indirect logistical support to law enforcement. That's what's been happening at the border for the last 20 years. But this is qualitatively different. It steps over that line, and that line between the military and civilian government is one of the most important safeguards that we have for personal liberty and for democracy, because, as Joseph and I said in our piece, an army turned inward can very quickly become an instrument of tyranny, and we have seen that in countries all over the world. So this is very different from what we have seen before, and it is an attempt to get around the Posse Comitatus Act, which ordinarily requires Congress to authorize these types of activities anywhere in the country.
Yes, I feel like do you guys hear a ringing when I don't know. That's not my fault. I don't know, but that drives me nuts when I feel like I have tinnitus sometimes when clips play. Like, I don't know what that was. I just want to say, Saiba was like, I think it's so cool you have a favorite immigration lawyer. I know, that's what I mean. When I say I'm not a star effer, what I mean is like, I once dated a famous athlete for a long time. Like, I don't care I don't care about actors or anything. I just care about people's brains. Like, I saw Sandra Day O'Connor once in Arizona and almost tackled her, and people were like, "What are you doing?" And I was like, she's my favorite lawyer. Like, I don't know. Like, those are the people I want to talk to. Like, if I saw Robert Reich, I would like cling to his ankle and be like, "Can I please work for you for free?" Like, those are like the stars that I want to meet. So it is like, if Aaron Reichlin, like, those are the real heroes in America. That's what matters. Like, I was telling a story when I played volleyball, like in college, like we were playing in a tournament at the University of Louisville. And I think like something was going on, like Muhammad Ali, before he unalived or right after, he was being honored for something, like in the Boxing Hall of Fame in Louisville. And Brad and Angelina, like when people used to care about them, were like standing in the lobby of our hotel. And I was like, I don't care about these people, but if if I see like an immigration lawyer I will tackle them. Like, oh, some of you witnessed it if you've been following me when I was working, a creator for Kamala for the Kamala Harris campaign or whatever. And I was like at her first rally in Arizona. I was like our attorney general in Arizona, Chris Mays. Like, I was acting like I had just met like Bruce Springsteen. And she's like, are you sure you want this many pictures? I'm like, yes, I do. Can I just hold your hand? She's like, please get away from me. I was like, I read your whole indictment of the fake elector scheme in Arizona. Like, such great work. And she's like, okay, weirdo, please get away from me. It was like, these are the real heroes that I want to be. Like if I saw Jack Smith, yeah, I would. Well, I don't even know. He probably just wants to be left alone. I feel bad for him. I might actually just leave him alone. I'm trying to think of how to talk about this. So again, this is what's going on. We're now annexing land to get around just declaring martial law. And it's not just brown people. It's not undocumented people that wander onto this land. It's any U.S. citizen now can be arrested by the U.S. military. And that's ridiculous. And just to stay on that line of logic, I want to just touch on Pete Hegseth, which I'm not going to play this whole clip because it's ridiculous. This is just my PSA. What the F is wrong with Megyn Kelly? Is Megyn Kelly okay? And the answer is no. You don't even have to think about it. I'll answer for you. Megyn Kelly is, psychologists, she should be psychoanalyzed. I would watch hours of Megyn Kelly being psychoanalyzed to try to understand how she became to who she was. But these people that, the alleged leakers of the Department of Defense who were fired, who I explained last Tuesday or Wednesday, these are actually like Pete Hegseth's close friends. These are not like longtime Defense Department employees, holdovers from the Biden administration. These are people Pete Hegseth brought along with him. And then Pete Hegseth used as like human shields. And basically, if you want to look into it, there is Megyn Kelly interviewed one of them, which, whatever. He's a lifetime Republican and his name's Colin Carroll. But she basically, the interesting part is she's like, is Pete Hegseth okay? And he's kind of like, no. He's basically just saying, if you are running the Department of Defense and like your whole day is just spent like doing weird PR stuff and like making excuses, like you're not doing your job correctly. But it's like a 12-minute clip and I'm not going to go into it. And there's a lot of parts where I just want to be like, what is wrong with Megyn Kelly? But I'll just show you. I'll read this. Colin Carroll, one of 3 senior DOD officials who was fired by Hegseth for allegedly leaking, says that at one point, Hegseth was spending 50% of his time focused on leaks and press and tried to combat negative image by working out with troops. That's what, like, the good parts of this, like when Colin is like, oh, here's the good parts of Pete Carroll. He's like, yeah, he does push-ups alongside the troops. I would rather bring back bring back someone whose brain works. Can we bring back a person whose brain works? Where's Miles Austin? Bring back someone who can read. I don't give a how many push-ups Pete Hegseth does next to the troops. Like, bring in somebody who can think and knows not to use their personal phone to make war plans. He was very focused on the leaks. I think it's kind of consumed the team a little bit. Like if you look at a pie chart of the secretary's day, at this point, 50% is probably leak investigations. Press that can't be. That's a bad thing for America. It's a bad thing for the president's objectives. And in order to combat that image, it's, hey, I'm going to work out with the troops. While that is important and it's a thing to get out there and helps recruiting and helps morale, if you're taking a half-day trip to the Naval Academy at the same time the budget is due for the Department of Defense, I added that, the DoD, and we really need some support here. Come on, you gotta weigh priorities. So basically what he's saying is Pete Hegseth is spending 50% of his time combating and telling lies to the press to like make it seem like he has any business having this job. And then the rest of the time he's doing push-ups with recruits at the Naval Academy. Sleep well at night. And This is a New York Times article. I suggest anyone read it if you really want to get into how much of an absolute buffoon Pete Hegseth is. This is a New York Times article that came out a couple of days ago that will really highlight it for you. The phone used in the Signal chat could also be found in a variety of places, including on social media and a fantasy sports site. I'm talking about his cell phone number. There is a 0% chance that this man's phone has not been hacked by Russia, by China. Listen, the phone number could be found in a variety of places, including, and these are just journalists who found his phone number that he was using to transmit attack plans that could put U.S. troops in danger. This is just places journalists found his phone number, including WhatsApp, Facebook, a fantasy sports site. It was the same number through which the defense secretary, using the Signal commercial messaging app, disclosed flight data for American strikes on the Houthi militia in Yemen. Cybersecurity analysts said an American defense secretary's communications device would usually be among the most protected national security assets. Quote, there's 0% chance that someone hasn't tried to install Pegasus or some other spyware on his phone, Mike Casey, the former director of National Counterintelligence and Security Center, said in an interview. He is one of the top 5 probably most targeted people in the world for espionage. Keep up the great work, MAGA. Another great person you're running cover for. Your brains are firing. Never question your ability to think critically or hold people accountable. No changes need to be made. You guys just making the best decisions at every turn. Emily Harding, a defense and security expert at the Center for Strategic and International Studies, added, quote, you just don't want the Secretary of Defense's phone number to be out there and available to anyone. Mr. wait, I don't want to repeat this. We all know what has happened. But soon after the first Signal chat about Yemen became public in March, Der Spiegel, the German news publication, found the phone numbers of Mr. Hegseth and other senior Trump officials on the internet. Cool. What could go wrong here? Sorry. This larger. That Mr. Hegseth's private cell phone number was easily available through commercial providers of contact information is not surprising. Hegseth was a private citizen. Yeah, we got all that. It has now become routine for government officials to keep their personal cell phones when they enter the office, which, yeah, we know. I think there's one more quote I wanted to read in here. Oh my God, I'm just remembering this article. On August 15th, 2024, he used his personal phone to join Sleeper.com, a fantasy football and sports betting site, using the name Pete Hegseth. Less than 2 weeks later, a phone number associated with his wife, Jennifer, also joined the site. She was included in one of the 2 Signal chats about the strikes. Mr. Hegseth's number is also, Mr. Hegseth's number is also linked to a Google Maps profile. Mr. Hegseth, this is just things journalists can find. This is how many places people could find his phone numbers. Forget about government intelligence. Mr. Hegseth's reviews on Google Maps include endorsements of a dentist. The staff is amazing. A plumber. Fast, honest, and quality work. A mural painter painted 2 beautiful flags for us. Spot on. And other businesses. Google Maps Street View blurs out Mr. Hegseth's home. If you use your phone for just ordinary daily activities, you are leaving a highly visible digital pathway that even a moderately sophisticated person, let alone a nefarious actor, can follow. Government cell phones, by contrast, are far more secure, which we know. And oh my God, like phone numbers are like street addresses. Oh, this is the quote I liked. Phone numbers are like the street address that tell you what house to break into, said James A. Lewis, a cybersecurity expert. Once you get the street address, you get to the house and there might be locks on the doors and you ask yourself, do I have the tools to bypass or break the locks? China and Russia do. And Iran, gross. Iran may as well. Several cybersecurity experts said. I just want you to know, if you feel safe, these are the people in charge of the government. Like, these are people that can't find their way out of a paper bag, supported by people who apparently are even less intelligent. I mean, no offense, MAGA, but like for you to not be able to identify how actually incapable of protecting you and doing their job these people are, you have to think, what does that make me? You know? These people are incompetent. You are somewhere beneath them. So you can decide how you want to characterize yourselves. But these people are grossly incompetent. You're beneath that somewhere. And this is, I have more great news for everyone, which by the way, where are we at here? Oh, we're not even, can we get to 300K? I'm sorry, for some reason, all of a sudden TikTok Studio took my tap meter away. We're at 247K. We should be at 350K. Let's all tap the screen and get to 350K. Also, this is my Cash App and Venmo. All of the research I do, all the lives I do are funded by your tips and donations. If you would like to, God, one more thing I was going to say before I get to this recent bad news. I don't know if you've heard about this, but oh God, the corruption in Washington goes on. I don't need to go too much. I'm not going to read the whole article, but now Trump has created a private club in Washington, which I think the membership is like 500,000 or something. And basically the Trump-aligned club for the ultra-rich launches in Washington. Donald Trump Jr. and another guy are basically funding this club. The executive branch, their goal, the people familiar with the plan say, is to create the highest end private club that Washington has ever had and cater to the business and tech moguls who are likely to nurture their relationships with Trump. The referral requirements and prohibitive pricing is meant to ensure the C-suite crowd, that's the corporate executives, can mingle with Trump advisors and cabinet members without the prying eyes of the press and wannabe insiders. The price tag won't be a problem for Trump's cabinet, given it's by far the wealthiest in history. The club is already sold out and has a wait list. This man, the grifting knows no ends. And the reason I'm just kind of skipping through the article is because Chris Murphy made a video about it, which I'm like, it's good.
Donald Trump and his family members and backers are opening a new club in Washington. It's called the...
Just say, by the way, I like that Chris Murphy looks like... Is Chris Murphy not sleeping? You know, I kind of like the erosion of democracy has me not sleeping scruff look. You know what I mean? He looks like he's been through like a war a little bit. I mean, I want him to sleep, but I kind of also like I've been living rough for a few days. Chris Murphy.
Family members and backers are opening a new club in Washington. It's called the Executive Branch. And it is corruption on steroids. The executive branch is a private club, and reportedly the initiation fee is over $500,000. They are advertised.
Time to think. Now the second grade teachers me is coming out. If Trump cares about you, why would you not be able to be a member of this club? Why? You're his supporters. You're his diehard loyalists. Why doesn't anything Trump do? Why doesn't anything mathematically benefit you? Why are you priced out of anything? Why does he value you at zero? That's what you need to ask yourself. Why is he only helping rich people if he cares about you? Oh, because you're a temporarily embarrassed millionaire?
This club as the place where CEOs and foreign oligarchs and tech bros can come to get secret access to Donald Trump, Donald Trump's family, and members of the cabinet. So if you are a multimillionaire or a billionaire, you have a new way that you can pay Donald Trump and his family members for the privilege of getting secret private access to the people that are regulating your industry or determining American foreign policy. You know, just because the corruption is playing out in public for everybody to see doesn't mean that it's not mass scale corruption. We have never seen anything like this before in American history. And the executive branch is just the latest example of the ways in which this White House is openly and publicly monetizing the executive branch for the enrichment of Donald Trump and his family members.
I mean, this is just another way to funnel money to Trump illegally. I mean, but MAGA thinks that's all fine. So, and now I'm not going to pivot completely, but just to go on with the Trump corruption, right? If you didn't hear, the 60 Minutes is now being, executive producer Bill Owens left 60 Minutes because Paramount is trying to do some huge sale merger, the family that owns Paramount, to make a lot of money, 60 Minutes parent company. And they've started policing and stopping 60 Minutes from doing real journalism. So basically the executive producer, as a last ditch effort, basically just was like, I quit, to just raise the alarm and say, this isn't journalism. Like, we have rich for-profit billionaires controlling reality, stopping us from doing real investigative journalism. And I just want to play the final minute of 60 Minutes or a couple minutes because I thought it was so powerful.
Last minute, a note on Bill Owens, who until this past week was executive producer of 60 Minutes. He was our boss. Bill was with CBS News nearly 40 years, 26 years at 60 Minutes. He covered the world, covered combat, the White House. His was a quest to open minds, not close them. If you've ever worked hard for a boss because you admired him, then you understand what we've enjoyed here. Bill resigned Tuesday. It was hard on him and hard on us, but he did it for us and you. Stories we pursued for 57 years are often controversial. Lately, the Israel-Gaza war and the Trump administration. Bill made sure they were accurate and fair. He was tough that way. But our parent company, Paramount, is trying to complete a merger. The Trump administration must approve it. Paramount began to supervise our content in new ways. None of our stories has been blocked, but Bill felt he lost the independence that honest journalism requires. No one here is happy about it, but in resigning, Bill proved one thing. He was the right person to lead 60 Minutes all along.
This is the end of real journalism, of accountability. MAGA, do you want to be you seem to enjoy being lied to and keeping your head in the sand. I don't think it's going to be great because MAGA, whether you believe delusional lies that aren't true, you cheer on the erosion of truth, you're still being robbed. That's what you have to understand. The way you keep thinking you're a victim of immigrants or of trans people or whatever you think is happening to you, you are actually being robbed by the people that you continue to defend every single day. It is the ultimate irony to watch. Oh, and Robert Reich commented on this, which I love. Paramount, the owner of CBS, has been accused of meddling in reporting done by 60 Minutes. Why? It needs approval from Trump's FCC to be acquired by Skydance, a media company founded by the son of billionaire Trump backer Larry Ellison. Always follow the money. If you don't know, Robert Reich is the former labor secretary for Bill Clinton. He is our de facto cult leader on the People's Receipts. He's a professor at UC Berkeley. He's amazing. Oh, and I'm not going to torment you by reading an article. So I actually there's an amazing article in The Atlantic. It's called Kleptocracy Inc. if you want to read the article, but I found a good summary of it because I read this article and I was like, oh my God. And I love her. Now I can't remember her last name. I can't remember this reporter's last name. It'll come to me. I have more than one clip of her, but I want to talk about Trump defrauding us all, or at least play part of I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I'm going to get to the point where we get to the meat and potatoes of the corruption.
Commercial entanglements. Now, commercial entanglements to be seen doing personal business with companies from countries that seek to influence American foreign policy.
I don't care, Mika. Sorry, I just
secret contracts, but because they appear
got it, Mika.
Symptom
I just want to
of
get to the woman.
signs instead of doing things quietly, you are also inuring the American people to the autocracy in the making that is happening before their eyes.
Yeah, Mika, a few minutes ago, you asked me about Trump's strange admiration for Vladimir Putin. Perhaps the deeper affiliation goes back 30 years into Trump's business practices. He's been involved in an industry, the real estate industry, that relied on secret Russian money coming through anonymous bank accounts, buying anonymous properties in his businesses for many years. He's been dealing in that world, in the kleptocratic financial world, his whole life. In his first term, he was restrained by people around him, perhaps by some ongoing anxiety about legality. He didn't bring all of those practices, some of them, not all of them. He didn't bring all of those practices into the White House. Now he clearly feels he can do whatever he wants. He's openly taking money from the Saudi backers of golf tournaments taking place at his golf course. You had earlier in this program a story about how his cryptocurrency money is accepting so-called investments from people. He then invites those investors to the White House. So he's using his position in the government to make money for himself and for his family personally. And of course, he's set an example that's being followed by a whole legion of people around him. I mean, start with Elon Musk. I mean, Elon Musk is somebody who has been involved in firing people and changing the policy at government agencies that regulate his own companies or that subsidize his own companies. So he has such a profound conflict of interest that it's hard even to know what to call this. If you run a company and you get to decide what happens to the regulatory agency that regulates you, then what are you? I mean, what you are is an oligarch. That's the political system in Russia that created massive webs of conflicts of interest and corruption. And I think it's also important to remember where those systems end. They end with people being made poorer. The system is rigged.
You, MAGA, you being made poorer. That's what we're talking about. And that's why, there used to be a point when I was first on the internet where I'd be like, I would like someone to explain to me, tell me how, what is the converse of this? Right? I used to want to hear from MAGA, but then I realized not one of you has a coherent argument. The data's not on your side. The facts aren't on your side. You're just wandering around lost in a paper bag looking for your way out, just flailing around. There's no argument against this. This is the reality of what's happening. An oligarchy is consolidating. Wealth is being shot to the top of the economy. Well, you're like, everything's going to be okay.
The economy is altered so that it benefits people in power, so that it benefits people who are close to power. And it's not good for the rest of us.
And part of this plan that this administration and Donald Trump himself have sort of been running in the last several months is to clear out any oversight. So fire the watchdogs, fire the people who typically under a regular administration would be on this stuff and say, hang on a second, you can't do that. You can't sell and personally profit from Bitcoin and then invite all the people to incentivize them, invite them to the White House, to special ceremonies at your golf clubs and to meet you at VIP events. So is that not part of what he was doing when he was firing not just the tens of thousands of government employees, the rank and file, but these people whose job it was to watch exactly the kind of practices you're talking about?
Yeah, in one night of the long knives at the very beginning of the administration, they fired 17 government inspectors. And these are exactly those people. These are the people whose job it was to make sure there are no conflicts of interest, to make sure there's no corruption. They talk.
That was what you guys thought Doge was. If Trump cared about waste, fraud, and abuse, you don't fire the actual professionals who root out waste, fraud, and abuse, MAGA. This is where you get to use your brain. Think. Stay with me. Don't slide back. There's no way around it. Elon Musk is not an auditor. He's not an accountant. He's not a scientist. He's some person that sat in college for 4 years who didn't do that. I have the same qualifications as Elon Musk. I am not an auditor. I am not a forensic accountant. I have no business leafing through anyone's personal data. The people who can do that professionally and make reports, inspector generals, which I've gone over several times, those people mysteriously were axed in the middle of the night. So weird.
A lot about fraud and waste, but there were systems in the government designed to block fraud, to block exactly this kind of double dealing, and Trump has dismantled them. I mean, I would say his administration has also announced that it won't enforce other government laws that are designed to block these kinds of practices.
Well, listen, MAGA, you tell me. If Trump isn't enforcing these types of things, is that helping you or is that hurting you? These are simple questions I could ask a 3-year-old.
There's something called the Corporate Transparency Act. They're not going to enforce that. There's something called the Foreign Bribery Act that prevents American and other companies from bribing foreign companies. They're from paying bribes, and they're not going to enforce that either. So they're dismantling a whole apparatus of, it's not just regulation, it's the law of laws that were designed, that were put in place in order to prevent fraud and kleptocracy from spreading inside our political system.
You can catch more on Anne's argument here about what's happening in the Atlantic. Her piece is entitled Kleptocracy.
Then it goes off to Ukraine, which is also it's a great piece, but I mean, that's the part I wanted to hear. Like, and the part is called the Kleptocracy Inc. It's in the Atlantic. It's I guess, amazing in the way that it's terrifying. That it will give you chills and disturb you. But MAGA, if you want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, you are emboldening it. You are emboldening it. You are allowing it. You're empowering it to happen. You have done the opposite of what you said your goals are. You are allowing people to steal from all of us. And I have the best. I don't know. You guys probably saw this, but it boggles my mind. So I don't play a lot of clips of Trump, but I just have to, because this is where we're at now.
As Pope? I'd like to be Pope. That would be my number one choice. No, I don't know. I have no preference. I must say we have a cardinal that happens to be out of a place called New York who's very good. So we'll see what happens.
Trump now wants to be Pope. Cool. Oh, Jared Moskowitz posted this. He's like, so we'll just show him the ending to the movie Conclave. I love Conclave. Watch it. Hopefully it will end for Trump. But I just want to show you, the reason I'm showing that clip is because Lindsey Graham, the senator from Lindsey Flip Flop Graham, reposted that clip and said, I was excited. This is dead serious. This is not a joke. I was excited to hear that President Trump is open to the idea of being the next pope. This would truly be a dark horse candidate, but I would ask the papal conclave and Catholic faith to keep an open mind about this possibility. The first pope / U.S. president combination has many upsides. Watching for white smoke, if you don't know, like when they determine who the pope is, it's like black smoke and then it's white smoke. South Carolina, and I mean this sincerely, and I hope there are some of you listening, and I know, like, you're not you're electing this guy who's absolutely out of his effing mind, and then in addition to that, you've got Nancy bathroom monitor Mace. And Tim, I thought Donald Trump didn't have an issue with black people. It was going to make me Vice President Scott, so I married a random white woman. I really don't know. You guys, what in the F is going on with your guys' choices for leadership? Are you guys serious? Like, you should feel deep shame. like for the people representing the state of South Carolina. Deep shame. He's dead serious. Oh my God. And I do suggest, look up this post on X and look at the comments. Oh my God. I can't even post them because I'm going to be banned from the internet. People are like, Lindsay, you are not well. Like, oh, I love it. And this is what I was talking about. The U.S. economy, this is today. The U.S. economy it's contracting. That means getting smaller. When Biden handed the economy to Trump, it was expected to, what's the opposite of contract? MAGA, I got to talk to you like you're 5. Expand. The economy was projected to grow bigger. And now under Trump, and this is for the first time in like modern history, the U.S. economy is contracting. Trump is dragging us all into a financial dark hole for no reason. There's no pandemic like that weird Karen lady. She's like, Joe Biden just ruined my life for no reason. No, that was a worldwide unavoidable pandemic of which we recovered the best in the G7 from. You're welcome, Karen. There is nothing going on. All signs were pointing towards this economy will expand. Everything will grow. Trump has stopped all of that, turned it on a dime, and drove our economy into the ground for no reason. 0 reasons. There is no justification for what has happened. And I just wanted to read some. Okay. During the first quarter of the year, the U.S. gross domestic product shrank at an annual rate of 0.3%. This marked a significant drop from the 2.4% growth seen at the end of 2024. Let me help you, Mag, because I know you don't know what to do with numbers. When Joe Biden in 2024 left office, December 2024, the economy was expanding and projected to continue expanding, right? And now it has done the opposite. Trump has ran our financial futures into the ground. The contraction was slightly worse than predicted. And what that means is economists knew Trump was going to tank the economy, and they couldn't even predict how badly. It's worth noting that the GDP formula used by the government subtracts imports to avoid counting foreign-made goods in the overall output, which, yeah, that's even worse. Anyways, and this is this morning. So do you think Trump's taking responsibility for tanking our economy, turning a bull market into a bear market, ruining all of this because he doesn't understand numbers and is possibly senile and is a delusional, pathological liar, in my opinion? Nope. This is this morning. This is Biden's stock market, not Trump's. Let me help you. When you inherited Joe Biden's stock market, it was a bull market. That means bull equals good, MAGA, since you don't understand markets either. Now it's a bear market. Bears are bad. So that's the reality. Trump inherited a good market that was expected to only grow and get better, to go up. Now it is crashing. It doesn't matter how many times your delusional orange leader tells you it's someone else's fault. It is in fact not. And as long as you continue to not learn to read and not understand basic math, we are all sinking in a life raft together. If you would like to have a financial future, now is the time to break out of cognitive dissonance. I think I'm saying it nicely. This is what he wrote this morning. This is Biden's stock market. Lie. Not Trump's. Lie. I didn't take over until January 20th. Tariffs was... Yeah, and on January 20th, you inherited a bull market. The envy of the world. Tariffs will soon start kicking in. Yeah, that's why there will be nothing on the shelves in 5 weeks. We'll get to that. That's actually, like, it's scary that he says that because it shows that he still has no idea, like, the worst is coming. And companies are starting to move into the USA in record numbers. Absolute lie. Our country will boom. Lie. But we have to get rid of the Biden overhang. What the F does that mean? A word never used in math or economics ever. This will take a while. Has nothing to do with tariffs, said no one ever. Trump is a delusional liar. Only that he left us with bad numbers, which is a factual lie. that anybody who has a supercomputer in your pocket, including you, MAGA, could easily debunk. But when the boom begins, it will be like no other. Be patient. Be patient while I rob you all blind. MAGA, it's coming. You're all going to be millionaires soon. He's just robbed you over and over and over. Just keep 2 weeks, MAGA. Just 2 weeks. Just let him keep robbing you a little longer. It's all coming. Don't worry about it. This is okay. So this is this morning, and they're acting. Trump's head economist, the guy who invented a person who doesn't exist, which was an anagram of his name, in order to pretend he was an expert on tariffs while the economy is sinking, and is now actually, it's not projected to contract. Our economy has now contracted. It's official. And this is Peter Navarro this morning.
I got to say just one thing about today's news. That's the best negative print I have ever seen in my life. And the markets need to look beneath the surface of that. We had a 22% increase in domestic investment. That is off the charts when you strip out inventories and the negative effects of the surge in imports because of the tariffs. You had 3% growth. So we really like where we're at now. With respect to China, look, Jim.
What he said is, if you take out every dumb decision that Donald Trump has made and pretend like I didn't advise him to do it and tank the economy due to asinine, backwards logic around tariffs, then things aren't that bad. I don't know how to express to you how dumb you would have to be to believe that what this man is saying makes any sense. Hey, pay no attention to the fact we tanked the economy because Trump just felt like it so he could consolidate authoritarian power. If you just forget about that for a second and all the asinine things that make no mathematical or economic sense, things are going okay. No, they're actually still not. I cannot believe that this is reality. Oh, and Aaron Burnett did a great piece on some of this. Keep tapping the screen, share the live. What are we at? Sorry, it's hard for me to thought that we're still not to 3. We need to be at 400K by 2:30. So let's let's tap that screen. Thank you guys so much. I wish the tap goal didn't go away. It's harder for me to tell what's going on.
Trump moments ago claiming America's inflation problem is over.
We're ending the inflation nightmare.
I refuse to play any of these clips, so this might be all you see of it. But Trump, for yesterday was his 100 days in office, where he did a series of interviews, or some were pre-recorded, and a rally where every word was not true. Literally, I don't think he said a thing that was accurate the entire time. And MAGA, that's for you to know. You have a supercomputer in your pocket if you want to know the truth at any time you can.
Worst that we've had probably in the history of our country.
Only, as you're about to see, that nightmare is far from over, because today, Team Trump was laughing when pressed on whether they're making progress on trade deals with countries around the world. Here's the Commerce Secretary, Howard Lutnick.
We have every country in the world, just like Donald Trump has said, who wants to do a deal with us. Now, here's the point. I have a deal. Done. But I need to wait for their prime minister and their parliament to give its approval, which I expect shortly. Well, I'm not going to tell you what country.
I mean, as if it's playing a game with a cat.
Nutlick. I just want to be clear. Remember the 90 deals with 90 countries in 90 days? We have 0 deals. And one of my last people I will speak to that I think is at least kind of supporting Donald Trump had the nerve to say to me yesterday, I think there might be a deal with India. I just want to be clear. There is no deal. There is no trade deal with India. There are no tariff deals. Nothing has happened. You guys are fools. but keep it up.
I'm not going to tell you what country. I mean, it felt very flippant, right? As if this were a game. But of course, this is incredibly serious business. The effects of Trump's trade war are already being felt. You know, we got this report today from longtime retail price expert Dana Telsey. Carl Quintanilla at CNBC had posted a clip of it. So we went and got it from Dana because it's amazing what it goes through with the prices. Dana is in the business of tracking prices. And here's what she's already seeing happening. If you just look at these prices, these are week on week prices as she was looking. Barbie up 42.9%, if you were to buy a Barbie doll. A DKNY puffer, these are just the items that she's tracking week in and week out. So DKNY puffer, 37% increase. And a drill kit, you know, one of those ones where you can put all of your drill equipment and screwdrivers and stuff on the side from Tractor Supply, up 3.8%. So prices are rising. Now, sporadically, it's not at all, and some things, as you could see, a whole lot. And it's not okay with the ideas that Americans might find out just how much more they're paying, where the tariffs are impacting them. So this morning there was a report. It came out, said Amazon is going to show the price of an item, and then next to it they're going to break out the tariff so that a consumer would understand exactly where a tariff is hitting, exactly why a price is going up, and by how much. So
I want you to understand, if you haven't heard about this, this is like one of the most significant things that happened this week. Jeff Bezos announced, hey, on Amazon, like, we're going to itemize out like how much, because of Trump's tariffs, the prices have been raised on things, particularly on Amazon Haul, where you can buy things in bulk. It's like wholesaling of stuff Amazon's basically like getting from China. And what happened? Trump had a complete meltdown, basically threatened Jeff Bezos until he said, oh, that's not happening anymore. You tell me, MAGA, now here's the time to use your brains, which don't work. But let's just hypothetically say at any moment, I just have hope maybe they'll start working. Why would transparency be bad? You tell me. Why is transparency a crime against Trump? Why is Caroline Leavitt threatening people? Why giving consumers the knowledge to know, hey, we're not upping your prices. This is the result of Trump's tariffs. Why is transparency a bad thing, MAGA? There's no answer for that other than I no longer support Donald Trump. He's lying to me and robbing me blind.
Trump finds out about it, and then here's what happens. So first, his press secretary goes out and calls it a hostile act.
This is a hostile and political act by Amazon.
So Amazon being transparent with consumers about tariffs is hostile and political. That's how it started. Just to be clear, transparency is hostile and political. So then what did Jeff Bezos do? Well, Amazon retreated, and really quickly. In a statement, the company wrote, the team that runs our ultra low cost Amazon Haul store considered the idea of listing import charges on certain products. This was never approved and is not going to happen. They didn't even want to use the word tariff, they're import charges. Well, maybe it's not going to happen because Bezos got a call from Trump, who, according to sources, was so angry that he did call Bezos directly.
Great. Jeff Bezos was very nice. He was terrific. He solved the problem very quickly. And he did the right thing, and he's a good guy.
Okay, he did the right thing. It is worth saying again what the right thing is in Trump's view of this. The right thing was to prevent consumers from seeing the cost of tariffs on items they are buying on Amazon. The right thing to do was to hide the tariffs. So now why is Trump doing this? Because up until now, his team has said, sure, price hikes are happening. Don't worry about it. They are a small price to pay for Trump's MAGA agenda.
As American people ready to get the country back on track and do what it needs to, or do what it takes to make that.
MAGA, listen up. I'm sorry, I can't even listen to this anymore. Listen up. There is no reason why you should, or any of us should be denied transparency into why we are going to be bankrupted and paying more. Do you understand what regressive taxes are? Tariffs, I know you don't know. That's too big a word. You have no idea. That's why income tax is a progressive tax, meaning regressive taxes overly burden the poor and middle class. That's us. That's what tariffs do. And you're saying Trump's doing a great job lying to us, robbing us, colluding with other billionaires who have illegal monopolies. to lie to us and obfuscate the truth about why we're paying taxes. Remember, let me help you, MAGA. You used to always, I can't tell you how many of you small brain people tried to debate me and would say things like taxation without representation. Were you lying then, or are you lying now? Do you recognize? Do you have the brain power to make the connection that if you ever cared about taxation without representation, which before you had representation, you're just delusional and don't want to pay taxes. This is actually mother effing taxation without representation. This is really it, MAGA. I had to listen to all you weird, like, what are those people called that consider themselves like independent citizens from America? Oh God, I can't even remember. All you weird or fake MAGA libertarians saying I'm not paying taxes, but you don't understand like actual taxation laws. All of that was just your feelings. This is the real actual time where American citizens, sovereign citizens. Thank you. I know I never have to remember anything because I have the smartest chat on TikTok. Thank you. Sovereign citizens. If you don't know, you can look up what a sovereign citizen these people are. I mean, there's a spectrum of them, but like, hopefully you never run into one on the high end of that spectrum because they are living in another universe. They just like believe that if they're ever pulled over or stopped, they will just declare themselves as sovereigns. And like not be, they're like the fringe of the fringe libertarians. But like even MAGA libertarian, they're MAGA libertarians, which is not real libertarian. And let me help you, like MAGA, you actually now through tariffs are being taxed without representation. The people you elected to Congress to decide things like these tariffs, Trump is using emergency executive powers to circumvent the real people that we elected to represent us in Congress to make decisions about taxation and to allocate the budget. For the first time ever, MAGA, you actually have a real argument and you're like, love Donald Trump. I hope he keeps painting himself orange every morning and actually robbing me. For the first time, you are actually being taxed without representation, and your pointless sovereign citizen actually starting to make some sense. And you guys are like, nope, love it. Let him keep doing it. Make it make sense.
Happen? Absolutely. We're going to have to adjust some prices for it.
Access to cheap goods is not the essence of the American dream.
There'll be a little disturbance, but we're okay with that.
All right, that little disturbance is quickly turning into anything but, especially after Trump just fired back tonight at China.
Well, nothing's going to happen. You know business. Terry, I want to ask you. I do know business. Yes. And so 145% tariffs on China, and that's good. Basically an embargo.
They deserve it.
It'll raise prices on everything from electronics to clothing to building houses.
You don't know that. You don't know whether or not China's going to eat it.
That's mathematics.
China probably will eat those tariffs, but at 145, they basically can't do much business with the United States.
I cannot physically, because I cannot make it through it without probably like unaliving myself. If I do suggest, Trump did like I said, yesterday was Trump's 100 days in office. He did a series of interviews, one of which was a clip of what you just witnessed, which I don't know how to express to you what happened in that ABC. I think the guy's name's like Rich Moran or something. I have a couple more clips to show you related to immigration. I will not put us through watching that thing. Like we are on, like during Trump's first administration, if you don't know, there's a database of 30,000 plus lies that were tracked of just Trump pathologically lying. I don't know how to describe what Trump's doing now. Like, I don't think lying is the right word, which I had some guy saying like, it's not lying. Like if he's accidentally lying or something when I was debating. And I'm like, okay, so MAGA, let me help you. You made us listen to you saying that Joe Biden was senile. He was not. He recovered from the pandemic, the best in the G7, handed off a bull market economy that was expected to expand, best in the G7, literally. Gold standard of economies. Everyone agrees who can read and do math Everyone agrees. You people are in your own little category. Bless your hearts. And then I had to hear that something was wrong with Joe Biden. So if you're saying, like, let me help you with how logic works. If Donald Trump's not a pathological liar, then he is senile and incapable of functioning beyond a level never before seen. So that's the question. Which one is it, MAGA? Are you continuing to support a pathological liar who's robbing you every single day while you smile and carry water for him? Or are you doing what you said Joe Biden was guilty of, as being senile and propping up a man who couldn't find his way out of a paper, or stuck in the same paper bag as you are? Those are your choices at this point. Or I guess it could be a combination of both, but that's what you need to think. Which one is it, MAGA? Which one is it? Like, it's fascinating to watch you all try to make sense of this in your own heads.
All right, eating the full cost of that, not something that any economic model would show is reasonable. And as for China's point, they're coming out now and saying they won't eat it. They are not backing down in Trump's trade war. Neither side making.
I was talking about this when I was debating with Pickles briefly yesterday. I always use VPNs, and I listen to news all around the world. I think I was in Australia or New Zealand a couple of days ago, listening to Xi Jinping Xi Jinping's economic advisors speak. I just want you to know unequivocally, I heard the direct translation, Trump is not in negotiation with China. They are not negotiating. They cannot stand Donald Trump. They think he's a joke. They will not negotiate with idiocy. I mean, I'm paraphrasing now, but they still want JD Vance to apologize for calling the people of China peasants. They're still not over that. And they are looking forward to the U.S. having, and I quote, nothing on the shelves. And they will see who can last the longest. I mean, that's a paraphrase, but so Trump's they're not talking to China. China unequivocally is saying that if the Trump administration continues to act as if they are in negotiations, they are not, and they will not negotiate with Donald Trump, which I don't want to be in this situation. We're 4 or 5 weeks out from nothing being on the shelves in America. I mean, and MAGA saying, stop scaring me. No, those are facts, MAGA. Just stop making up lies. Trump doesn't support Project 2025, even though every executive order he signed is word for word out of it. This is the reality we are now in. There's no point in negotiating with a narcissist. I don't want to have nothing in 4 weeks. Personally, it is a little bit of a source of anxiety for me, because I do understand how global economics works. I do understand commodities markets. I do understand supply chain. And so I understand the gravity of the situation we're in. MAGA's everything's going to be fine. Trump said, I'm not scared of tariffs. Yeah, it's actually not going to be fine. And even though I'm terrified of it, I will say, I say this all the time, I was raised by a malignant narcissist that's much smarter than Trump. You cannot negotiate with people like that. And that is what you're witnessing from China. Think about the people you've seen negotiate with Trump. Look at Lindsey Graham, Senator Flip-Flop. What is Senator Flip-Flop? How many ways does he have left to debase himself? How many things does he have left to give up? You can never negotiate with a narcissist, period. It doesn't work. And what you are seeing is, I don't like Xi Jinping. I do think he's an authoritarian. Little Marco. Little Marco is a great example. Look at Little Marco's crawling on his knees for scraps at this point, just begging, that's what you end up Lindsey Graham, Senator Flip-Flop, and Lil Marco and Tim Scott being hey, if I marry a woman, even though I've never been in a straight relationship in my entire life, will you make me vice president? Do you want to end up like these people? No. And what you're seeing is, I was about to say, I don't like Xi Jinping. I recognize a formidable foe. right? Like Xi Jinping is different than Putin. Xi Jinping is highly educated. He's an intellectual, right? Like I talk about how he's used Marxism to lift people out of illiteracy and poverty in China. Like this man is he's very well educated, and he just understands his opponent. The answer is no. From the very beginning. Oh, you're trying to leverage China where we have all the factories? We have all the leverage? 15% of our exports go to you? The answer is no. And that's what you're witnessing is a masterclass. I would say the next closest is Claudia Sheinbaum. It is in a different position because of geographic position to the United States. Like she, in a way, has to deal with Trump. But what you're watching is this is how you handle a narcissist. No. And I'm going to watch you drown. We'll see who drowns faster. There's no other negotiating tactics with malignant narcissists other than absolutely not. Not today, not yesterday, not in 2 weeks. No. And Trump, I cannot tell you how many, if you've watched, I don't suggest watching for-profit media anymore, but Trump just keeps marching out Howard Nutlick and Scott Bassett to be like, oh, we're talking to China. And all China is saying is no, they are not talking. They might know a Chinese person with whom they have spoken to recently, but they are not negotiating odd tariffs with anyone in the Chinese government.
Any sort of move to do that, although Trump, of course, did slash his own intended tariffs on China last week without negotiating with them. The Chinese leadership, though, seems to be more emboldened. Just take a look at this new video. It comes from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The communist government vows in this to, quote, never kneel down in Trump's trade war.
Bowing to a bully is like drinking poison to quench thirst. It only deepens the crisis. All bullies are just paper tigers.
Okay.
Like, I cannot express to you, and I mean this because I watch more TV in other countries than I do in the US through my many VPNs. I layer VPNs on VPNs and watch news I'm not supposed to watch. I watch what's going on inside China. When I say that we have already lost, I mean that. I know it for sure. And I don't say things like this just to say it. Trump will fold like a lawn chair. We will fold like a lawn chair. And now China has leverage on us. We have already lost this. I promise you. Mathematically, economically, strategically, we've lost. And Trump's just right now what he's looking for, because I want you to think about how these things end. Trump never wins anything. Like MAGA, you feel like he does. And that's what you have to start recognizing. The difference between Trump on Truth Social saying he won and the reality of, actually winning some sort of trade war, right? What Trump looks for is like an out. If remember how Trump kept declaring, I won the trade war with Mexico. No, Claudia Sheinbaum, in reality, MAGA, has never given Trump one thing. All they did was just be like, hey, we're going to help Trump fight the illicit substance at the southern border. And just said that in a press statement and be like, we're dedicating this many military troops to it. And Trump's like, see, I won. No, those were already allocated through their through their what we call Congress, like long ago, right? What Trump looks for is just for someone to say he won versus actual winning. And what I'm saying is the long-term damage of what is happening with this trade war with China, like our best outcome with China is mutually assured destruction, or that's the negative way to say it. The positive way would be coupled economies, like, right? We need them. They need us to consume. We need them to manufacture. Let's all just be happy friends and try not to unalive each other. And what has happened is we have given China a position above us in the world, in trade, in negotiations, in humanitarian efforts, in every way. We have already lost.
I mean, and it goes on for this is in 2 minutes. I mean, there's no ambiguity You might sometimes say, oh, well, the Chinese, they be a little bit, ambiguous about what they want. No, that's very clear there. You don't actually see Trump in it, but it is clear that they are directing this directly at him. And the video is now resonating with people across China. If you look at some of the posts on Chinese social media, and we do this every day, no kneeling. This video brought tears to my eyes. The whole world is uniting against the bully. China will never kneel or back down. And then this, show them the Trump.
This is how unintelligent Donald Trump is. Understand that. We've woken up a country that has, how many billion something people? We got 350 million. We've united the entire world in lockstep against us. We are now Russia after World War II. Meanwhile, MAGA, your braids are like, Trump says we're winning. Like, that tells me, if you believe you're winning, Karen in Indiana in the backwoods of the Midwest, is that, you're not just not playing chess. Like, you can't see 5 moves ahead, 10 moves ahead. You're not even playing checkers. You can't even do like a double jump in checkers. Like, we have lost. And I say that as someone who can see the moves ahead of us. Like, this is not something that we can ever come back from. Our main trade triads that made the U.S. function are irreparably broken. Our trade bloc that was the Americas is now the trade bloc has been reverted to the European Union. They're now us in the America trade bloc. Thanks for reminding me to drink water. Everyone drink water. Thank you. That's actually very helpful to me. I'm going to right now. Wait, hold on. Sorry. I'm just making sure I want to make sure I'm going in the right direction. Sorry. Oh, okay. I read that post. Oh man, I'm just thinking, I'm going to play a Mr. Global video quick, because I would love to tell you this news gets better, but God, sorry. I was just looking at the presentation. I'm like, this is bleak. Okay. Let's do a little, which also is not good news. I'm not going to lie to you, but I do love Mr. Global's videos, and I love to learn. And I love also when, MAGA tries to talk about China or tariffs and then they get corrected. So just to kind of break up the monotony of how Trump is ruining all of our lives forever and always, let's watch this video that Mr. Global made that literally made me smile so much. Wait, hold on. Sorry. We're at 356K. We're almost to 400K. Thank you guys so much. This is my Cash App and Venmo. If you would like to support me through tips and donations, I would highly appreciate it. All of my research, when I put the people's receipts together, is funded by you all, and I appreciate it more than you know. Okay. Oh, I was like, why can't I see it? Okay, here we go. This is great.
I always told you, hey, at least when you come to my channel, at least I know what I'm talking about. China just backed down on the tariffs. We still have tariffs on China. We were always going to win the trade war. That's where we are.
I just quit. Should we all just leave the live now? Do you see what I'm saying? I just spent all this time going through evidence and facts about the reality of the trade war with China. What do we do about these MAGA? This is you. This is you. You have no idea what is going on in the world. Everyone, step 1, get a passport, live outside the country for a year, get a VPN, watch news in other countries. You guys have a disease. I don't know if it's curable. I don't know what we're going to do.
I always told you, hey, at least when you come to my channel, at least I know what I'm talking about. China just backed down on the tariffs. We still have tariffs on China. We were always going to win the trade war. That's where we are.
So let's review exactly what happened, because Blackjack American here is saying that China got rid of all of their tariffs. Yeah, that's what he's saying. Of course, it's not true, but that's what he's saying. And as he said, that's why people come to his channel. What China did was they rolled back some tariffs on U.S.-made semiconductors. They also rolled back some tariffs on some pharmaceuticals because they need medicine. So the claim is that since China has done this, since China blinked, China loses. But what Blackjack American isn't saying is this, is that 2 weeks ago, Donald Trump rolled back tariffs on electronics. Yeah. I mean, he wasn't saying that China won when Donald Trump did it first 2 weeks ago. But the more important question, why would China roll back tariffs on semiconductors? Because they need the semiconductors to sell us the electronics that Donald Trump rolled back the tariffs on.
I say coupled economy. Now you're learning. I love how MAGA thinks like we just have enemies and like we're on an island and we need no one and none of this is a symbiotic relationship. When you think that way, like the most ignorant position to take is isolationism. It just said, just raise your hand and say, I don't have any idea what I'm talking about. I don't understand how the world economy functions. I don't understand capitalism. I don't understand globalism. I just take everything Trump says and I just believe it at face value.
They need our semiconductors to sell us electronics, which Donald Trump has granted them the permission to do by dropping those tariffs. Do you
goes to help who? Tim Apple, billionaires, right? To make sure that billionaires can move their stuff literally for Apple.
You understand what's happening here? They're doing this so they can sell us more stuff. The whole
consumerism. Like, and MAGA, this is just some advice. If you want to out of this rat race, like I think the left does as well, the answer is to stop consuming things, which that's hard because it's part of our distraction. Like, how do we deal with all the trauma and stress we're always under? It's nice to scroll on the internet and buy a new shirt. I know, like I'm guilty of this. What we have to stop doing is consuming. The minute we can learn to stop consuming, and let me just give like one example of a way, like I'm trying to do it. Like, don't ever buy a new iPhone again, right? Like when is it? It's always around October, where the new iPhone comes out. Like whenever the new iPhone comes out, that's when I buy like the year prior one, right? Don't ever buy a new product or even 2 years older, right? Like I've never noticed a difference yet in my iPhones. Like you don't have to. Like, and I'm just saying I'm not even saying if you don't need new technology, don't buy it. Like the updates will work too. I'm saying I have to live I need devices ad nauseum, but don't give in to consumerism. Think about what that means. Like, and I know I'm guilty of it in many ways that I talk about in therapy and think like how, I think it's almost like our consumption in America is a trauma response in a way, right? Like it is like over shopping, overspending. You think if I just have this shirt, that's going to make things better. And I think we need to like just think about it, right? I'm not saying stop buying things, but think about it at this point. I know iPhone 14s are great. Jennifer in the comments said, girl, I'm still on iPhone 14 and love it. I'm very passionate about the iPhone 14. I have a 15 and I'm like, I think the iPhone 14 was in a way the pinnacle. I love iPhone 14s. Huge fan. 75% off. New.
The point of this exercise is so they can't sell us more stuff. This is literally the opposite effect of the goal of tariffs. So according to Blackjack,
understand how this defeats Trump's own argument. MAGA, I know you get lost when in following an actual line of logic, but what we're learning is Trump told you that we all needed to be taxed without representation at levels never before seen since I can't remember, was that in the I don't remember the last, I think it was like the 60s or something. I don't want to name a bill that's wrong, but in the last, we haven't been taxed like this in a very long time, right? The tariffs are worse than the Smoot and Hawley tariffs. And we were told that's because we don't want to buy things from China anymore. But the evidence is the opposite, right? That in fact, we're doing things that allow China to continue funneling things to us. Like, so that's what you have to ask yourself is if Trump is telling you this narrative, like, oh, we're bringing manufacturing back, he's doing the opposite. He's creating loopholes so the opposite can happen.
The electronics that Donald Trump rolled back the tariffs on. They need our semiconductors to sell us electronics, which Donald Trump has granted them the permission to do by dropping those tariffs. Do you understand what's happening here? They're doing this so they can sell us more stuff. The whole point of this exercise is so they can't sell us more stuff. This is literally the opposite effect of the goal of tariffs. So according to Blackjack, since Donald Trump lifted the tariffs on electronics, and since China needs those semiconductors to build those electronics and sell them to us, then apparently the United States has won. Now, I don't know who's going to win this trade war, but I do know this. This is what I know for sure. And it's not something that a banker like Blackjack has considered. At least I haven't seen him talk about it. Not that there's anything wrong with bankers. I didn't mean it to sound that way. But here's the thing. The only thing China has to do to win this trade war is make it to the point where our shelves are empty. If China can make it to the point where our shelves are empty, this trade war is effectively over and they've effectively won. And that is because when our shelves are empty in this country, Americans will lose it. They can't handle that.
Just remember, God, I guess it was yesterday. I was live with Pickles. We're debating, and I was talking about this. I was talking about the forecasted reports, which I have some of them documented to show you that are in today's outline. You know, we're about 4 or 5 weeks out from shelves being, and I don't want to say empty like nothing, because there are countries where there, that's why I say live outside the U.S. and understand that in other countries there's nothing on the shelves all the time, and that's not that weird. But here in the United States, remember what happened. Like, I will challenge you, because everyone believes that there was a shortage in the U.S. on toilet paper. What if I told you there never, ever was? There wasn't. It's just the fear. The idea that there might be scarcity of something drove people to just take all of it. We never had a toilet paper shortage. Like, that's what executives tried to explain over and over. Hey, like, calm down and just buy toilet paper when you need it and everything will be fine. But that's not how Americans are so used to having things. The idea, I think yesterday when Pickles and I were debating, I was just making reference to this CNBC article talking about how, in 4 to 5 weeks, there's not going to be things on the shelves. And I remember thinking wow, watching the comments and people being like, what do I need to buy? It's actually the opposite, right? Your need to stockpile things is actually why you believe there are shortages of things. It's the opposite, if we just continue consumption at the normal rate, it probably would be better. Or that if anyone was there, then we started talking about how you can get a bidet. I mean, this is just learn this during COVID. You can get a bidet that attaches to your toilet. For they're pretty cheap on Amazon. Look into them. If you really want to get around toilet paper, I'm just saying there's bidet attachments for toilets that you can just get on Amazon. Just saying. But let's listen. Hold on. Sorry.
Whatever the Chinese people are going through in China, there's nothing they can do about it. They're not a democratic republic like us. Yeah. They can't.
That's an important distinction. So understand that. We're talking about MAGA thinks that China is a communist country. I'm sorry. I can't say it anymore without laughing. MAGA, if any of you can hear me and then can tell your other people whose brains don't work this information, communism, if there and country, those two words together, if you say communist country, that's what people whose brains work, we call an oxymoron. Those two things can't exist together because they're antithetical to the actual definition of communism, right? There are no countries in communism. There are no borders. It's stateless. That means governmentless, classless, moneyless. None of that exists. And here's how you know if you're living in a true communist society. It is 100,000% mother effing voluntary. At any time, you can just walk on away. That's communal living. Hey, it's not fun here anymore. I'm not having the greatest time in this communal living society, and I can just pick up and walk away anytime I want to. There are no communist countries. Surprise. Like, I can't even deal with these people. And then think about it. China is in a situation, well, you guys all believe they're communists, which is a joke. Tell me more about how you don't understand the global economy. They're in an authoritarian government. This is what China is now, is our future. Trump is, well, at least Xi Jinping has a brain. Like, can I move there? They're not big on foreigners at all, but I'd rather probably live under that. At least I know the dictator had a brain. Like, we have a dictator who literally can't think. I just learned last night, thought that the MS-13 that was photoshopped, Trump thought that was real. We don't even have somebody whose brain is working running our authoritarian society. But yeah, China's not communist. So I want you to think about it. What Mr. Global is saying is that whatever happens to China, the 1 billion plus people that live there, they have no say. It does not matter if they don't want to be in a trade war, do want to be in a trade war, lose their rights, get more rights. They have zero control of anything regardless. Who do you think is going to last longer? People have been living under an authoritarian dictatorship where they're used to having nothing and no say at all, or us? We've already lost.
Vote people out. They have no recourse. China can do whatever they want to those people. So yeah, all China has to do is survive until our shelves are empty. And that's the ball game, and they know it. And I don't think Donald Trump does. And that in itself is a big problem. Thanks.
I love when he says thanks. I don't know why, but it's like, it just goes to show, I'm sorry, that's the advertiser and marketing in me. Great branding. It's something so small, but like, my brain is always listening for at the end. I wonder if he even knows he's doing it. Sorry, I'm just going back to catching my place again. So that was the good news. The break in the depression. You're welcome for the brief reprieve. Now back to the bad news. I'm sorry, it's not funny. I just don't even know anymore how to talk about what's going on in America without being like, sorry that there's not a lot of good news. I mean, I guess I just consider Mr. Global like talking interesting, so maybe that's good news at this point. This is also this morning, just to show you what Trump's up to. Are we at 400K? We should be at 450K. Great job with the fingers. I know we've been resting our fingers. We're not used to all this aggressive tapping. Let's get to 400K. We're at 379.5. Thank you for tapping. Tapping is clapping. And thank you for all the stamps for my face. Trump, this is this morning. Trump is now setting up a shakedown of the New York Times. So again, MAGA, you tell me, while you're being robbed by the person you're supporting who keeps telling you everything's going to be okay and lying to you, and then they're cutting off any actual sources of real news. This is what he posts this morning. The case we have against 60 Minutes, CBS, and Paramount is a true winner. Again, now remember what I shared with you a few minutes ago. The reason that got the executive producer, oh God, I don't want to get his name. Is it Bob Owens? I think it's Bob Owens. If I'm wrong, I'm sorry. The guy who retired, because Paramount, billionaire Nepo babies are trying to make a huge illegal merger deal. That's what we call, if you're ever wondering what antitrust laws are, MAGA, when we allow huge corporations owned by very rich billionaires to merge with other huge corporations owned by very rich billionaires, then we have a monopoly of power. And that makes it impossible for small businesses to enter a market and compete against them. Those are why we have antitrust laws. That's why we had the FCC to break up monopolies like this. And in order to get in Trump's good graces, so this illegal merger antitrust monopoly can be allowed to go through, they have started policing the content, the real journalism that 60 Minutes does. Their executive producer, thank you, it is Bill Owens. Thanks, Ruthie. Bill Owens resigned in protest, and Trump posts this. They cheated and defrauded the American people at levels never seen before in the political arena. If I can give anyone any real advice, if you meet someone, and believe me, it's a smaller percentage of the like we assign narcissistic traits to everyone. Like someone hurts us and we're like, oh, that's a narcissist. People with narcissistic personality disorder, I don't know. In my opinion, it's about 12 to 15% of the population, but estimates are much lower. And when you run into these people, just know, like, they are confessing. Every time they're accusing someone else of something, they are screaming their own confession. And that's what this Trump is saying. Listen to this. They cheated and defrauded the American people at levels never before seen before in the political arena. Confession of Donald Trump. Kamala Harris, during early voting and immediately before Election Day, was asked a question and gave an answer that was so bad and incompetent that it would have cost her many of the votes that she ended up getting. That sounds a lot like you, Trump. It was a disastrous answer. 60 Minutes and its corporate parents, in order that this not have a negative impact on her, removed and deleted Kamala's entire answer. And I want to help you because if you're not familiar with the media, I have a strong advertising marketing background. Every interview you see of Trump on Fox News is edited within an inch of its life. And the more familiar, I actually love that now the way social media is developed and we're all kind of our own little journalists and we all know how to clip and edit. Because the more you get familiar with CapCut, the more you realize how to edit clips, the more you're going to start noticing that Trump's interviews are edited with an inch of their life to benefit Fox, so they are not sued, so they don't end up in another Dominion voting machine situation, and to edit Trump, and to benefit Trump, to make him sound less idiotic and weird. So it is super weird to say when every interview Trump ever has done is highly edited, not just highly edited, but let's talk about it being contrived from the start. MAGA, like, not to disabuse you of all the very childish, dumb things you believe. But what was the most popular narrative during the presidential campaign? I mean, there were so many dumb ones that you guys were running with, but what? Kamala Harris never does interviews. Did Trump do interviews? Why do you think he did? What's an interview? If you're saying that Trump gave a list of questions to people who previously agreed to never fact check him or question him in any way, he knew the questions beforehand. He was lobbed softballs in what you guys said were press conferences. Anyone who ever did question him was then banned from ever asking him a question again. Trump would not do a live interview unless it was previously agreed upon contractually to not fact check him. They said you can run a piece after and say, and if you notice, that's what CNN does, right? After the fact, they'll be like, here's all the lies. Daniel Dale, who I do love the fact checkers, the National Fact Checkers Association. I do love Daniel Dale and Glenn Kessler, but that's the agreed upon way. Let Trump lie for hours because whoever is going back and read, MAGA can't read. So all Trump needs is to be allowed to lie for an hour. They're never going to go back and be like, oh, all of that was lies, right? Trump never did an honest interview in his life. And I might just skip around and show you an example of it. And he's pathetic, but the guy who interviewed him from ABC And this man wasn't trying to confront Trump. It was almost like he was trying to run away from Trump's insistence that he accept that Trump was lying. Actually, I think this is a good time as any to show you what I'm talking about. It's mind-boggling. And again, I refuse to play this whole interview because and just remember, ABC News, these were the people that had been blackballed by Trump. And if you want to give an example of if you want an example of what I'm talking about, when I say Trump wouldn't agree to do live interviews unless he wasn't fact-checked, the example of when that went really wrong and Trump lost his mind, I'm going to get the name of the conference wrong, but it was in Chicago, right? ABC journalist, oh my God, now I'm going to get her name wrong. It's Rachel what? The black journalist? It was at like the National Black Journalists Association or something like that. And there was a conference in Chicago. Trump wasn't coming out on stage, and when he finally comes out on stage, he's like, oh, they were having technical problems. Rachel Scott, thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, Rachel Scott. Thank you, Chrissy. They were, Rachel Scott was supposed to interview him like on a panel. And he comes out and he's saying, oh, their microphones didn't work. That's why I'm late. That's why I'm late. And on X, if you were on X, all of these black journalists were like, that's a lie. We're all standing backstage and Trump's not coming out because Rachel Scott from ABC is refusing to not live fact check him. That's what was going on. She's like, I'm a journalist. I'm going to do my job. When you lie, I'm going to correct you. And if you have not seen these clips, I played them over and over. I suggest look up what I'm talking about and watch this woman, Rachel Scott, young, amazing brain, black woman journalist, just run over Trump on stage. And his face, like the fury, you can see it. Because that's what she's just like, no, I'm a journalist. And when you say something that's not true, I'm going to challenge you on it repeatedly. And that's how the war with AB. So it was Rachel Scott. And on top of that, what else happened? Remember how you would always hear Trump yelling, oh my God, now I'm going to get this wrong. What's the derogatory name he would always call George Slopadopoulos? You wonder why he was always yelling about that reporter Slopadopoulos. What happened there? That's another incident with ABC News where a very good reporter or journalist held Nancy bathroom monitor Mace to account and basically said, hey, you're saying that you were SA'd and that you are now an advocate for other SA victims. E. Jean Carroll had a jury of her peers and had a day in court where Trump was found liable of SA. Why won't you support her? If you've never seen that interview, it was insane. Trump sued ABC, basically. And remember, ABC's parent company is who? It's important to know all this. ABC owns what? Or Disney owns ESPN, ABC, right? And Disney settled. They could have won outright. There's no claim to that. And they settled. And so that's why, and the reason I'm telling this story is before I show you this clip. So ABC sold out a lawsuit they easily could have won. And that's why I say support independent journalists, download Substack like Midas Touch, because we need independent journalism outside of for-profit media that aren't owned by billionaires just looking like, oh, hey, I'm just looking what's best for my profit margin. So, giving Trump 20 million or donating a couple million so we can have a library is like the best way out for me. Like, that's not the best way out for the American people. And we can no longer support journalists that think it is. But now I'm going to show you. So fast forward, Trump basically declared himself the winner of that ABC lawsuit. He does this. He did several interviews. He did one on Fox, but this is a clip from the ABC one. Now, MAGA, this is when I asked the question earlier, which is it? Is Trump a pathological liar, or is he your senile old grandpa who has no idea where he is, where or when he is? Like, you tell me, or is it a combination of both, MAGA? You choose which one is reality. And listen to how he gaslights this guy. I think his name's like Rich Moran, but watch this.
He wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute
Wait a minute. He had...
So I just want to clarify what senile pathological grandpa is saying here. Grandpa, do you remember when we all freaked out? Trump posted on True Social that picture of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's knuckles, and he has like a smiley face and like a cross. And then sane people who understand technology know that on top of that is photoshopped the actual letters. Oh, it's Terry. Okay, thank you, Terry. Did I say Rich? God, I don't know where that's weird. I have no idea. Thank you, Terry. Bless Terry's heart. Terry's having a tough day, especially after you see this clip. But again, so there's these, like, oh, I got a smiley face on my knuckle, and then I got a cross, and then I got, and then super photoshopped on top are the words MS, Trump, MAGA, you tell me which one it is. Is Trump a pathological liar, or is he the most senile person ever to run the United States government? And Reagan had undiagnosed Alzheimer's. So you can be the judge.
MS-13 on his knuckles tattoo.
He had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was photoshopped. So let me
That was photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay.
Picked him because he never heard of him. He's saying, I picked you because I thought I could control you and run you over. I mean, listen to what is happening here. This is a narcissist saying, I'm God. I picked you, peasant, so that you would let me tell my delusional, senile old man narcissist lies. Why aren't you agreeing with God? I don't understand. I'm God. Agree with me. Understand that narcissism, people think it's like this predatory thing. It's not. It's a set of survival skills that when he was a toddler, it has to do with this was developed when his primary attachment to his mother failed. That's how early Trump became like this. So, that's what you're witnessing is him being like, I'm God. This is my survival skills. Nobody argues with God. God's never wrong. Why are you arguing with me? I picked you, weird peasant reporter, because I thought you were going to swallow my lies and parrot them back at me with a smile. What's happening? I love watching narcissists when they're like, it's not working. And this is a malignant narcissist with power beyond power, right? Leverage beyond leverage. And it's fascinating because it's not that I'm not saying Trump's not nefarious, that he doesn't lie, but I'm saying outside of the lies, outside of what you have to understand about malignant narcissism is it's a survival skill. And any sort of line of logic or moments that are incongruent with the idea that he's God and is infallible, it's like he's crumbling inside. They call it narcissistic injury. And that's why he's like, how could this be happening? I handpicked this weirdo because he was going to agree with my lies and my delusions. And now, I'm being publicly humiliated.
Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was photoshopped.
That was photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry. Do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshop? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Go look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them. I want to turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS.
No, Terry, God is speaking and you need to agree with God. I mean, as someone, and I'll say it over and over, I was raised by an actual smart one of these. Trump is not very intelligent. Imagine being raised by a malignant narcissist with an extremely high IQ and trying to combat that. That's how I ended up so nuts. look how he can't, there's no letting it go. Like, you have to buy into my reality now, Terry. Like, I am God. And until you buy into that reality and the other delusions that I'm pushing, we cannot move on. Like, this is pathology.
No, Terry, I want to get to Ukraine. No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't
Take a look
there,
at the
but they're
photograph.
there now, right?
No,
but
they're in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
Okay,
Well, we'll take a look.
It's you do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say yes, he does, and go on to something else?
It's contested.
Just agree with God, Terry. Why can't you just agree with God? Like, this is scary shit. Like, this should disturb you to your core. Like, and that's why, like, I think about a week and a half ago, I kind of did this like 30-minute speech, like explaining the difference between lying. I'm not saying narcissists can't lie. They can absolutely lie. But there's a difference between what you're witnessing right now and lying. This is confabulation, right? Like, it's the survival tactic. I call it wallpapering over, right? It's this belief that the way I survive is that, hey, when my primary attachment, when my mother kept rejecting me and I couldn't properly attach, I decided that I didn't need her. I decided I was God and that no one would ever hurt me again. And any information that comes near me that is incongruent with the idea of that, I have to reject, because it could hurt me that bad. It's a difference between life and death. This is my only survival skill I have. I'm God. Any other information could damage me beyond repair. So you're watching him like try to wallpaper over reality, while a person who very clearly can see reality is like, hey, that's very clear what happened. And you have to understand, like, you're watching someone fight for their own survival and not be like, that's the problem with narcissism. They're not self-aware in a lot of cases, right? Not understanding even why am I so desperate to convince people of a reality that's not real on something so small? Because in his mind, confabulation, wallpapering over reality and making sure everything that happens is congruent with the idea that he's God, that's his survival in his mind depends upon it. And it's fast. I find it absolutely, besides the fact our futures are over and probably ever going to recover from this, it is fascinating to watch.
He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why people no longer believe the news, because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't
Take a look
there,
at the
but
photograph.
they're there now, right?
No,
but
they're in your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
Do you hold him down in the middle of the night and tattoo it? What are you saying? Like, how crazy is it that you understand the pathology, the desperation of a narcissist for their reality, that they're God, to be real, that you would sound this crazy, this outside of reality, something that is so indefensible. But your life depends on convincing someone it's true. And I'm not suggesting anyone feel bad for Trump, but in a way, and I think it's the difference between people who have been victimized by narcissists as romantic partners and people like myself who were raised by them. Like, I actually have a lot of pity for the narcissists that raised me, because I can see that this loop, this set of survival skills that they're operating under and they don't seem to be capable of deviating from, it's sad, it's lonely, it's weird. It's depressing. Like, what in the F is this? Like, imagine not being able to just pivot from this and be like, oh no, I can see reality. Like, and I'm not saying don't ever have empathy for, I'm not saying have empathy for Trump. I'm saying, but recognize, like, whilst we have to stop Trump because he's not going to stop on his own, just understand, like, he's pathetic. You know what I'm saying? This is pathetic.
All right.
Okay?
We'll take a look at that.
It's you do such a disservice.
We'll take a look at
Why
that,
don't you
sir.
just say, yes, he does, and, go on to something else?
It's contested.
Why don't you just agree with me? I'm God. Why can't you just say really quick so that my narcissistic injury, it doesn't shatter me? Why can't you just say that my reality is your reality? How weird is that to be that desperate for it? And I just want to, this is Aaron Reikland-Melnick responded to this clip because this is the original post, remember? This is what Trump's talking about. Trump, and you can be the judge, right? Is he pathologically lying or is he delusional or is it a combination of both, right? Trump doesn't know what Photoshop is and just understand that those letters and numbers aren't on the guy's hand. I don't know how we get past that. And Aaron Reikland-Melnick's so to recap, randos on the X, I like how he calls it that, claim to decode the tattoos that multiple experts on MS-13 have said have nothing to do with MS-13. I have played, I think, 3 videos at this point from the actual leaders in research on MS-13. No, there are no tattoos associated with that gang. They don't. And actually, that lets me know that they're not dumb. Matt and I were talking about this a couple of weeks ago. Why don't you just carry a signed confession in your pocket? I think gang tattoos have to be the dumbest thing on earth. So I think but yeah, any expert on MS-13 testifies and says that they do not require nor want people to have gang affiliated tattoos. And I've presented all the evidence that Department of Homeland Security MS-13 tattoo sheet they have, none of those people, those are just random people who got tattoos. Anyways, MS-13 have nothing to do with MS-13. Someone at the White House took that idea and crudely put MS-13 on the image, and Trump actually believed that was what the tattoo said. It's does he believe that, or is he that desperate? Look how obviously photoshopped it is. Trump is... It's fascinating to think about what is actually going on there. I think it's more close to, it does not matter, right? Whether Trump knows what Photoshop is, knows that that's not actually on his hand, doesn't know. None of that matters. What matters is Trump is God. When a person with narcissistic personality disorder, the malignant narcissist speaks, especially one who's been used to being steeped in power like Trump, he needs people to believe, and he cannot handle the fact that he is being challenged, right? He's God. No one challenges God. I think that's the closest explanation to what is happening. Does Trump know what Photoshop is? I have no idea. But if you can't tell, did you hear the guy saying in the interview in El Salvador that wasn't on his hand? Trump's it is now. What are you saying? Okay, and now I need to show you the best clip, though, because I want you to understand not just Trump's responsibility for the pathological lying, but think about what the F is that reporter doing? This is what I say. When I say we need to abandon for-profit media, I mean we need to immediately abandon all of them, because what you saw was not a journalist fighting to get to the truth for American people, right? He was fighting to just, okay, fine, you're lying about that. That's fine. I accept your lies. Let's move on. Why are we why are we watching? And again, that's why just playing a couple clips, I rarely cover Trump anymore, because I will not support the pathological lie reality show machine that he's spitting out. Why is nobody saying, hey, that's the worst journalist I've ever seen? Why would you not press him? Hey, what's wrong with you? Why don't you understand that that's not currently nor has ever been tattooed on this man's hand? Why don't we want journalists who are going to push for the truth? I actually might. I mean, believe me, I hold Trump ultimately. Oh my God, I love that cat. Thank you. I hold Trump ultimately accountable for everything that's happened to all of us. But I'm saying it matters. People, if you have the opportunity to sit across from Trump, you need to hold him accountable. If that's it, if you're removed from the press pool, if you happen to be here at the start, I played this 3-minute clip of Rachel Maddow saying, that is the litmus test. Do you want to be popular? You want people to respect you? Then have the nerve to speak truth to power. We are losing everything we have. Financial future, due process. We are losing everything. We may have already lost it. It might be too late. All we're doing now is digging in our heels and resisting as we're dragged away. So if you have the nerve, if you're going to interview Trump, have the nerve to say the truth. And Mehdi Hasan, love this man. Like, let's all support him. If you don't follow Mehdi Hasan, he's amazing. The only journalist I have yet to cover that clip correctly is Mehdi Hasan.
I have been following Donald Trump's interviews, speeches, rallies, statements for a decade now. I've been calling out his lies, but nothing prepared me for what I saw tonight in his ABC News interview with reporter Terry Moran to mark his 100th day in office. Just some context. Donald Trump last week posted an image of Kilmar Abrego Garcia, of his knuckles. Kilmar Abrego Garcia is the man from Maryland who was illegally deported to a prison camp in El Salvador. Trump posted a digitally altered image showing the words MS-13, the letters MS-13 above his tattoos. Those letters, those numbers do not exist on Kilmar Abrego Garcia's hands. That was bad enough. But tonight in his interview on ABC News, Trump insisted that those numbers, that those letters, that tattoo was real. He actually seems to believe it.
He wasn't a member of a gang. And then they looked, and on his knuckles, he had MS-13.
There's a dispute.
Well, wait a minute. He had MS-13 on his knuckles tattooed.
Oh, he had some tattoos that are interpreted that way. But let's move on.
Wait a minute. Hey, Terry.
He did not have the letter MS-13.
It says MS-13.
That was Photoshopped. So let me
That was Photoshopped. Terry, you can't do that. Hey, they're giving you the big break of a lifetime. You know, you're doing the interview. I picked you because, frankly, I never heard of you, but that's okay. But I picked you, Terry, but you're not being very nice. He had MS-13 tattooed.
We'll agree to disagree. I want to move on to something else.
Terry, do you want me to show you the picture?
I saw the picture.
And you think it was Photoshopped? Well,
here we go.
Don't Photoshop it. Don't look at his hand. He had MS-13.
He did have tattoos that can be interpreted that way. I'm not an expert on them.
He didn't, Terry. I'm sorry. I just
turn to Ukraine, sir.
Terry,
I want to get to Ukraine.
No. He had MS as clear as you can be, not interpreted. This is why
Or Terry's spine dissolve in his back as he sits there. Why are you letting a senile man who wakes up every morning and paints himself on, a man who does the worst makeup job of all time, a alleged straight white male who wears makeup every day and says that other men can't wear makeup, makes sense. Tell you what is reality and what is not. Like, we're talking about observable reality. Like, Terry could have been a hero. Maybe that's why I was calling him Rich. I thought he was Rich for like 10 minutes. Maybe that's why I can't remember his effing name, because Terry's spine dissolved while we all sat there and watched. Terry, you could have been all of our hero. You could have sat there. Maybe your career would be over, but I guarantee you'd have a whole other career where we would all support you. Terry, that was your shot to force Trump, to hold him accountable.
People no longer believe the news because
when
it's
he was
fake
photographed
news.
in El Salvador, they aren't there. But let's just go on. They aren't there when he's in El Salvador.
They weren't
Take a look
there,
at the
but
photograph.
they're there now, right?
No,
but they're
in
now.
your picture.
Terry,
Ukraine, sir.
He's got MS-13 on his knuckles.
All right.
7 times I counted there. Donald Trump insists to the reporter, to Terry Moran, that MS-13 was literally written on Kilmar Abrego Garcia's knuckles. And Terry Moran, I don't know what's worse, Trump's repeated insistence that MS-13 was on his hands when it wasn't, or this reporter's insistence that they move on, that he doesn't stop and say, hold on, that's not true. Instead he says, let's agree to disagree. Agree to disagree about what? Up is down, black is white, hot or cold. You can't agree to disagree when someone is saying something that is flatly, demonstrably false. And yet, he doesn't do anything. He just wants to move on. Trump is out of his mind. This is worse than anything Joe Biden has ever said, including in that disastrous debate last summer. And Terry Moran just says, can we talk about Ukraine? Instead of saying, what the f*** are you talking about, Mr. President?
I cannot. I love Mediasun. Exactly. And that's like, people are like, Terry did, I think a couple people in chat, like, Terry did a good job. No, he didn't do a good job. And everyone, if you want to be a journalist, be prepared to fight for the truth. Isn't that your job? Is in the face of tyranny, in the face of lies, in the face of misinformation and disinformation, pushing forward and getting the truth, demanding transparency. Like that. I mean, that's what we all need to think about. What is the how much, and actually, I actually have a great clip. I'm going to show you something else along the same line of logic. But that is, I mean, to me, and I'm not saying I'm a journalist. I took some journalism classes in college. I took a lot of classes in college. I have a brain. I love the ethics of journalism. Like when I took journalism 101 and like really got hold on like of the responsibility of journalism, and like, if you want to be, like the journalism 101 ethics class I took, it just hammered home like, oh man, being a journalist is a huge responsibility. These are people bringing the truth to the masses. And I want you to think about how journalism has been perverted. Because for-profit media, the truth doesn't matter anymore. The truth used to be paramount. It used to be the only thing that mattered. And now profits matter. Handing profits to shareholders, not being fined by the Trump administration. And yeah, Mediasun is right. If you consider yourself a real journalist, if you took Journalism Ethics 101, which I'm not a journalist, but I did take that class and a couple others, and what you saw, Terry Moran betrayed journalists everywhere there. And I know what you're thinking, like, well, he's trying. Listen, we are losing everything. We're blurring lines between reality and the truth. Try mother effing harder. We're talking about observable reality that we all witnessed. Fight till the end. And Terry Moran could have had a big future. Like, hold on, I'm just trying to remember what clip I'm trying to find. Oh, here it is. I'm like staring at it like I know there's a clip. So again, this is that same woman that wrote the article for The Atlantic, Kleptocracy Inc. Ann Applebaum. Now I remember, I knew her name was an alliteration. And this is what you're witnessing. This is a tried and true tactic of authoritarianism.
Another authoritarian tactic that Trump also uses, which is this constant repetitive lying. He lies even when he doesn't have to lie. He lies, about almost everything all day long. He's lied about this guy. He's lied about other aspects of his policy. And he keeps lying and lying and lying. And one of the things that happens when you have that much lying is that people begin to ask, well, is anything true? How do we know whether anything is ever true? And that's something. This is an old Russian tactic. And if nothing is true and you can't know anything, then why should you be involved in politics at all? I mean, you're better off staying home.
It breeds apathy, right? You flood the airways with shit. People are confused. And I'll say this, I give MAGA a hard time all day long because that's the time we're in where I've got to challenge MAGA to step up and save us. We're all drowning. Like, we're going to need you to do some work and use your brains at this point. But yeah, I mean, that is the reality. That's what Trump is doing to you on purpose, is confusing you so much. I've had some people, there's moments with MAGA where I hear the truth, right? Like, I feel like someone's taking something from me. That's real. It just happens to not be immigrants or trans people. You're just confused about who's taking something. Or I feel like, how do you find the truth? I've had people, like, I don't even know if MAGA understands how genuine it sounds to me, but they're just being like, well, how do you know what's real? Like, I can see that they're having a lot of problems with, like, I feel like I am watching the news, but you're telling me I am not. Imagine if you were never given the skill set or, didn't have the situation where you could focus in school to learn, like, how do I do research, right? When I hear something from a secondary source like the media, how then do I determine what's real and what's fake? How do I look for a primary source? Like, if you had never been taught that, imagine how confusing it is to you to now exist in this time. And I don't want to give Donald Trump credit for anything, because all Donald Trump is doing is following a very old playbook, right? And even Putin didn't invent it, but this is something Putin has, right? This is an old KGB guy, right? if you over flood people with information, they don't know what's true. And what that does is create a paralysis. I'm not sure. I'm overwhelmed. I give up. And that's why I'm saying, MAGA, like, challenge yourself to not give up, and also not to Google for confirmation bias. You have a supercomputer in your pocket. Use Elon Musk's AI. Use Grok. Use AI to filter through what is real and what's not. Because I would love to believe I'm a genius, but man, supercomputers and AI, they can sift through information faster than all of us. Challenge yourself to figure out, like, hey, what is real? And when what Trump is telling me differs from what I'm being told by AI or my supercomputer, why would that be? Ask yourselves the question.
Because it's all like a big fog out there, and nothing's true. Actually, there's a Hannah Arendt quote that was the title of a friend of mine's book, "Nothing is True and Everything is Possible." Nothing is true. You don't know what's real. Might as well stay home. There's no such thing as an informed citizen or as somebody who's politically active if you can't know anything. And so what they have successfully done around this guy, and around so many other things, but this guy in particular, is undermine any sense of reality. So we're not even having a real conversation about it. And I think that comes out in those comments as well.
Facts. And Hannah Arendt, the one she just quoted, who's her friend? What? Can I meet her? That's another there's a person I would tackle if I ever saw him at an airport. I think I read her book on totalitarianism. But yeah, Hannah Arendt, amazing person to read. Ruth Ben-Ghiat as well. Like, if you're looking to read, like, her book on strongmen is great. Someone said AI is not reliable in the comments. And I'm not picking on anyone. I'm just using this as like an opportunity to for us to think more. When you say AI is not reliable, what does that mean? In comparison to what? What's more reliable? Human brains? I can tell you that AI is more reliable than human brains. It depends on what you mean by reliable. You'd have to define that term. But what I'm saying is, and as I have a degree in history, and the way I got extra beer money in college was being a researcher for my department chair and another really creepy professor who no longer is a professor because of the creepiness. Shout out to Tom Hale. So what you learn is right, nothing is really reliable, right? Even the congressional record, right? Like, look at what Republicans are doing during congressional hearings, telling a bunch of lies, and they're protected by the speech and debate clause. It's not that anything is necessarily 100% reliable, right? And I think that is the way that conservatives get confused. They see it as black and white. Trump is telling me the truth. Anything that it might conflict with that has to not be the truth, right? Nothing is black and white. Like, that's the beauty of research, right? It's layered. And what you're looking is just for corroborating evidence. Like, when I hear something, let's say Newsmax, I hear a story on Newsmax, which, do I innately trust Newsmax? No, but I just heard something, and then I'm just going to start looking now. Okay, Newsmax told me a story. I'm going to look for the congressional record. I'm going to look for court documents. I'm going to look for witness accounts, things that could then tell me this is based on what I heard on Newsmax. Because I can find all these supporting sources, it's probably more than likely it's true. Or let's say Newsmax said this. Oh, now I'm seeing The Hill's reporting on it, The Guardian, ProPublica. So based on the number of news sources reporting the same thing, that increases the validity of this account, right? Like, that's what researchers are looking to do, is create support around, I don't believe anything that I read or that people tell me, right? But then I do my own research and I say it's more likely that this is true because of the supporting sources that I've now found around it. And God, it's so sad, because I wish I could get everyone excited about research, because what I just described to other people probably sounds awful, but for me, it's I don't know. I love doing it. I just described my Friday night, that. If anyone wants to date, I am single. If you would like to do weird research together on Fridays and Saturdays, I am available. I have some things to read. Ave, thank you so much for the $20 on Cash App. You guys don't know what it means to me. All of this research I do is relying on your tips and donations. Jen, thank you so much for the $10. I missed you. Ongoing entertainment and sanity checks from Jen. You are my angel. Thank you so much. And I love your cat. Oh my God, what a pretty kitty. Chrissy, thank you for the $5. How did Donald Trump make a small fortune? He started with a large one. And those are actual facts. I can't remember. I can't say the name of the study, but I was reading about that. Like, that is the reality of most Nepo babies. They actually start with larger fortunes than they end up with. And if they had just probably put it in like an investment account, like a portfolio, they'd probably end up with more money. I know Trump is certainly that way. Trump has definitely lost money. And now he's losing all of ours. What could ever go wrong? Oh, and Renthead, thank you. Renthead's telling me to hydrate. Everyone drink some water right now. And that's actually a good idea. I'm desperately thirsty. Thank you for the $5. I appreciate it. And Maxwell, thank you for becoming a member on YouTube, a rad resistor for 3 months. Trump for the Pope is like arsonist for the fire chief. I know. It's hiring like the serial arsonists to put out fires. Imagine how delusional you are. Oh, I forgot to put it in the outline. Maybe I'll show it tomorrow. Fact sent me another Atlantic article that basically is, I could look it up. I'm going to look up our text message link so I can just tell you guys the name because it's actually quite insane. Wait, where's my text with Steve? Okay, here. Let me just find it really quick because I was like, what in the F is this? Oh, nope, it's in the group chat with Matt. Two Santas and a lady is my group chat with Matt and Steve. I run the, this is the literal title of the Atlantic article. It is called, I Run the Country and the World. Donald Trump believes he's invincible, but cracks are beginning to show. And that is, again, it's called I Run the Country and and it's in quotes as like, I don't even know what to say anymore about the point we're at, but I love Ann Applebaum. She's spot on when she talks about Trump. Like, the point is to distort reality. Okay, I know. Let me get back on just deciding what direction to go before. I'm going to do some statistics. Let's do a little bit of numbers that will probably uplift us before we have to go back. I don't know if you guys have you seen the transcript of Trump's Time magazine article? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? For his 100 days in office, Trump did this Time magazine interview, and then Time always released like the unadulterated transcript with it. It is the scariest. And I'm saying it's the scariest because this happened already once. Like, when Trump was elected, this happened in like December. And I was like, hey, the most disturbing interview Trump ever gave, there's a transcript of it. And I was like, and MAGA, this is before I just started blocking everyone in the chat, but like, we're not smart enough to be allowed to comment here. And MAGA was like, you're making things up. I'm like, I am reading from the transcript of an article. Like, and if I thought the last Time magazine transcript of lies was crazy, the 100 days interview is like that clip I showed you of Trump being like, what do you mean? Like, he has MS-13 tattooed on his knuckles. That's the whole thing, is Trump insanely denying reality. But I don't know if this is good news or not. To me, it is. It's a little bit disturbing what we consider good news, but I liked numbers. This is just numbers around polling, and I'm sure everyone knows, like, Trump has like the worst approval ratings of all time. Every measurable poll is sinking for Trump. His life is getting worse and worse every day that goes by, while he denies that any of that is happening, which is fascinating to watch.
GOP is under.
Oopsie, sorry. What is going on?
That Trump.
Sorry. I think this is my own fault. Hold on.
GOP is under any illusion that Donald Trump's fall in the polls won't bring them down as well. Well, they are living on Fantasy Island. What are we talking about here? Let's take a look at the generic congressional ballot. Democrats versus Republicans. We have 3 polls out within the last few weeks. What do they all show? They all show the Democrats up by 2 points in the CNBC poll. The Fox News poll that was out on Friday, look at that. Democrats up by 7. The New York Times poll that was out this Friday as well, but Democrats by 3. And keep in mind, the House GOP won the popular vote back in 2024 by a little less than 3 percentage points. So when you see 3, 7, 2, averaging 4, that is a tremendous shift. That is a shift of 7 points from the November 2024 elections away from the GOP to the House Democrats. Donald Trump dragging down the House Republicans.
Where are we?
I mean, this is worse than when Biden before he stepped down. Trump is literally an albatross around the neck of everyone running in the midterms. I love to see it. Numbers don't lie, MAGA. I know, MAGA. Once people start doing math, you just check out.
Seeing this shift in a most pronounced way.
Where are we seeing it? We've spoken about it, Mr. Berman. We're talking about independence. This is how you know that Trump is bringing down the House GOP. Look at Trump's net favorable rating. In October of 2024, according to the New York Times, it was minus 9 points. Look at where it is now, minus 30 points among independents. That's horrific. That's historically awful. Take a look at the generic ballot.
Can't win the midterms like that.
October of 2024, the Democrats were ahead, but only by 3, well within the margin of error. Look at where they are now, up 17 points. There is no way on God's green earth that the Republicans can hold on to the House of Representatives if they lose independence by 17 percentage points. My goodness gracious.
I just want everyone to think about what he's saying. What he's saying is, so how would you change these numbers? Because Trump, just to be clear, Trump's not up for election in the midterms in 2026. He's not up for re-election, but he's dragging them all down. So in order to overcome this, what would need to happen? People running in the midterm elections would need to break from Trump and oppose him. Grow a spine into their backs and say, I know the difference between right and wrong, but you can't do that when you're a conservative candidate. You are not allowed. So the only thing that could change these numbers for conservatives is the one thing they are not capable of doing. Oh, yes, of course. And Love only made a good, she wrote in the comments, the SAVE Act, which is true. And that is why when you wonder, why are they so dedicated to voter suppression, to gerrymandering, to stopping women from vote? And this is why they cannot win fair. If maps are drawn fairly, if democracy reigns, right? And I've gone through the SAVE Act numbers. Sorry to disappoint you. And I'm Heritage Foundation numbers. There aren't non-citizens voting. There's been less than prosecution or indictments. Since 2002, there's been less than 100, and we're talking about billions of ballots cast. It's not a thing. It's just it's always been illegal to creep on someone in a bathroom, and you guys are somehow convinced it wasn't, or that now trans people are doing that unnecessarily, which is also not true. Trump puts ideas into your head and then you believe them. Fascinating to watch.
It's what dreams are made of if you're House Democrats, and it's all being driven, or at least in large part being driven, by Donald Trump's rapid drop with independence.
What does history tell us about how a party does heading into a midterm with the type of lead that Democrats have right now?
Yeah, okay, so I went back through history, right? And I looked at the opposition minority party. That, of course, is the Democrats right now. They're a minority in the House to the opposition of the party in the White House, Donald Trump, a Republican. The average House seats won by the opposition minority party, 234 when leading the generic ballot this early by at least 4 percentage points. That happened in 2006 and 2018. 2 huge Democratic years. Democrats love this number. Of course, we still have months to go. We'll see if history.
It's happening. Trump's the best player on our team. And I'm just saying, this is, my 2 favorite things: historical precedent and mathematics combining to statistical analysis to show us the situation. And it's only getting worse. Just understand that, Trump, this is not stopping. Trump is his own worst enemy. And I just want to be clear, because again, this is not me expressing empathy for Trump. I just want you to understand the nature of narcissistic personality disorder. Trump cannot turn around. He cannot pivot. He cannot change course. He can never admit that he's wrong. So it's like he has to careen forward. The only line of logic can be, I am God. I was never wrong. I cannot be wrong. I will never be wrong. I'm just going to barrel forward into failure. And actually, it was less extreme, but this is the same trajectory of his first term. If you really think about what we lived through in Trump's first term, it was much more bumbling and he didn't know what he was doing and was trying to prove himself to people. But this is very similar to the trajectory. Trump spent and spent and spent, threw people under the bus, could never pivot because he can't admit he's wrong. Like, we're on the same exact path as before, just with much more dire consequences. But I guess what I'm trying to say is, if there is a silver lining to us losing our financial futures, freedom, due process, democracy, all of that, it's that, the people, right? Because everyone listening to this live, love your brain. I already know how smart you are. The people that listen to this live are smarter than I am. But we're not the people we need to convince. What you are witnessing are the people we need to convince, overwhelmingly already saying, F this guy. All of them are like, F no. These numbers, and I'm not now breaking it down by demographic, because I want you to think, these are independents. These are the people we need. But now think how that overlays, because I'm not saying that it's another group entirely. All this overlays on top of each other. They're like different lenses. But now think about what Trump's done to Hispanics. Trump won that election by convincing Hispanics of lies. How do you think Hispanics in this country feel right now? I know how my family, I talked a lot in detail about how, well, not in detail, but like in general details about how I have a lot of family members, I'm indigenous Mexican, and my own parents voted for Trump, and how I have family members who seemingly voted to lose their birthright citizenship and such. I can tell you that I live in Arizona. It's funny. I was talking to someone who lives in Colorado and in the Denver area, and he was like, "Oh, we have a lot of Hispanics here." And I just started laughing. It's funny to me when people are like, "What?" No, I think the Denver area is like 12 to 14% Hispanic. Phoenix, Arizona, the greater Phoenix area, is like 42% Hispanic. So goes Arizona, it's very easy to feel the mood of the Hispanic population in Arizona because it's permeating, it is overtaking the white population. And I can tell you, people are not feeling good about voting for Donald Trump. They are doubling down. They're gathering around Ruben Gallego. That's, if you don't know, that's the Arizona junior senator. Our replacement for John McCain is an astronaut who also was a fighter pilot in the Air Force named Mark Kelly, who has a twin who's also an astronaut and a fighter pilot. And then our junior senator is a Hispanic Marine I can literally watch and feel. I knew in Arizona that Trump was going to win. I didn't tell you guys that while I was helping Kamala with her campaign, but I probably knew around August in Arizona. I would say this privately to people. I'd be like, hey, I'm not in Pennsylvania. I'm not in Michigan. I can only tell you what I feel in Arizona, but it's not going to happen here. Because I could just tell. And that has a lot to do with misogyny, the thinking of Kamala Harris being a new candidate, race, it's a layered thing. But I knew we're probably not going. It actually ended up being closer than I thought. But in the same place where we couldn't get Kamala Harris elected, for some reason we could overwhelming. Well, not for some reason. Scary fake. Thanks, Scary Lake. what we learned, people do like Hispanics. They like Hispanics who fought in the military. They like smart Hispanic former Marines with PTSD. And what I'm watching happen in Arizona is people coalesce right around, and I wish it was, because Katie Hobbs, that's our governor. She's a white woman who's amazing, but like quiet, right? She never debates. But what I'm watching happen in the Hispanic community is people coalesce around Ruben Gallego. And also watching everyone in Arizona except Mark Kelly as like the reincarnate of John McCain. And like this is happening in a swing state a year before midterm elections come. People are already making choices. People are angry. People are shifting, and the Hispanics are consolidating. And I'll tell you this, it really scared me what happened in Arizona leading up to the presidential election, watching the Hispanic community gaslight. That's the only way I know how to describe it, is like I felt like I watched my own relatives and Hispanics in general somehow gaslight themselves into believing that Trump's racist agenda was going to help them. I didn't even understand the logic, but I very clearly, you have to understand the machismo in the Hispanic culture and why they and the response to extreme religion and authoritarian beliefs. Like it resonates. You think, I love when people are like, oh, America's conservative. Go live in South America. You think you live in a conservative place? America is quite liberal compared to Spanish-speaking countries. The Catholic Church has a stranglehold on Hispanics that you don't understand. But what I'm watching is, and I don't know how to say this other than the best player on our team is Donald Trump. Nobody could have consolidated Hispanics, activated them, even Hispanic men, to say like, I don't want anything to do with Donald Trump. And I can feel it happening. I can feel it happening amongst my neighbors, people taking Trump signs down. And we haven't even started campaigning for the midterms. Trump is his own worst enemy. And the only thing I can say is, the only way I would say this could not go our way is I keep hearing Trump saying over and over, you only have to vote once more. I don't know what that means or if he's serious. I think he definitely wants to gerrymander the vote within an inch of his life. But all of these numbers, the way independents have shifted, these are people that, can vote, and it's going to be hard to remove them from the voter rolls. A lot of Hispanics the same way. I don't see how Trump can necessarily, especially in places like Arizona, where he's done this stuff with immigration, can overcome it. And watch, it gets worse. This is another clip specifically about the 100 days of Trump's presidency.
We're talking about tariffs, we're talking about the economy, and it's just a disaster. I mean, that's the only real word you can use to describe it. I mean, take a look at Trump's economic approval rating now versus 100 days in to his first term, and what we see is it's 10 points lower, right? The economy was a strength for him during his first term. Now it is a weakness. Now it is dragging him down, and we talk about history, right, and historic numbers. I look back for every single president since Jimmy Carter in 1977, the lowest economic approval rating through 100 days belongs now to Donald John Trump. And more than that, tariffs are also related to foreign affairs, right? Your relationships with other countries. So take a look at Donald Trump's approval rating when it comes to foreign affairs. You see, again, lower than the first term. You see it underwater, 39%. And again, that is the lowest on record all the way back since James Earl Carter in 1977 when we began
The worst, you say? The worst ever? Donald Trump is the worst ever? Did you hear that, MAGA?
And I love to see the smile.
And you know what MAGA's response is to math? That's a lie. See, it's a lie. Math's a lie. Science is a lie. Logic is a lie. Everything's a lie.
I refer to him as James Earl Carter.
knows that you're shouting at us.
I guess I'm so excited.
1900s.
I'm just so excited. Numbers get me excited.
I know they do. I know. That's why we love you, Harry.
Thank you, my friend. I mean, look, we've been talking about it. Donald Trump's overall approval rating, when you put it all together, is the worst on record at this point through 100 days. And the fact is, the only one who's anywhere close to Donald Trump was him in his first term at 44%. He's a dozen.
Second worst is, say it with me, MAGA, Donald Trump.
Points behind Joe Biden, 24 points basically behind Barack Obama and George W. Bush. The bottom line is what Donald Trump is doing right now is not working in the minds of the American people. And I can guarantee you this. If Donald Trump's approval rating is 41% come November of 2026, you can kiss goodbye that House majority for the Republicans, and there's a decent chance as well they could blow the Senate as well, which is something I never thought could possibly happen given the map.
I like that you actually went through on the actual kiss.
He's right. And like, I think Harry Enton annoys some people, which I get it. Like, he's a kind of theatrical and stuff, and we're in like a crisis, but I think whatever. It's an acquired taste. I think that's fascinating, and I think he's right. Like, MAGA, you can live in delusion all you want, but there are enough people in this country who aren't in cognitive dissonance, still are able to read and do basic mathematics, who are not appreciating their financial future being destroyed. Like, and I think that's the basic, because I could go into other things, but the two things are, we have no financial future in this country. This is unprovoked, right? Like that Karen we were watching saying, Joe Biden ruined my life for no reason. No, that was a worldwide pandemic of which we recovered the best in the G7. What is happening now is someone ruining your life for no reason. Well, for the reason of he's a grifter who is stealing from all of us. That's what's happening now. And there are enough people in this country whose brains still work to be upset about it. So Trump, I hope Trump's fixing elections, because that's the only way he's going to win at this point.
In his first term, what was the top term Googled with Trump in 100 days in? It was Twitter. That's what they were thinking about when they thought about Donald Trump. They were thinking about something associated with his personality. What is Donald Trump going to tweet today? What is he tweeting last night in the wee hours of the morning that I might have missed? Versus right now, what's the number one term associated with Donald Trump on Google? It's actually tariffs. So from the first term, what you had was personality and temperament. In the second term, what you have is about an actual policy. But again, in some ways, they're sort of similar, right? Because what's the new tariff policy going to be today? But again, one was about personality and temperament. That was in term one. And in term two, it's all about policy, tariffs.
So compare the...
And imagine, I just want to challenge MAGA to think, right? Let's not say who's right or wrong. It's me. But let's just use our brains and think. And Trump never had an economic plan. And Trump polled, who do you trust on the economy, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? I mean, it was off the charts, Trump. Why? And the reason I'm bringing this up, MAGA, is to help you with the truth. Trump mismanaged the economy in his first term, period. I'm talking pre-COVID. Spent and spent and spent. If you are a fiscal conservative, if you are who you claim to be, which none of you really are, but if you were a real one, then there's no one you could oppose more than Donald Trump. Like, he grossly spent and did not bring in revenue to make up for it. He mismanaged the budget unequivocally. And still, in the presidential election, and this is where misogyny and white supremacy comes into play, the man, for some reason, is better on the economy. Every financial, Goldman Sachs, JP Morgan, their prospectus, which I know, MAGA, this is where it comes in because you guys can't read and you can't do math, but every single one of those people said unequivocally, there's only one person who has a coherent plan for the U.S. economy. That's Kamala Harris. Under her plan, the economy will expand. Now, what was the news first thing this morning? It's happened. The economy is not just stagnant, it's contracting. That means getting smaller for people who don't have the words. He's done it. Exactly what Goldman Sachs, I don't like finance bros, but they are good at statistical analysis. Exactly what they said. If we don't elect Kamala Harris, the economy is going to crash. Today, It's not, it's happening. It will happen. It happened. The economy has contracted. The US dollar is less valuable. We have less money to retire with. Prices are skyrocketing. Every bad thing that could be happening is happening. In 4 to 5 weeks, there will be nothing on the shelves. And you guys are like, Trump's great. Like, he's getting oranger every day. Like, it's fine. I didn't trust Kamala Harris. She slept her way to the top. A lie. And we're talking about, can I just point out, we're talking about Donald Trump, a man who actually has been found liable of SA and of forcing him. If you want to talk about people sleeping around, this is a man who cheated on every person they were ever with. And for some reason, still, all of the things that Trump is guilty of, you blame on a woman. Everything that Trump could never accomplish, you say she never did. And when I say that, I mean, like, Trump never put out an actual budget. Still hasn't. They're still trying to look for however they're going to they're going to steal from us to give themselves tax cuts. Right? We are still signing continued resolutions. We are on Nancy Pelosi's budget from the 117th Congress. Still. You guys conservatives are incapable of governing. And all I hear during the presidential election is that Kamala Harris can't do what she did, what was available to you to read, an 88-page budget plan. Trump never put one out. He put out 17-page incoherent babble that made no sense. There were no numbers. And then I had to hear that she didn't have a plan. Then I had to hear people saying she doesn't do interviews. You were talking about Trump saying that nobody can say the truth if they want to interview me. No one can fact check me. No one can ask me any questions I don't pre-approve. And then I had to hear from mediocre MAGA bed that Kamala Harris wasn't available for media interviews. Like, every single thing you believe is demonstrably and provably false. And, like, it's just, how embarrassing do you want to look? Like, I don't know at this point. How much do you want to be robbed? It's very weird. It shows the masochism. I'll say, I always talk about psychology because I'm fascinated by it. I do think Freud would say, like, we were all raised in these authoritarian, like, religious households. And maybe, like, in a way, that's why I'm harsh when I speak to MAGA, when people are like, be nicer, be sweeter. The reason that I am not is because you don't understand what people like us respond to. I say that as I was raised in MAGA, steeped in authoritarian religiosity, misogyny, all of it. If you think people respond to Trump because he's not nice, because he's cruel. And then I have, like, when I'm debating with Pickles yesterday, like, people are like, be nice to that guy who's saying that gay people shouldn't exist. It's like, no, you don't understand. They don't. I'm speaking a language you obviously don't understand, but they do. You can't. If people respond to Trump's cruelty, you have to meet them. That's the type of communication they're looking for. And then that's how you have to communicate with them. It's the same way with me. My whole life, people were like, you're devoid of empathy. I'm not like that now because I went to years of therapy. But if you knew me in my 20s, I was a completely different person.
Feelings on the Twitters and the tariffs.
Yeah, so this I think is so interesting, right? Because you have personality here, you have policy here. But the disapproval, very similar, right? Disapprove of Trump on his Twitter use. It was 67% back in 2017. What about tariffs? 65% disapprove of his tariffs now in 2025. So what you're essentially seeing is folks are arriving to the same conclusion, but they're getting there via different roads. In term one, they dislike Trump's personality. In term two, what they dislike is his policy. Again, the key policy being tariffs, and that, of course, is driving the economic approval rating going down.
Then add it all up. What do you see in your analysis here?
Right. Okay. So again, if it was about personality in term number one, and it's about policy in term number two, but again, all roads lead to the same place. And that comes to this, which is Trump is out of touch with the concerns of most Americans. In April of 2017, 58% of Americans said that Trump was out of touch with the concerns of most Americans. Now it's 60%. Again, what this comes to, Kate, is that most Americans think that Trump has taken his eye off of the ball, but again, they're reaching it for different reasons. In term number one, it was because he was tweeting out every...
I mean, I get what he's saying. I would say that Trump's eye has always been on the ball. Like, American and this MAGA, I would challenge you to tell me, in what ways has Trump taken care of you? Tell me. How has Trump showed you that he cares? What has he done for you that has benefited you that has not also benefited him? You list them out. I don't know. Like, and I'm challenging you to think, and I say this because I was raised in this way. I learned that after therapy, you can get out of this. Like, when you're raised in an authoritarian, evangelical household where there's abuse and trauma, and that's what you're used to, right? What Trump is now, this authoritarian figurehead. Hey, don't cry or I'll give you something to cry about. Don't second guess me. What I say goes, right? And you're scared, you're uncertain, the American education system failed you, there's a lot of things you don't understand, and you looked at Kamala Harris and you said, I don't trust women. That step one is to figure out where does that come from? That's not your fault. I'm not even accusing you of being misogynist. I'm saying that is baked into society in America. You got to unpack and dismantle that idea that women can't lead, that their brains don't work. Because pound for pound, Kamala Harris is one of the top 5 most qualified presidential candidates to ever run for president in America. That's the reality. So if you're saying anything other than that, then you have to take a look at where that unconscious bias is coming from. Because if we just put resumes up against each other with no faces, sorry, she's unbelievably qualified. Unbelievably. So that's what you need to examine is, why do I feel that way? And also don't just stop there with why do I feel women can't lead, but then also what do I need to unpack? Like, why do I enjoy, and this is not sarcasm or a joke. This is something I've had to explore within myself and talk about and think about in therapy and really deconstruct it myself. When you are raised in an authoritarian, abusive household where my way or the highway, be quiet or I'll give you something to cry about, that type of environment, you learn to respond to that. And what Trump is doing is like mimicking that authoritarian father figure or whatever, whoever that was for you. And for some reason, you're saying, hey, I'm not sure about the way forward, which is not your fault. A lot of things have failed. The American education system has failed. Wages don't match inflation. Like, there's a lot of reasons to feel disenfranchised. But the answer is not to just say, hey, this asshole reminds me of my asshole dad. So he'll figure it out. Like, that's what we have to learn to now. That's what we have to dig into. Like, I have all this bias that tells me, hey, this man that's just telling me he knows best and I should shut the F up. It reminds me of my childhood and I'm not sure what the right answer is. And I'm just trying to survive in a capitalistic economy. So I don't have time to figure out the right answer. And I generally trust women more or men more than women. So I'm just going to go with him. That's where we have to get away from. That's what we have to unpack. Because Trump is the least qualified person, very possibly, or I could make the argument, to ever run for president. He has no business running for president. Like, you're basically saying if you happen to win the lottery, you're now then the smartest person on earth. That's the same logic that for some reason you apply to Elon Musk. You're saying because somebody happened to genetically be born to a rich person, they somehow innately know more than you. I would challenge you, MAGA, as an individual, as a sentient human being, trust yourself. You are just and I say this knowing 100% for sure that it's true. You are just as smart and most likely smarter in every case than Donald Trump. You are. Why would you let someone lead you who is that In what world you need to question yourself if you believe that Donald Trump is the right person to lead you? This man has no idea what he's talking about. You could lead us all better, MAGA. Whoever you are out there supporting Donald Trump, you are a better leader than he is right now. I would bet my life on it, literally. And that's what you have to start questioning is like, why do I think I need to hand over the reins of power? Why do I accept being robbed? Why do I live in fear? Where did I get the idea that if I hold rich people accountable, there aren't enough of us, that it's something bad will happen? If I just want rich people to pay the same percentage of taxes as me, that I'll be punished for it. All of these ideas, you have to question where they came from. And it's not your fault. These have been reverse engineered into your head over time. These are common misconceptions, but you just have to start thinking. I'm not saying change overnight, but start thinking about it. Why do you believe this? It is not real. None of it is real. I just want to replay this clip just to hammer home. I mean, this is the corruption. Why do you want a president of the United States who wants to stop us from having transparency about why we are spending more on products? Why? Why does that make sense for you?
Hi, Mr. Secretary. So it was reported this morning that Amazon will soon display a little number next to the price of each product that shows how much the Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect, crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement.
That guy is probably banned from the press bowl. I don't know who asked that question, but they're probably like in Timbuktu right now. That was a great question. Let's just hear that question again. That guy's probably no longer in the press pool, but RIP to whoever just asked that amazing question. And look at Scott Besson's face. He's like, can somebody look at him? He's like, I don't want to be here.
The Trump tariffs are adding to the cost of each product. So isn't that a perfect, crystal clear demonstration that it's the American consumer and not China who is going to have to pay for these policies?
I will take this since I just got off the phone with the president about Amazon's announcement. This is a hostile and
KKK Caroline's like, excuse me, I'm here to gaslight everyone. Scott's like, can I sink into the floor and unalive?
Political act by Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked?
What you just heard, the most unintelligent, I mean, truly, and I'm not saying that as a mean way. Like, I support women, but this is the most unintelligent press secretary. Or like, it's the same thing with Trump. Or the most diabolical, you choose. I don't know. Or the combination of both. Whatever you think it is. This person just said that corporations who hold huge monopolies, giving us transparency into why prices are increasing, is a crime, a political crime, against the Trump administration. So we are now hearing the White House press secretary who said, I just got off the phone with Donald Trump. This is what he told me to say. If corporations tell everyone the truth, that's a crime against the Trump administration. This is fascism. I love it too. Like, remember when Kamala Harris is like, hey, I was the Attorney General of California. I'm pretty smart. Like, I'm going to go after price fixing and price gouging. And everyone's like, she's a socialist. Again, MAGA, a moment where we knew your brains didn't work. This is what we were talking about.
This is a hostile and political act by Amazon. Why didn't
transparency, telling American consumers and American citizens the truth, is now a hostile and political act.
Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years?
That was the pandemic, Caroline. Use your brain, darling. I know it works. Oh, Biden just put inflation at whatever. I don't know what it was the highest. Was it 9 to 11%? I can't remember. Sometime in like 2022. But Nobody put inflation there. There was a worldwide pandemic. The Ukraine war, a complete breakdown of the supply chain. Loss of dock workers. I could literally I think I'm going to buy a giant whiteboard and just start standing up and like mapping things out. That wasn't Joe Biden, pathological liar or idiot. You choose. I don't know which one you are. You could choose which one. But again, this theme of Joe Biden did something to us. No, a crisis happened when Donald Trump was the president of the United States. A pandemic, a worldwide pandemic happened. And then Joe Biden shepherded us through the recovery from a worldwide, never before seen pandemic in modern history. You're welcome, Joe Biden. And then we have a 27-year-old who either is a sociopath or whose brain does not work or a combination of both, saying that he did something to us. Again, projection. The only person doing something to us that doesn't need to happen is Donald Trump. She's saying, if Amazon tells people buying things the truth about why prices are going up, that's a crime against Trump. What?
Amazon. Why didn't Amazon do this when the Biden administration hiked inflation to the highest level in 40 years? And I would also add that it's not a surprise because...
because we're talking about tariffs, and inflation does not have to do with random tariffs.
As Reuters recently wrote, Amazon has partnered with a Chinese propaganda arm. So this is another reason why Americans should buy American. It's another reason why we are onshoring critical supply chains here at home to shore up our own critical supply chain and boost our own manufacturing here.
Is Jeff Bezos still
done nothing of the sort?
Trump supporter?
Look, I will not speak to the president's relationships with Jeff.
By the way, UPS is firing 20,000 people. Just if anyone is under the impression jobs are coming back to the United States, that tells me that you can't read or do math.
Bezos, but I will tell you that this is certainly a hostile and political action by Amazon. And Secretary, if you have anything.
Hi, Mr. Secretary.
This is and I don't love the Krasen scenes, but I think he had a great point. I want MAGA to tell me one good reason why Amazon should not put tariff rates on each product. And I just want to clarify, if anyone's confused, like what I'm screaming about right now, all that happened was Amazon was going to say, like, because prices are about to go up, there's about to be nothing on the shelves. Things are not about when containers used to move across the Pacific Ocean and unload goods that Americans bought at California docks. That's about to stop happening. And prices are about to skyrocket. And all Amazon was saying was like, hey, we're just going to put like the reason this price has gone up, here's the amount of it, that's a tariff. They were going to give transparency to American consumers. Hey, it's not us just marking this up. This is the tariff price. That's the reality. Like and Trump called that a crime against the Trump administration. Why should we not have transparency? MAGA. We're waiting. Why is it a bad thing to not defraud American consumers? I'll also call all online and offline stores to do the same. Grocery stores, convenience stores, drug stores, restaurants, Etsy, eBay, Shopify. Exactly. If you have to raise prices because of Trump, then say these are the tariffs. Why shouldn't Americans have transparency? Understand, what Elon Musk did was cost us more money, steal all our data. But what he specifically did, what did they do? Destroy the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau? Those were people protecting American consumers, protecting us from overdraft fees, from banks, from price gouging, all sorts of things. It's very weird that when Trump talks about rooting out waste, fraud, and abuse, it has nothing to do with saving us money. It's only stopping the few people who are defending American consumers against corporate marauders. And this is what I keep talking about. If you want, you can, there's many articles on it, but Port of Los Angeles says shipping volume will plummet 35% next week as Trump's tariffs start to bite. Like, this is the real, there will be nothing on the shelves soon. That's what Mr. Global was talking about in that clip I played. It's a precipitous drop in volume with a number of major American retailers stopping, all shipments from China based on the tariffs. They can't afford it anymore. Even the tariffs that were, people moved their factories to Vietnam, then Trump's giving, this is ridiculous. Shipments from China make up about 45% of business for the port, though some transport companies will be looking to pick up goods at other points in Southeast Asia to try to fill up their ships. Data on shipments out of China had already started to signal slowing trade volume to the U.S., alarming economists. This is a huge deal. And it's a lot of different things that are going on. People are going to stop moving things from China to the US because it's too expensive, the tariffs, but they're also saying because of that, the ships aren't filling up. So the ships won't even leave unless they have the right amount of containers, because that doesn't make any sense for the shipping companies. I need to find a supply chain expert that wants to talk about this, because if supply chain is one of the most fascinating parts of the global economy. And I used to date a guy. I used to date a lot of people, but one of them was a finance bro / supply chain savant. And that's what you have to understand. What they're saying is ships aren't going to come from China unless the containers are full, unless there's the right amount of containers on them. This is a bigger problem than you can't even understand what's going on in the first place, let alone the complexity of the supply chain and what is about to start happening. And I liked this clip because and again, if you don't know, and I've talked about this many times, but Fact Post, it's at Fact Post News, and you don't have to be, not recommending you ruin your mental health and be on X, but this is the Democratic rapid response account. So follow them on Blue Sky, follow them on TikTok. It's a good account. Keeps you pretty up to date.
Brand new numbers just out on the state of the economy, giving us our first major glimpse of the impact President Trump's sweeping agenda is having, and it's throwing things into reverse. A key report showing the economy shrank during the first 3 months of the year. The GDP declined at an annualized rate of 0.3%, the first drop in 3 years. A live look at the stock futures right now, and you see them reacting, all of them down less than 30 minutes from the opening bell on Wall Street. We'll likely hear more about this from the president when he convenes a cabinet meeting later this morning.
Cabinet meeting I was showing you clips of where Trump I don't even know if Trump's lying anymore. He just has zero understanding of the economy. Trump has crashed the economy. And again, people, oh God, don't make me play that. I almost want to play the clip again of delusion. I'm doing it because I have to hammer home the delusion. Let me just hammer home the delusion for everyone. Let me show you the difference. It's the opposite, which Freud would say this makes perfect sense, right? These people believe the lies Trump told them. What happened was a pandemic started, not saying it's Trump's fault, during the first Trump administration. Every economy in the world crashed. The United States, shepherded by Joe Biden, recovered the best in the G7. And still, I have to listen to people that can't find their way out of a paper bag saying that Joe Biden did something to them for no reason. No, what happened was Joe Biden fixed a problem for you. You're welcome. Now, who did something to you for no reason is Donald Trump. The economy is shrinking. The stock market is crashing. It was a bull market, now a bear market. Our financial futures the path to financial freedom is gone. That was unprovoked. But let's just listen to Karen tell us what's what again. Oh, sorry, you guys. I was like, why can't you guys see it? We're almost to 600K, or not, almost to 550K. Keep tapping the screen. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate you. This is my Cash App and Venmo. If you would like to support me, please do. I literally cannot function without the tap goal there. Hopefully I figure that out by tomorrow.
He's a very funny man. You have to understand how he operates.
No president, nobody can come in and change things overnight.
I really believe that he's the one God's chosen.
I'm really very optimistic.
I know tariffs got everybody scared.
Tariffs, they don't scare me at all.
I'm willing, I think, to go through a little bit of initial pain.
We have to have some pain to have the gain.
I think that sometimes you have to go through a little bit of the fire to get to the end of the rainbow.
Nobody likes to pay more for anything. I don't, but in the long run, I think it's going to be good.
People are saying, "Oh, well, prices are going to go way up. We won't be able to do anything." Well, how was the last 4 years? My grocery bills were ridiculous. That was for no reason. This is for a good reason.
Even the great.
There was no pandemic, according to Karen, who can't find her way out of a paper bag. It's the exact opposite, Karen. And imagine all these people. Do you believe you have original thoughts? Or do you think it's possible for a bunch of people to spontaneously have the same thoughts? Or do you think these thoughts were reverse engineered into your mind? I wish everyone had to work in advertising for 5 years. Like, never again would we be fooled by politicians if everyone was forced to do a 5-year stint, like, in the advertising industry.
Empires he's built in business. I trust that same savvy is going to be helping our country also.
My biggest issue is at the border, and he's killing it.
No open borders. The many millions running across the border. Now, if you look at it, the amount of documented people coming across the border, it's done in a very structured way.
It's just one of those things where you put yourself and you feel the empathy aspect of it, and you feel sort of, when you see a kid being pulled, and you're like, man, is there another way we could have did that?
I'm just thrilled that they are getting rid of the criminals and illegal aliens.
I'm not sure that all of them are real bad criminals, but if you come here illegally, it still makes you a criminal.
I just want to go into Karen's feeling that we're getting rid of the criminals. Karen, who is incapable of math or, critical thinking. No, actually, and I'll say this again, if Karen could do math, Karen would know. The safest place for Karen is in a neighborhood of undocumented immigrants. There's no safe place for women in America. Let's be honest. 1 in 3 of us have been essayed or raped. We are assaulted at record numbers. Trump keeps saying he's going to protect us. Protect us from who? From men? Yeah, we're not safe here. But where we can statistically be the safest, and this is genuine, I say this to MAGA women as well. If you want to know where you're least likely to be victimized, it's in a neighborhood of undocumented immigrants. Congratulations, you are safer there. If you can actually do math and read crime statistics, that's where you're safer. So never let anyone tell you that Trump cares about people. And this is a perfect segue because it's trigger warning. It's not, I guess, what is bad anymore? That's an interesting thought because I was like, is this? Yeah, I just need to show this video. This Karen woman is like, Trump is rounding up the criminals. No, he's not. They're terrorizing American citizens. And again, all persons have the right to due process. It doesn't matter if you're documented, undocumented, you're here on vacation, you're here on a student visa, whyever you're in the U.S., you still have the right to due process. But I need to find, which I'm sure a lot of you have probably unfortunately seen this video, but I need to just let me make sure I find it. It was on Tennessee, the Tennessee Hollers page. Or actually, I don't even know if it originated there. I shouldn't say that. I'm just going to leave the presentation. Gosh, I have so many bad immigration videos. It's hard to distinguish. Well, why am I having so much trouble finding this video? I know it exists. Is this... I have Mr. Global made a video about it, but I feel like I need oh, I found it. I wish I didn't find it. That's how disturbing. Okay. It's hard for me to talk about immigration. I could spend 6 hours a day just telling you about immigration cases of people being victimized. But this is the reality. The US government home invaded, stole, robbed, terrorized a family in Oklahoma. And I don't know, like, this is, just listen to this and then we can talk about it. Trigger warning.
Fear.
I did feel at times I felt I was gonna die.
So much fear.
I kept praying. I said, God, please let me live through this moment.
Humiliation.
I was a zero. I was nothing.
Pure disbelief.
I just couldn't understand, how is this happening to us?
All just for wanting a fresh start.
You come to Oklahoma and you get treated like this. For what?
This woman, who we're calling Marissa, and her 3 daughters came to Oklahoma from Maryland looking for a slower, more affordable pace of life. They rented this house in a nice, seemingly safe northwest Oklahoma City neighborhood. Her husband planned to join them this past weekend, but any semblance they had of comfort went out the window when 20 men armed to the teeth busted through it Thursday morning.
20 men armed to the teeth, SWAT, broke in to American citizens' home.
I don't know who they were. They had guns. It was dark. All the lights were off.
They were federal agents, Marissa says, with the U.S. Marshals, ICE, and the FBI.
And I kept asking them, like, who are you? What are you doing here? What's happening? And they said, we have a warrant for the house.
They ordered Marissa and her daughters outside into the rain before they could even get dressed.
They wanted me to change in front of all of them, in between all of them.
The thing is,
they had no clothes on. It's pouring rain. Only women, 20 men are doing this. And I've talked about this before, especially when I used to do the broadcast, but just like one of the most, I told you, I took a lot of different, I took journalism ethics classes. I took all sorts of classes. One of the classes where I learned the most at university I ever took was a class called the SA of People. But it was, more importantly, who was teaching it. It was the former head of the Northwest Crimes Division of the FBI. And he was like retired and just teaching university classes. And he taught us, it was more about psychology and profiling and all sorts of things. And like, that is, understand that anytime you are dealing with law enforcement, especially this type of law enforcement that are doing things like this, they're predisposed to measure extremely high on the psychopathy scale. Like, you are not dealing with human beings who have empathy in these situations.
Suspect names on that search warrant were not Marissa's or anyone.
Okay, and I'm just gonna say this, like, I feel like I'm a second grade teacher. Like, springtime sun, love your enthusiasm, love the constant commenting. I don't know what you're doing. I feel like you're almost at this point becoming a distraction. So if the weird, like, distracting comments continue, like, that's going to be a problem for me. Just exist and learn. Let's all be excited to be here. Love you too. But it's like just getting a little much to the point where I feel like it's over the top. It's a distraction. Like, we are people whose brains are trying to, don't be a distraction to what we're doing right now. That's what I would ask.
In her families, they were, however, names listed on mail still arriving at the house. Former residents, perhaps.
We just moved here from Maryland. We're citizens. That's what I kept saying. We're citizens.
She says they didn't care.
We weren't criminals. Why were they treating us like criminals? We were here by ourselves. That we didn't do anything.
Here's MAGA. They all deserve it, right? Brown people deserve it. What if you get the wrong brown people? Even though, just to be clear, anyone on U.S. soil, all persons get due process. Because it's just proof you don't understand the Constitution. But this is what are we working towards this? Like, as long as they're brown enough, but they're still U.S. citizens, is this okay? There's no way to defend this stuff, Maggot. Let me help you in debate, which none of you can debate. So don't even. I think I'm getting really weird. I don't think we should use the term debate anymore on TikTok. That's not what's going on. Maggot, you yelling your weird feelings should never be under the category of debate. It should be like emotional, like outpouring.
Ripped apart every square inch of the house, taking their phones, laptops, documents, and their life savings in cash as evidence.
I think I have to feed my children. I'm gonna need gas money. I need to be able to get around. Like, how do you just leave me like this, like an abandoned dog?
And when they left, they told her something.
I know it was a little rough this morning. So
that's some language grapists say.
Grady. Like, you do rough.
I know it was a little rough this morning.
So Grady. Like, you do all of this to a family, to women, your fellow citizens, and it was a little rough. You have literally traumatized me and my daughters for life.
This family has virtually nothing.
And I said, when are we gonna get our stuff back? He was like, it could be days or it could be months.
Nothing but questions.
Well, what if I would have been armed? What if you're breaking in? What am I supposed to think? My initial thought.
They'd probably unalive you. If you're really asking, you probably would no longer be with us, and then somehow they'd get off scot-free.
We were being robbed. My daughter's being female. My daughter's being kidnapped.
Nothing but likely lifelong trauma.
We have guns pointed at our faces. Can you just reprogram yourself and see us as humans, as women, a little bit of mercy and care a little bit?
Now, MAGA, unless you're saying this is 100% wrong, which, bless your hearts, you're just lost. But what we're saying now is these are American citizens who, what was their crime? Accidentally renting a property. Because and they say like, oh, maybe it was the people that lived there before. I don't even believe that. I think it's been proven time and time again that in places like Oklahoma, there are these tip lines to report people who seem too brown or whatever is going on. These are American citizens who rented a place, moved into it. And what she's saying is exactly right. She's lucky she didn't have a weapon because, she would have. Someone in the comments said Breonna Taylor. Exactly. Freedom Films. God forbid if that would have happened. Like that. This is the reality. And I want to play because Mr. Global did a video about this as well. And actually, before I do that, let me show you, because people are asking, where did I get this? I don't know that much. And let's all do research. And I think I hope there's a GoFundMe, but this is the information. This comes. And if you don't follow Tennessee Holler, again, you don't have to be on Twitter to do it and ruin your mental health. But great account at the TN Holler. Holler is like a hamlet, if you will, in the Kentucky, West Virginia, Tennessee area. This is what I have here. Like, I don't know, like she is not showing her face, which I think is smart. Like they don't want, because they're afraid they're going to be retaliated against or punished. But I'm sure if we found more information, let's look into it, right? I just found this is one of the last clips I found and I was kind of horrified by it, but I don't know, but she doesn't want people at this point to know who she is. But I bet there are probably people who know and ways of helping her. And I do think it's worth looking into. I want to find the video Mr. Global made about it, because again, I can scream about let's have empathy for American citizens, right? I think because she's a woman, she probably is a little too brown. Nobody cares. And me, as maybe I'm too brown to even get people to care. So let's have a white man. Maybe this will help. MAGA, are you listening? A white man is about to speak to you about something that is a constitutional violation. A white man will speak to you now, MAGA, so it's okay to listen and receive information.
Can you just reprogram yourself and see us as humans, as women, a little bit of mercy and care a little bit about your fellow human mate, about your fellow citizen, like fellow resident. We bleed too. We bleed just like anybody else bleeds. We were scared. You could see in our faces that we were terrified.
That is Marissa, who I'm sure doesn't want her face to be shown because she's in fear for her life from the U.S. government, who broke into her home and robbed her at gunpoint. Yeah. 20 armed men, ICE agents, and federal marshals broke into her home, forced her and her 3 daughters, young daughters, out into the rain in their underwear, would not even allow them to put any clothes on, forced them out into the rain in their underwear as they ransacked their homes, stole all of their phones, their computers, their paperwork, their documents, and all of their money. Robbed them blind at gunpoint and left them. Oh, and continued to do this upon finding out that they weren't the people they were looking for and that they were U.S. citizens. Yeah. What the hell? We're already here, right? I'm just curious what color you think Marissa is. Do you think Marissa's white? Do you think there's any chance in hell that Marissa's a white person? Can we stop pretending this has anything to do with illegal immigration at this point? Yeah, our finest at work. And what did they say to this woman after they brutally traumatized her and her 3 young daughters by pointing guns at their faces while they robbed them? What did they say to this woman? Sorry you had a rough morning. And then they left with all of her stuff. Everything. Even though she wasn't on the warrant. And nobody in her family or nobody she knows, nobody in her world was on that warrant. They were in the wrong place. But I'm sure they got their rocks off with their little game of G.I. Joe or whatever those guys get off on, attacking these people in their homes. Yeah, such tough guys they are. And for all you people that aren't too concerned about this because you think that you're safe, you're not. They just haven't gotten to you yet. But it'll come. It'll come. Just wait.
Thanks. Yeah, this is Mr. Global. You can just search Mr. Global. I thought we all at this point knew who he was, but yeah, if you just search Mr. Global on TikTok, you can find him. Like he's actually an oil and gas expert, but I do like to see him branching out and caring about other things, because before I would have considered him an industry expert, but I consider him a friend. He's a good person, and I like to watch, like, I don't know, somebody, it's interesting to me. Well, I guess I'm going to try to say this because I don't want to speak for him or say anything, but like, I think Mr. Global is an independent. He's not necessarily like a leftist or anything. He's just a guy who's an oil and gas industry expert, owns an oil and gas company, and probably is like a decent human being. And so I like to watch the evolution of like what he cares about. Like his content used to be almost specifically only about oil and gas. And it's interesting to watch, like in these times you see who people are. And I think Mr. Global is becoming, or not becoming like he already wasn't, but showing us he's a decent person whose heart's in the right place. And I'm glad to see it. Right? Like these are the times, like, oh, like I know about oil and gas, but like in times like these, it's not the time to only talk about oil and gas. And I love to watch that. Like I like to watch his like indignation grow. And like, I don't know, just as someone who's known him for a while, like, and I mean, like, not like we hang out off the internet, but I mean, as people who've been on lives together, friendly people, friendly creators who work towards a common goal. Like, it's been a pleasure to watch him like tear people up. Huge fan, long-time listener. Love it. Suzanne, thanks on YouTube for becoming a rad resistor. Suzanne, thank you. Welcome to the crew. We are so glad to have you. But I mean, this is the reality. We are talking like, now, MAGA, you're in the danger of what? Did she deserve it for what? Being brown? Moving to a predominantly white neighborhood? And she deserved... Because I want you to remember, I've played video after video of these tip lines. And if you don't know about this, if you live in the South or the Midwest, you should check into it in your state. I think I know there's one in Oklahoma. I know there's one in Kansas. I know there's one in Missouri. I know there's one in Alabama. I feel like I'm Mississippi, Louisiana, right? If you're like, what are you talking about? Basically, there are tip lines if you feel like somebody is what, too brown, or like, too, and you're like, oh, these brown people just moved into my neighborhood. And this is the result of that. American citizens who rented a home, moved there completely legally, were terrorized. And understand, I don't know if you've never had interactions with the police. They took everything they had. They have still not given it back. So I think Mr. Global said her name's Marissa. I would encourage everyone. I know how big everyone's hearts here are on this live. Like, yeah, look into it. If there is a GoFundMe that exists, if there's a way to support these people, give them $5. Like, that could be the difference between eating and not eating when but she's basically saying is we just moved, like we had our money in cash, they took it. Like, and I read some follow-up articles on it. So yeah, that's the situation. But I know she's very clearly trying to remain anonymous. I'm not considering we all like do some deep dive and like out someone who's, I think she has every reason to be fearful, to not want to be retaliated against. And people are like, can she sue? Which brings up an amazing point I want to show you. Let me show you. Thank you for saying those words, because yeah, absolutely. All of this unconstitutional, ridiculous treatment, can people bring civil suits against the American government? Absolutely. And I just want to, that brings up a point. I will not end. I have like 10 more hours of things to say. We'll see how long I feel like doing this, but I want to show you guys something. Because it goes to the same line of logic. And this is a CBS article. It's free, so we can all... Oopsies, wait. Just did something. Oh, no. This is right. Okay. Doge says it has saved $160 billion, which I already went over the Doge.Muskwatch. The verified cuts are now at $65 billion, so that's a lie. Those cuts have cost taxpayers $135 billion, one analysis says. So I want you to understand that while MAGA, they are so lost. They can't even add. So none of this, like, they can't figure out what's happening in the first place, let alone the damage it's now caused. But that's what you have to think about. Okay, so he was supposed to be saving us money, and now you're telling me that in fact, because again, that's not the verified. Let me just, not to be a liar. Again, anytime you want to look this up, Doge.Muskwatch.com, and that is the actual audit of the Doge wall of receipts. Oh my God, I spelled it wrong. Dozier is a weird thing to spell. Okay. And I talked about this earlier. Exactly. So the claimed cuts, that's the Elon Musk lie. This says 160, which he said in that stupid cabinet meeting this morning. The actual claimed cut, according to the wall of receipts, is $155 billion. But the actual itemized cuts, including contracts, grants, and real estate cuts, $61.5 billion. That's the itemized cuts they're claiming, not the real ones. The verified cancelable funding that has happened to date, $12.6 billion. So Elon Musk has saved us no money. He was going $2 trillion, which that was delusional and a lie. Right now, we're at itemized cuts of $61.5 billion, verified canceled funding $12.6 billion. But what is costing us $135 billion, you ask? Great question. Elon Musk's Department of Government Efficiency says it has saved $160 billion through its push to root out wasteful or fraudulent government spending. But that effort may also come at a cost for taxpayers, with a new estimate from a nonpartisan research and advocacy group estimating that Doge's actions, and this is such a conservative estimate, will cost $135 billion. This is not even factoring in like shutting off medical research and the fund, for every dollar we invest in medical research, we get $2.56 back. Like, that's not even talking about that stuff. The analysis seeks to tally the costs associated with putting tens of thousands of federal employees on paid leave, rehiring mistakenly fired workers, and lost productivity. According to the Partnership for Public Service, is a think tank, a nonpartisan nonprofit. The estimate is based on the $270 billion in annual compensation costs for the federal workforce, calculating the impact of DOJ's actions from paid leave to productivity hits. The $135 billion cost to taxpayers, listen to me now, because this is the point I'm trying to make, does not include the expense of defending all of the multiple lawsuits, the wrongful firings. Every time the federal government enters a house of an American citizen and terrifies them, and then there's a civil lawsuit. All of that we will pay for. Our tax dollars will pay to fight. Okay, I'm so sorry I have to do this. Springtime Sun, this is a final warning. You are becoming a distraction. So, actually, no, I just really don't have the patience. I don't care. You've annoyed me now. If I am teaching, talking, working, I've been live for 4 hours and 57 minutes. You have annoyed the absolute S out of me the entire time. No, they're blocked. They're gone. I can't, you need to think, I think maybe that was the point, but don't worry, they're gone. Springtime Sun, gone forever. RIP. I'm sure they'll probably come back and annoy us again, but I think it'll be very obvious who it is. That's 5 hours of what the F was that? We could do a whole other live on what the F has been happening for the last 5 hours with that account. No, that's not a bot. That's not a bot. That is something else. That's not, bots don't work that way. That was such a wide range of weird things. God, that was weird. Sorry I let that go on for so long. I apologize. It's a test that we all survived that, because that got weirder and weirder and weirder and weirder. If you have no idea what we're talking about, you dodged a bullet. We've been living through absolute hell for the last 4 hours and 57 minutes of scroll back through the comments and look up Springtime Sun and what they were saying. Not one word of it ever made sense. It was you're beautiful. The sky is red. Nothing. It's just so strange. Yeah. I should have cut that off much longer. Sorry. That's my fault. Anyways, so this is based on, again, this estimate of just, hey, he's now saying max, which is a lie, but max, I'm going to get you I'm going to save 160 billion. And this is an estimate that doesn't include the lawsuits, the wrongful termination, the workplace harassment, the federal government entering American citizens' homes and and home invading them and stealing all their stuff. All of that is paid for by our tax dollars. When Trump goes to argue asinine things, when Trump charges people with crimes they didn't commit, we understand every time a DOJ lawyer shows up in federal court to get slapped down by a federal judge, our tax dollars pay for all of this. What is their name, please? It's good question. Partnership for Public Service. Partnership for Public Service. And sorry, normally I would have a link to the report, but I don't. I didn't have time. And there's many reports that are coming out about this. And I've talked about it, let's say, outside of this, because eventually the estimates are going to come out, is the legal fees of Trump violating the Constitution over and over. How much did that cost taxpayers? He's bankrupting us. But know that right now, as it stands today, the Trump administration is spending more than any other administration in history, than the Biden administration. You have not, MAGA, you have saved not one dime. As a matter of fact, you've lost over and over and over. You're going to pay more in taxes unless you happen to make more than $360,000, which great. Now that I'm on this line of logic of us all being wrong, let's stay there, because I have some things to say. Well, I have so many good. Let's watch some. I'm trying to think of where to go. I want to do some actual facts, and then we'll go into. I have some funny things that I found for us to watch. But Robert Reich, our de facto cult leader, Trump's wealthy donors will weather his tariff storm just fine, while you pay more at the checkout line. And understand, This is your chance, sovereign citizens, real fake MAGA libertarians. Don't tax me without representation. I'm trying to help you. This is the first time anything you've ever said has ever made sense. You are now being taxed without representation. That's what these tariffs are. The closest thing you have to a libertarian in the Senate, Rand Paul, that's what he's telling you guys. We are actually now being taxed without representation, and someone needs to do something. Actually, and before I go, well, I'll do this graph, and then I'm going to actually show some Rand Paul clips, because I think your de facto fake libertarian MAGA leader, Ron Paul's own son, is trying to tell you that Donald Trump has lost the plot. And for some reason, the guy you guys used to listen to, this is how I know you're in cognitive dissonance. For the first time, a line of logic for you weirdos is making sense. And then you're like, no, it's Trump taxing us without representation? Never mind. Trump's tariff tax raises for all income groups, with the biggest hike on who? That's you, MAGA, poorest Americans. Poorest, 20%. If you make $0 to $28,000 a year, 6.2% increase. 28,000 to 55, 5.5%. 55,000 to 94K a year, 5% increase. This is what you're going to pay in taxes. These are tariff taxes without representation. If you want to get mad, here you go, MAGA. The actual math that could back up your anger. I am now showing you a mathematical representation of who is stealing from you. And still, you guys can't get there. This is how I know it's cognitive dissonance and you're beyond help. If you're making between $94,000 and $157,000, you're getting a 4.4% tax increase without representation. $157,000 to $360,000, 3.7% increase. Right? This is crazy stuff. $360,000 to just under $1 million a year, 2.6% increase. And the richest 1%, $914,900,000 a year and higher, you're still paying 1.7% more every time you check out at a cash register. This is a graph of taxation without representation. This is it, MAGA. This is your case. You finally got there. You've been you've been accusing people of doing it to you, and it's actually happening now. And the ultimate irony is you're like, never mind. Donald Trump wouldn't hurt me. He means the best. I have to find these clips. Okay, is this the clip? Okay, I don't have the, yep. I think, and I don't have the screenshot of before the clip, but I think it's Aaron Rupard posted this clip and he's like, your least favorite guy making some good points. I don't like Rand Paul, but I will say this for the people of Kentucky, you have some very wacko backwards politicians in the conservative party, in the Republican Party in Kentucky. But I will say Rand Paul, Thomas Massie, Mitch McConnell do seem to be the only people that still have spines and opinions in the face of Donald Trump. So Kentucky's a confusing place. You guys have a blue governor. You guys, the only Republicans who still remember they have a voice. Listen to Rand Paul making sense. If you claim to be a libertarian, if you claim to not want to be taxed without representation, it's happening now.
Well, here's the thing is, it's about emergencies. It's about whether we're going to run a country under emergencies. When the previous emergency with Canada and Mexico, they said, it was fentanyl. I don't know, are they alleging that fentanyl is coming from Sweden or Finland or Monaco or, it's emergency for 80 some odd countries. And through that emergency, then they're instituting a tax, which is a tariff, without the authority of Congress. So I have two objections. One is the emergency, and then there's the economic objection to tariffs. But primarily the debate really is over whether or not you're going to have the power of taxation originate in Congress. This is something, the English fought against the king doing it. They fought for the supremacy of Parliament. And when our founding fathers did this, they said, taxation and the power to destroy is such a power that we fear. We're only going to put that in Congress, and we're going to make sure that all taxes start in the House of Representatives before they go to the Senate.
MAGA, this is it. Aren't you excited? It's finally happening. All your delusions that you tried to blame on Democrats, it's actually happening now. Somebody has gone around Congress where the actual legal right to taxation exists and is now stealing from you in real time. It is happening. All of the weird stuff I had to listen to you sovereign citizens crying about, like muddling your way through, it is now actually happening. And they're like, never mind. Oh, it's happening now? I don't care. Donald Trump, it's fine that he's stealing from me every day. I'm fine with it. I just was caring about it when it wasn't happening. You are actually being stolen from now, and for some reason, none of you care. Can anybody make that make sense for me? Any of you? I spent 2 years debating, especially when I did lives with Jay. I mean, that's primarily what we would do. Do you know how many times a week some MAGA person would be like, I'm not going to be taxed without representation? I'm like, what the F do you think that means, sir? Like, you vote? You voted someone to go to Congress, and then those people are, appropriate that's their job, to appropriate the budget and decide on taxation and to pass Trump's idea of a budget. This is the first time their delusions are actually real. It's happening. And I'm like, I keep scrolling on through MAGA lives waiting for these people to be upset. Why are they not upset anymore? Oh, cognitive dissonance. And I want to just read this because I thought it was a good point. Senator Rand Paul says he now has the votes, and I don't, whatever, needed to block Trump's tariffs in the Senate. Because remember, that's what we're talking about. MAGA, this is a lesson. You're learning now. Well, we're all learning together. Let's learn. Trump is only enacting these tariffs through emergency, quote unquote, powers. Nobody can rule through executive order. Despite what you think, it is the job of the federal judiciary to exact limits on the executive branch. It is the job of Congress to appropriate the budget. Trump is literally taxing you without representation currently right now. And Rand Paul is saying that he now has the votes needed to block Trump's tariffs in the Senate and is co-sponsoring a bipartisan resolution to do so. Although Paul describes himself as a Trump supporter, which he has to, right? Like, he basically starts, he's like, I'm a Trump supporter, but he says he doesn't want to live under emergency rule. That's what's happening. That's why you're being taxed without representation. Trump's saying there's an emergency and I need to steal from everyone. Basically, he argues that tariffs are a serious mistake, warning they lead to higher prices and have historically harmed the U.S. economy. If you told me that the day when I'd be like, let's all listen to Rand Paul is coming. Oh, God, I can't believe it's amazing. What is it? The enemy of my enemy is my friend.
I am a Republican. I am a supporter of Donald Trump, but this is a bipartisan problem. I don't care if the president is a Republican or a Democrat. I don't want to live under emergency rule. I don't want to live where my representatives cannot speak for me and have a check and balance on power. One person can make a mistake. And guess what? Tariffs are a terrible mistake. They don't work. They will lead to higher prices. They are a tax, and they have historically been bad for our economy. But even if this were something that was magic and was going to be a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow, I wouldn't want to live under emergency rule. I would want to live in a constitutional republic where there are checks and balances against the excesses of both sides, right or left. I am a Republican. I am a supporter of
I mean, I just want you to know how far off the rails America is when Rand Paul is now the sanest Republican. Oh, I made it to a second puzzle piece. We've been live for over 5 hours. 5 hours and 10 minutes. Tap the screen. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me for so long today. I feel like I've had a lot to talk about. Literally, we are now in a place. This is the upside down. I'm not to bring in, strange. Wait, what is... Sorry, can someone tell me what the name of that show is? Where the upside is Strange Things? Is it Strange Things? I don't know why I couldn't. Is it Strange Things? Am I making that up? Where the upside down exists? Stranger Things. Okay. Stranger Things. Thank you. I knew I was getting something wrong. Yeah. This is the upside. The sanest person in the Republican Party is now Rand Paul. Then second behind him is Mitch McConnell, who's regularly we don't know if he's here or not. And then Thomas Massey, who's in the Congress just being my wife died and I will not be blackmailed into pretending Trump's doing the right thing. I guess this is the last line of defense for conservatives. But I think that's how you need to approach it. We all have these MAGA families or delusional weirdos who are oh, I don't want to pay taxes. That's approach. I'm giving debate advice, I guess. I don't know if we should be debating our families, but what you need to finally tell them is hey, we finally agree on something. It's happening. You're being taxed without representation, and we need to do something about it. Make MAGA understand your delusions have finally come to pass. It's just not the way in which you would thought, and you thought it was going to happen, and we need to do something about it together. Finally, we can validate your delusions, MAGA. Aren't you excited? And the weirdest thing is they don't seem to want to do anything. It's so strange. I want to show you. Well, I have many things to show you. I literally could do this all night. I missed you guys so much. Okay. Hakeem Jeffries was speaking. I don't know what was going on. I mean, I hate all the American flags. I know what was going on. He's just doing a press conference, but I consider it yesterday Trump did all these 100 days of the administration interviews where I don't think he said it outright, but what I feel is happening is Trump is comparing his administration to the first 100 days of FDR's. He's I reshaped America, which weirdly is true. Do you know what I'm saying? When someone says Trump's first 100 days were transformative, don't say no. Say yes, they were. Just not in the way you think. And I'll just show you 2 clips of Hakeem Jeffries speaking, and I like to see the fireman again. It reminds me, it's reminiscent. I don't know if you remember that when it took 15 rounds to elect Kevin McCarthy speaker a couple years ago, and then Kevin McCarthy was finally speaker, but before Kevin McCarthy gave his sad little speech, Hakeem Jeffries got up and gave a speech completely from memory, which was it's you can hear he definitely raps, he writes poetry and remembers cadences in his head. And it's I want to see more of that Hakeem Jeffries. When I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but he hung out on the steps with Cory Booker for the first 100 days, over the weekend, and they were talking to people. It was really interesting. Yeah. Hakeem Jeffries has it in him. Right? We just need to see everyone wake up and use their voice. It's just hard when your job is official cat wrangler of the House.
Donald Trump and his sycophants spent yesterday bragging about the speed with which they've moved during these first 100 days. They're right. Never has a president failed so spectacularly. So often, so quickly as Donald Trump. The White House referred to its strategy for the first 100 days as shock and awe. Well, they're half right. It is shocking how rapidly this administration collapsed into chaos, cruelty, and corruption. It's shocking how quickly MAGA Republicans turned their backs on working class Americans. It is shocking how spineless Republicans have been in the United States Congress. And it is shocking and tragic and infuriating how much damage Donald Trump and the Republican Party's policies have already done. Here's the thing. They expected us to step back, but the American people are here to fight back.
Tell the people, Hakeem. Now, one more, because I like when he goes off. I'm telling you, like, the problem is this, and I'll just challenge you to know this, because, like, I feel like I know a lot. I've done a lot of research on Hakeem Jeffries, and he is like, if he wanted to be, Hakeem Jeffries could be a civil rights leader. Like, he could be Martin Luther King. It's in him, but then it's like, when you have the job of House leader, like I said, that's a different job where your job is to not piss anyone off, to keep people together, to not voice your own opinions. So it'll be interesting. Like, for me, if I had my way, maybe someone else should lead the House and Hakeem Jeffries should show like who he really is, you know, like, because he is a fierce, like, he has opinions and he's a great communicator and he's a very proficient litigator. And I just feel like we'll never see the real him whilst he has that job.
These first 100 days have not been easy. Everything we care about is under assault. The economy is under assault. Healthcare is under assault. Social Security is under assault. Veterans are under assault. Farmers are under assault. The right to organize is under assault. Public schools are under assault. The American way of life is under assault. Democracy itself is under assault. Everything we care about is under assault. But just like Mrs. Jacobs, we must never lose faith. We must never lose faith. Faith in our community. Faith in our country. Faith in a brighter future. Faith in Almighty God. America is a resilient nation. We are a resilient people. We have a resilient constitution. We will never give up. We will never give in. We will always show up. We will always speak up. We will always stand up. We will continue our march toward a more perfect union. We will not rest until we end this national nightmare and deliver in America with liberty and justice for all. God bless you. God bless our troops. May God continue to bless the United States of America.
And that's the thing about Hakeem Jeffries. I know more, I believe, well, I'll just say, as a researcher, and it's not that I'm upset, it's just I know a lot about him. It's in there, right? But it's like, he just holds a position, like, it's the same reason, and I challenge anyone to think, why don't you like Nancy Pelosi? It's because when you're the Speaker of the House, your job is not, or the leader, let's say the leader of your caucus, your job is not to be liked. It's to hold things together. It's an ugly position, right? Consolidating power is gross. It looks gross. It feels gross, right? But this is the real Hakeem Jeffries. So sometimes I wonder, like, because I think, like, Speaker of the House, or not, like I said, leader, because he's not obviously Speaker, is where people's careers go to die. Like, there's no upward mobility from there, because once, you know, that job is an ugly, unforgiving one. I don't know. I almost would rather him just run for Senate and be someone who can just speak his mind. And it might be better for him. But I don't know. I don't know if he has aspirations beyond that. Like, I'm just speaking out loud because, like, that's the conundrum of what he's doing. Like, it's interesting to watch. But anyways, but I digress. Hold on. I am just trying to figure out which not figure out which direction, but I don't know. I was going to read all these disturbing things Trump said from the Time magazine interview, but now I'm feeling like if you guys want to read it, you can. For Trump's 100 days, he did this Time magazine interview, and it is, I don't, like, the last one was horrifying. It's much more than horrifying at this point. I'm going to well, here's what I want to do. I want to show a clip of just, I didn't clip the whole thing, but if you don't know, what day was it? Someone put it in the Discord. Thank you to whoever put it in the Discord, because I was having a little bit of I was sick and a down day, and then someone's like, did you see, like, Cory Booker and Hakeem Jeffries are hanging out on the Capitol steps, like, talking to people? And you can rewatch it. It's on YouTube. It's super cool, super inspiring. It was like, it looks like no one's there. This is not the whole vibe. Like there was many people there and lots of cool conversations going on. It was just people Sunday. Thank you. It was, God, why does it seem like Sunday was 10 years ago? That's how it goes in authoritarian takeovers.
Burn Medicaid to the ground, you're going to shut down that nursing home. That impacts everybody. Or if you shut down that hospital, that impacts everybody. I'm so thankful, Senator, that you made the point about what we all want for the American people, which I think is that, listen, if you work hard and play by the rules, here in America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, you should be able to live a comfortable life, provide for your family, purchase a home, educate your children, have access to health care, go on vacation every now and then, one day retire with grace and dignity. That's not too much to ask. It's what we want to provide for everyone. But instead of leaning into that vision of bringing the American dream to life, this Republican budget is actually doing the exact opposite.
Yeah, it's doing.
Someone said they like these impromptu things. I think too. I think because, and this is the thing, because I think I've done a good job today of demonizing Chuck. I don't think I'm demonizing Chuck Schumer. I just think Chuck Schumer needs to understand when he needs to go. And I think there's two things going on. I think there are people who are no longer effective in Congress who are trying to claw and hang on to power and maybe need to go, or not necessarily go, because if their own representatives in their state want them, fine, reelect them. I guess that's representative democracy and that's how it works. But like, maybe you shouldn't be in a position of power. And then I think there are people who need to be like, exactly like what someone said. I like seeing these impromptu things. Like, people need to show us who they are, right? And show us that they care, like that's what I think. There are people with public perception problems, and there are people who are like, hey, can you get out of here? And then there's the people who have been trapped in memory care facilities who apparently are still part of Congress. Like, who knows at this point? We've got a lot of things going on. But yes, I think that is what people need to show, and what will, in my opinion, because people are like, I don't know who I trust in the Democratic Party. That is the least of our problems. Like, we are fighting to claw back our democracy from a thief. Like, I don't like, that's not what I want to see. Is who's in the fight with me, and when, like people said, it's performative. Well, when Cory Booker decided not to pee for 24 hours or possibly peed his pants, we don't know what that situation was. That's when I realized, okay, Cory, your constituent said, Cory, show us who you are, and this is what you showed us. I mean, maybe it's the athlete in me, but that, like, thank you. Show me who you are. And like, that's what I think people, like Democrats who are in Congress need to think about, is like, we are all looking for you. We're all now professional protesters, professional dissenters. Like, everyone's going to their full-time job and then like pick up your signs on Saturday and Sunday, go to a protest. Like, this is the nature of like who we are and who we are in society. And what we want to know, or this is my opinion, and hopefully I'm not speaking, or people can resonate with this, is show us you're with us, right? And I think Bernie Sanders is an 80-year-old, an octogenarian who's campaigning when it's not an election year. He's like, you need to see who I am. Here it is. And by the way, Bernie's been the same person since we passed over him in 2016. Biggest mistake of all of our lives was passing over Bernie. It's like, AOC, show us who you are. She's been screaming it from the hilltops, right? And that's like, I think what we need to say, or when you harass your Congress, we want to know who you are. Like, are you with us? Are you in the streets? Do you understand the fight? Do you understand the struggle? And this is just an example I'm giving, again, because devil's advocate, if Gavin Newsom is the candidate for president, we all have to vote for him. So I'm just going to keep saying that before I then say something to the contrary. But what I see from Gavin Newsom is almost a fundamental misunderstanding. Maybe, I don't know if it's his own privilege that's happening here. I'm almost confused about what's happening with him. But you know what I'm saying? It's like in a point where everyone's saying, are you in this with me? Are you next to me? Are you going to be zip tied next to me and carted off to jail? Like, And Gavin Newsom's like, hey, I'm going to go interview Steve Bannon and agree with him for an hour. Like, this is a time where everyone just wants to know, who are you really? And that's not a bad thing. I used to think like the safest place for me was to hide who I actually am. And the more I realize is like the way I can build community, the way I have the pleasure of talking to you guys every day and like working on the internet is like by showing you guys who I am, what I believe, what I feel. It might be up and down. I might be a little nuts, whatever, but we all are together. And by being honest about who I am, what my goals are, what's important to me, and showing all of you every day, like we're all in this together. That's what people are looking for. It's like you wanted to, like, who's got your back in a fight? That's like, that is what we are all, I think that's what we're looking for. And that's what people in Congress, I think some of them are so disconnected from reality. They don't understand. We're not attacking you. Chuck Schumer, no offense, like I don't want to be next to you in battle. Chuck's walking out. Chuck's not going to have anyone's back in a fight. You know what I'm saying? Like, I have more faith that like these two might be but like I feel like if a fight's there, Bernie's gonna be like, zip tie me. Like Bernie's gonna be right there on the front line, like screaming. That's what we all want to know is like, hey, when we're going to go through a series of civil disobedience, protests, possible arrest, whatever this is going to come to, like, I want to know who I'm fighting with and can I count on you? And things are going to get weird. And it seems to me that people like Chuck Schumer, and there are other people as well, like they are not built for this. Like Lisa Murkowski, and I'm not saying we should not demonize her. If you don't know who that is, she's the Republican senator from Alaska. She's been regularly voting against Trump. Like, I think it was Tuesday, I was playing clips of her and just asking you guys to think about, like, this is a woman from the boomer generation who's basically saying, I'm terrified of Donald Trump. Like, I'm voting against him, but like, I'm terrified. And telling her constituents, I'm going to use all of my best skills. And it's like, what were her best skills? When I played that clip, she's like, I'm going to be as nice as I can be and leverage the relationships I've made. Like, I'm not saying we need Lisa Murkowski to continue with Rand Paul and Mitch McConnell and to dissent against Trump in the Senate. That's important. But it just shows you, like, she is not equipped for this battle, right? Like, you see, like, Jasmine Crockett, who's just like, yeah, like, I was born for this. Like, you see Letitia James, the Attorney General for New York, who's like, let's go. Like, I'm 3-0 against Trump, and like, I will be there all day, every day. Like, I think that's what's happening. Like, there's a lot of people on the internet being like, we can't trust this person. We can't trust this person. Let's oust all these people. And when I really think and debate with myself what's going on, it's like we're all gearing up for a battle, and we're like, hey, I can't stand next to someone I can't trust. And that's what's going on. Like, this is level setting. If I can trust you, Chuck Schumer, if you're going to be there next to me and not back down, then prove it right now. This is the time to show. If you're going to show up and not fold like a lawn chair, prove it now. People are unsure if we can trust you. Look, I'm almost tearing up saying it because that is what's happening. Like, we are literally like, who can I trust? Who can I not trust? Because this is I think it's very clearly shaping up, and we're all seeing, like, I say it all the time, Trump is not going to stop. We are going to have to stop him. And so what we're doing now is like level setting and loyalty testing. Like, who's going to be there? Who has what it takes? Who's going to panic and run? And by the way, if you do panic and run, it's not your fault if you weren't raised in extreme trauma. Some of us were born and bred for this. Like, I never knew what my life purpose was until now, like, till such a time as this. So some of you can hide behind me. Like, it's okay if you're not built for it, but like, you got to just start thinking, right? Like, because it is going to take, and what you're seeing is when people are questioning people like Chuck Schumer, it's because minorities already know. Like, you want to know why Black women have never blinked once? Because this is Par for the mother effing course for Letitia James, for Jasmine Crockett, for Fannie Will. Oh, like, I'm next up on the chopping block. My life's about to be over. I'm going to be railroaded and, like, discarded without anyone ever listening to me about it. Like, this is the razor's edge that Black women exist on day to day, right? Like, that's the reality. So that's what I'm saying. Like, when you look at who's ready to go to battle, there's just some people that have been battling this entire time. And then there's like Lisa Murkowski, senator from Alaska. She's trying to do, her heart is in the right place, but she is not equipped for, she just wasn't built for it. You know, I was always wondering what good was going to come me being locked in a closet for 48 hours without food. Now I know, like, I was built for this. Bring it on. If we're about to get uncomfortable, my money is on me. Who's ready to get uncomfortable? Anyways, let me show you just a couple more clips because I could literally do this all night, but I want to show you a funny clip. Well, I have a couple, just because, again, I want to say this is humor, but it's not. It's satire, but it's truth, right? Like, Jon Stewart is, I've always saw the Daily Show is news. It's just, it's all true.
On day one, we will throw out Bidenomics and replace it with a thing called MAGA-nomics. We will quickly build the greatest economy in the history of the world.
Markets today plunging.
The cost of eggs, as we know, is soaring.
The likelihood of a recession is now at 60%.
With your support this November, we will restore confidence.
Top administration officials were using an unsecure app to discuss attack plans.
I will ask Congress to pass sweeping reforms to prevent foreign influence peddling, bribery, and corruption.
Trump is offering a private dinner to the top 220 investors in his meme coin.
And we will defend our Constitution.
Trump is talking about openly defying the Constitution, saying he's considering running for a third term.
We are going to start the largest mass deportation in the history of our country, and we are going to start with violent criminals.
A 7-year-old, a 4-year-old who is suffering from cancer were deported alongside their mothers.
Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the horrible war between Russia and Ukraine totally settled.
President Trump is threatening to walk away if both sides don't agree to a peace deal.
And I will end the chaos in the Middle East. We don't have to have people dying.
Israel's military has struck Gaza City's last functioning hospital.
The freedom to speak our minds. No one should have the power to take that right away.
The Trump administration has threatened universities with massive cuts to federal funding if they don't submit to his agenda.
We're not going to touch Social Security or Medicare.
Elon Musk indicated he's now eyeing cuts to social programs like Medicare and Social Security.
We're totally in favor of IVF.
He just decimated the whole team of people researching what works on IVF.
We want crystal clear, beautiful water, and we want clean air.
The Trump administration rolling back dozens of air and water regulations.
We are also going to make America healthy again.
We are on track to have the worst measles outbreak of this century.
We are going to cut your taxes substantially.
The tariffs are effectively the largest tax increase in history.
Everyone is calling it, I don't want to say this, it's too braggadocious, but we'll say it anyway, the Trump effect. On day one, we will throw.
Yeah, to people like, what is that? That's a Daily Show clip. I'll find it and send it to you guys. I'll send it to everyone in the Discord. Join the Discord if you have not joined. And again, if the link's not working, because that's what happens when, just copy and paste the link into your Discord. In any of my bios, whether you're watching from Twitch, YouTube, X, TikTok, wherever, there's a Linktree link. Click on that. There's a link to join the Discord. Don't click on the link. Just copy and paste it into the browser. And I will find this clip because you know me. If we cannot keep the end of the world funny, I literally don't know how but like, I want to point out, it's not humor. Everything you just saw that's the news. But we got to just laugh so we don't cry. I'll find it. But I have another one too. Jimmy Kimmel did one that I thought was really funny too. Watch this.
Some people believe Trump has accomplished a lot. And so in the interest of that, in fairness and balance, we will let the president himself make the case for whether or not he is making America great over the last 100 days.
The first of these is an executive order. The Biden administration launched what you've called a war on showers.
I like to take a nice shower to take care of my beautiful hair.
This is an executive order relating to the use of paper straws. As you've consistently identified, nobody really likes paper straws.
Number one trending. I don't think that plastic's going to affect a shark very much as they're munching their way through the ocean.
And this is very important. Very proud of this Gulf of America.
We identified and stopped $50 million being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for.
And to interrupt the flow of this, but how long ago? I want you to think right now. Remember the big lie of $50 million of condoms to Gaza? Does that not seem like 10 years ago? That was like a month ago. I'm trying to scare anyone. I'm just trying to like it was exactly 24 years ago. Thank you, Miller. I think that's the most accurate keeping of time. In my mind, the $50 million of condoms to Gaza happened exactly 24 years ago. And apparently it's like a month. Remember that? Does that not seem like a complete other life? It's interesting. Like authoritarian takeovers, like actually affect time and space. That's all I want you to just think about what I'm saying here. Like, literally, like I was listening to this clip or screen recording and being like, they're gonna love this, and I was like, was that 10 years ago? That the condoms to Gaza? Oh, that was a month ago. Okay,
being sent to Gaza to buy condoms for Hamas. $8 million for making mice transgender. I don't want to be cute. I don't want to be a wise guy, but the Riviera of the Middle East, this could be something that could be so bad. This could be so magnificent. I love Tesla. This is a different panel than everything's computer.
Obviously, you're concerned. How was the golf tournament?
Very good, because I won. It's good to win. You heard I won, right? They've ripped us off left and right. But now it's our turn to do the ripping. For $5 billion, this could be yours. Call them groceries, but that's down, energy's down, and interest rates are down. Everything's down.
Markets nosedived today to their lowest point in the last 5 years.
I've often said, they don't have a flagpole per se. Hey, you could have all the eggs you want. We have too many eggs. In fact, if anything, the prices are getting too low. Happy Easter and enjoy your lives.
This is a nightmare. Sorry, that I didn't plan to say that. That just came out of my mouth. I literally did not mean to say that out loud. I was thinking, sorry. That's just my assessment of this situation we're in. What is the actual... And one more funny clip, because I'm trying to remember. Oh, yeah. Which I'm not even going to put... This is just a Joseph Goebbels. I'm sorry, who has been reincarnated as Stephen Miller. This is just Jimmy Kimmel talking about Stephen Miller, who is, as far I believe, I don't believe, wasn't religious, didn't believe in reincarnation until I now think Stephen Miller might be the ghost of Joseph Goebbels.
Even Fox News has the president polling poorly, which is a fact that did not go over bigly with Trump spokesgoblin Stephen Miller.
New Fox News poll shows that the border has been one of your big successes, but everything else, he's sort of underwater. What do you say?
Well, I don't want to make things awkward for you, John, but it is our opinion that Fox News needs to fire its pollster.
Great idea, Virgin Voldemort. Well,
fire math is the answer. This is the architect of disinformation and misinformation. Oh, fire math. Oh, the Supreme Court ruled 9-0 against Trump? No, it was 9-0 in Trump's favor. This is Joseph Goebbels. Prove me wrong.
Fire the You don't like the poll results, you fire the pollster. It's the Donald Trump way. Watch Stephen Miller's face at the end of this here.
Good to catch up with you again.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Enjoy Michigan.
I sure
It's a
will.
good place. Thanks. Sandra?
All right, John, thank you.
Human response deactivated. It is quite a trick. This guy is so he makes Elon Musk look like Tony Danza. Let's see that again.
Enjoy Michigan.
I sure
It's a good
will.
place. Thanks. Sandra?
Just lose his Wi-Fi signal? What happened?
He was like, I'm pretending. Like Stephen Miller, Joseph. Well, Stephen, Joseph, whatever you're going by these days, I see you. I didn't know I need to start having seances, but I might. And oh wait, where's my clip? Oh, I'm gonna find it. Okay. And Robert Reich, who is our de facto cult leader, so it's only fair that we do here. Oh, actually, since we'll end, should we end with Robert? Yeah, let's do one more funny, and then we'll end with Robert. You know how I always suggest if you don't find the humor, right, don't let Trump take away your pleasure. Pleasure activism, it's a New York Times best-selling book. Read it. But most importantly, if you don't find enjoyment of every day, if you can't just laugh about things, if everyone wonders why I get such dark humor, people that survive trauma, like my childhood was a mini authoritarian takeover. I never realized. And that's what it is. It's you just learn there's funny things that happen while things are the darkest and the worst. And I suggest everyone start looking for the hilariousness out of the absolute. These are the darkest times and we don't know how things will end up. But I promise you, when you just learn to laugh about it, be like, man, this shit is fucked. That's when you'll be okay. It's not, I always say, laugh so you don't cry. That was my motto as a child. Liam, thank you for the $10 on Cash App so much. And thank you for your always support. And I love your brain. Again, if you don't follow Lysandra Vasquez, when I say laugh so you don't cry, this is a great way to do it. I think we all see her clips, but this is her impression of today's press briefing. Wait, is it the 30th? Oh my God, I can't even remember yes, today's press briefing.
President Trump, who just beat Michael Phelps in a quick morning swim, is only used to winning because what he did was make one phone call to end the hostile, critical government attack from Amazon. He called Jeff Bezos and was like, hey, remember that time when I told you that you needed to expand from just a bookstore on the set of Home Alone 2 Lost in New York? Do you remember that? And you were like, I don't know. And I was like, hey, maybe you could call it Prime. And he was like, okay, boss, I believe you. And that's why Amazon is even standing to this ground. Jeff Bezos has everything to thank to President Donald J. Trump, who is a trade master deal. All of our phones are ringing off the hook. People even asking him to be the Pope. It's President Donald J. Trump is our leader, and we should be grateful to have him. Caitlin, unlike Joe Biden was letting everybody into this country. He tanked our economy. Inflation was the highest it's ever been. Do you know that Joe Biden was sitting there at the southern or southwest border and he was doing the Macarena? Do you understand what the Macarena is? It's not just a dance that you do at little parties. It's an invitation for human trafficking for people like Albrego Don Francisco, okay? People like this who clearly have tattoos. Haters will say it's Photoshop, but Albrego Chacal is a criminal. Sure.
People are reporting that a family was illegally raided in Oklahoma. Can you clear that up for us?
Thank you for asking that, Washington Post. It's good to see you here. Anyway, that Oklahoma raid, people don't understand that our ICE is actually doing us all a favor by those brave men and women are going, and mostly men, to be honest with you, only men. But they're going into these houses to check out what's happening. You never know what kind of a criminal is inside of an establishment until you look at them. In fact, there was a one case in San Francisco where somebody was fraudulently presenting themselves as a woman. It's the trans agenda, but if it wasn't for the brave ICE members, because that person was also representing themselves as a British woman childcare provider. But do you know who it turned out to be? The children's father, an ex-husband of the mother, the whole time. The whole time. And that's why we need American service workers to do things like DNA tests at the border to make sure kids aren't being human trafficked, because Joe Biden got rid of Maury Povich for that reason. Maury Povich was running all these tests being like, you're the father, and you're not the father. So, anyway, so we're going to end today on a exciting new announcement. We do have a new Secretary of Animal Defense, Corella DeVille, to celebrate her 101st day. And we will see you out as we are moving in Trump speed as we combat fake news.
Isn't it scary how accurate that is? Like, I mean, is that a joke or was that the actual press conference? I do not know. It's almost terrifying how accurate it is. And also it's amazing because it's driving Caroline crazy. Maybe don't be so bad at your job if you don't want people to so accurately mock you. Like, I could watch those clips. Lysandra Vasquez, Joanna posted it, or her name's Lysandra Vasquez. You can just look up her name and it will pop on up. I feel like I have so many things I still need to show you guys before this ends. I don't want to. Sorry, you don't let me talk to you for a week, and I've been saving up things for a week. I want to I think this is super important. And if we don't hear from our de facto cult leader, Robert Reich, again, this is the former labor secretary under Bill Clinton, now turned professor at UC Berkeley. But the same way I would say that I think Bernie Sanders, if you're like, who's leading this movement? Like, people are like, he's leading the Democratic Party. I have to listen to Gavin Newsom say he doesn't know who's leading while he's crying, saying he wants to be president. People who are not complaining and talking and sitting in their privilege, that's who's leading it. People who are doing things, teaching me things, helping me be a better person, giving me the tools and information I need to go out and oppose tyranny. That's who's leading the movement. People that aren't crying and complaining about who's leading, people that are just like, every day this is what I have the bandwidth to give, and I'm giving everything I have. And I would say Bernie Sanders is one of those people. AOC is one of those people. Representative Greg Casar is one of those people. Robert Reich is certainly one of those people. I know a lot, but the way I get better and better every day is by learning. They call it, I don't know. I could get into philosophy, but, there's philosophers that call it true death. It's not unaliving. It's when you stop retaining new information. And that's how I feel. Every day that I learn something new, that someone teaches me something, is I know I'm getting stronger, more powerful, and more capable. And those people that keep funneling me this information day by day, and then I get to also help disseminate it to you. Those are the people who are leading movements, not Gavin Newsom, who's fluffing Charlie Kirk and Steve Bannon and glazing them 24 hours a day and complaining from his place of privilege. Stop talking and do something. And anyways, I think this is one. Robert Reich has so many great messages, but this is something that I thought was particular. Oh wait, hold on. Sorry, going the wrong way because I'm not in my presentation. Don't want to show the wrong video. There you go.
Why did so many working-class voters choose a selfish, thin-skinned, petulant, lying, narcissistic, boastful megalomaniac for president? It's important to know because we need to stop more Trumps in the future.
They're laughing at crime. They're rapists.
There's nobody that respects women.
The answer lies in the interplay between deep-seated racism and stagnant and declining wages.
This is what I mean. This is these opportunities. There are people putting real information about learning about history, learning about math, learning about the economy that can make sense of your world. That's what I'm saying. When you feel lost, confused, scared, alone, the people that provide you the information, that turn on the light in the dark, this is value. And I guess that's what I'm trying to do too for everyone, is when you feel lost and scared, you're like, what the F is going on and how am I going to get through another day? This is a person adding value to our lives. Think about all the people in Congress who just whine, complain, lie, Focus on the people who are adding value. Those are the leaders of this movement.
There's nobody that respects women.
The answer lies in the interplay between deep-seated racism and stagnant and declining wages. Both must be addressed. Some working-class men and women were and still are receptive to Trump's bigotry.
That wall. Build that wall. Build that wall.
But what made them receptive? Racism and xenophobia aren't exactly new to American life. Fears of blacks and immigrants have been with us since the founding of the Republic. What changed was the economy. Since the 1980s, the wages and economic prospects of the typical American worker have stagnated. Meanwhile, all the economy's gains have gone to the richest 10%, mostly the top 1%. Wealthy individuals and big corporations have in turn invested some of those gains into politics. As a result, big money now calls the shots in Washington, getting subsidies, tax breaks, tax loopholes. Even Trump promised to close the carried interest loophole.
Carried interest was unfair, and it's gone.
Yet it remains. And bailouts. The near meltdown of Wall Street in 2008 caused a recession that cost millions their jobs, homes, and savings, but the street got bailed out, and not a single Wall Street executive went to jail. In the 2 years leading up to the 2016 election, I revisited many of the places I had visited when I was labor secretary in the 1990s. People told me the system was rigged against them. A surprising number said they planned to vote either for Bernie Sanders or Donald Trump, the two anti-establishment candidates who promised to shake up Washington. But Trump's racism and xenophobia focused the cumulative economic rage on scapegoats that had nothing to do with its causes. It was hardly the first time in history a demagogue has used this playbook. If America doesn't respond to the calamity that's befallen the working class, we will have Trumps as far as the eye can see.
Fake news.
A few Democrats are getting the message, pushing ambitious ideas like government-guaranteed full employment, single-payer health care, industry-wide collective bargaining, and a universal basic income. We also need ways to finance these things, such as a carbon tax, a tax on Wall Street trades, and a progressive tax on wealth. To accomplish all this, we have to get big money out of politics. Even if Citizens United isn't overruled, big money's influence can be limited with generous public financing of elections, full disclosure of the source of all campaign contributions, and a clampdown on the revolving door between business and government. Trump isn't the cause of what's happened to America. He's the consequence, the product of years of stagnant wages and big money's corruption of our democracy, combined with a long legacy of racism and bigotry. If we really want to stop Trump and prevent future Trumps, we will need to address these causes of Trump's rise. Why did
Perfect time. Isn't Robert Reich amazing? Thank you. I did just drink water and sorry, I forgot that they're landscape. I thought someone was breaking into my house first. Just kidding. That's not what's going on. Everything's fine. I was like, okay. But isn't that amazing? Like, that's the truth. And like, understand, like, that's what we have to understand is the root cause. And again, it is very hard to empathize sometimes with people who are expressing hate. Like when I was debating yesterday with Pickles, like this guy's like, doesn't it seem like the LGBTQIA are just like taken over? Like they're just like everywhere. And like all of a sudden I'm being forced to like care about them or like, and I think when you really listen to what MAGA's saying, it's exactly what Robert Reich is describing. Something is wrong. They know it. They feel it intrinsically. America's broken, but they can't identify the problem because the American education system has failed them, right? And they were told their whole lives, but you're special. Oh, someone said, who was that man? That's our de facto cult leader. Oh my gosh. Diesel girl, you might be the last person on earth here. Robert Reich, you can follow Robert Reich. He's, if you liked that video, man, you are about to go down a rabbit hole of joy. He was Bill Clinton's labor secretary. He's a professor at UC Berkeley. You can follow him on TikTok, on Blue Sky. You can follow him. He has like 2 million followers on Facebook. I'm like, I guess the people of the backwoods of the Midwest are even listening to. He's a genius. He's our cult leader at the People's Receipts. When I say that, like he's absolutely amazing. His ability to communicate. He also runs a PAC called, oh my God, I'm going to get it wrong. Inequality, like civic, inequality media. Like he's absolutely amazing. You can follow him anywhere. He's also doing appearances now everywhere. Like I just would like to say we all knew of Robert Reich before anyone knew. Like we can all claim that on the People's Receipts that this man has blown up. Like everyone's like, oh, do you know Robert Reich? I'm like, I knew Robert Reich when we spent 3 months thinking his name was Robert Reich and thinking that was really awkward because he's Jewish. And then we debated it for 3 more months and then realized, oh, it's not pronounced that way. Like we all in this live knew Robert Reich before he was famous. I mean, he was Bill Clinton's labor secretary, so I'm not claiming we found him. But now he's like, you'll see now that you know who he is, you will start seeing this man's face everywhere. Like he gets media requests, like he's on every single channel, you're going to see him and be like, wow, how did I never notice this man existed? He is quite literally everywhere. But like, I like these videos he makes, but actually now he made 100 days of the Trump administration video and it's fabulous. So now that we're all fawning over Robert Reich, let me show that video because I was like, Robert Reich made 100 days of the Trump administration. If you don't know, Robert Reich is actually, I can't remember if he does it in this video, but this is the elementary school teacher in me, like, right? Like I'm a lot of things. I'm fascinated by advertising and marketing, by how you convey information to people effectively. And it's like, he has that whole package. Like he's an illustrator, like he will, I don't know. I'm excited. I'm talking to the person who's like, who is that? Like, because I'm like, another person just gets to discover who Robert Reich is. Man, your life is just about to get exponentially better. You're looking for someone to turn on the light in the darkness and make sense of everything for you. You found him. This is Trump's first 100 days. Start a costly trade war. Fire thousands of food safety, medical, and weather experts. Let the world's richest man effectively cut Social Security. Bill taxpayers $26 million for golf trips. Shred the Constitution. So much winning. It's good. I mean, he's great at everything, but this is a good one.
Whatever you think of Trump, you have to admit he's done a lot.
Nobody's done so much in such a short period of time.
But here's the thing. Most of what Trump has done in his first 100 days isn't in your best interest. Trump's most popular campaign promise was to bring down the price of groceries.
A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper.
Now, while he really, really loves to talk about groceries...
It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it.
He hasn't actually done...
Do you remember the clip where he's like, and the lady had 3 apples, and then she had to take 2 of the apples back to the refrigerator. And we're like, what the... Like, this man, Donald Trump has never been to a grocery store or bought anything in his, like, does everyone remember what I'm talking about? That clip where he's like, and the lady came to me with tears in her eyes, and she had to return 2 of the apples to the apple refrigerator. And it's like, this man thinks at the grocery store, the apples are kept in the refrigerator. He has I love when people are like,
your groceries will be cheaper.
Now, while he really, really loves to talk about groceries...
It's such an old-fashioned term, but a beautiful term, groceries. It sort of says a bag with different things in it.
He hasn't actually done anything to bring grocery prices down. In fact, on top of nearly tanking the stock market, Trump's blanket tariffs will raise the price of groceries and almost everything else you buy. That's because tariffs are just like sales taxes, meaning you'll be paying more at the checkout line. Worse yet, tariffs are regressive. taxes. They take a bigger chunk out of the paychecks of working people than from the wealthy. Trump also campaigned on making housing and cars more affordable.
House owners and renters and everybody, your car, everything's going to go way down.
Trump hasn't proposed anything to lower housing costs. In fact, tariffs on lumber, steel, and aluminum will make new housing construction more expensive. And
I just, not to interrupt the master when he's speaking, but it has made housing construction more expensive. Trump has made the construction of houses more expensive by demonizing and harassing immigrants. And I'm talking about documented and undocumented immigrants. There are less people showing up to work. And I had to deal with I won't say small, that's mean for mediocre white males. Mediocre-sized white males telling me that Kamala Harris, who had an actual budget and a plan to fuel the housing industry and lower costs by increasing inventory, was a bad idea. I'm sorry. I just want to smile more and stare at all the mediocre white men who support Trump looking at you. Looking at you. Was always looking at you. Could not find your way out of a paper bag to save your lives. Great job. Keep up the good work, though. The guy that paints himself orange every morning. The guy that puts on makeup every single morning. Very poorly, by the way. Poorly. Who says no other men can wear makeup? Don't worry. He's going to make your housing cheap. 2 weeks, you guys. It's coming in 2 weeks. It's right after the healthcare plan. I think we're 2 weeks out on the healthcare plan as well. Are we 2 weeks out? I think we're concepts of a concept of 2 weeks out from the healthcare plan. And right after that will come the lowering of the housing costs. Just keep waiting, you guys. Don't trust women whose brains work. Just keep trusting the senile, pathological liar who paints himself orange every morning with weird makeup that does not work and says that no one else is allowed to wear makeup. Your guys' decision-making ability, every day I wake up and I just think, man, mediocre MAGA men firing on all cylinders. I'm going to have an award show. I think, oh my God, I'm going to talk to Steve and Matt about this. I think we will have a MAGA award show and even award trophies to some MAGA creators. Maybe we could give, what's that guy's name? What's that annoying MAGA creator that has like over 1 million followers and like doesn't know anything that Jay debated one time and like screamed out for like an hour? What's his name? Something millennial. What is his name? No, like it's something older millennial. He will get an award for stupidity and idiocy. And maybe if they have the bravery, they can come to the award show and actually accept the awards. They don't have to. They will be awarded them whether they want them or not. Oh my God. Did I just come up with the best? Do not steal my idea. I will be hosting a MAGA award show where many people will be getting awards whether they want them or not. Oh my God. This is going to be amazing.
Raise rents. And the price of a new car is expected to.
It's like The Office, like was it the Dundies or something? What is it was it the Dundies on The Office? Yeah, it'll be like that, except for this is going to be much more traumatic for MAGA. But no, we will be awarding them for the awards that they've earned. Like you will all have earned an award and you will be getting your trophy and you should come receive it. All of you people should collect your rewards.
Go up about $6,400 under Trump's proposed automobile tariffs. And let's not forget.
Vote for me and I will deliver rising wages, soaring income.
The easiest way to boost the income of 40 million Americans would be to increase the federal minimum wage, which hasn't gone up since 2009 to $15 an hour. But Trump didn't do that. Instead, he actually cut the minimum wage for as many as 400,000 federal contractors by rescinding Biden's executive order to raise their wages. Meanwhile, he's working with MAGA Republicans in Congress to pass even more tax cuts for the richest Americans and biggest corporations. How will they be paid for? With cuts to programs like Medicaid that millions of people rely on. And how about jobs?
You'll have more jobs in this country than we've ever had before.
Instead, Trump has made cutting jobs one of his top priorities.
You're fired. You're fired. You're both fired. You're all fired.
Trump's in the process of cutting nearly 300,000 federal jobs. That
thought tariffs were going to bring back jobs. Oh, I know I didn't, because I actually understand how the economy works.
It's bad for the folks who are out of work, of course. It's also bad for everyone who relied on the vital work these public servants did, whether it's inspecting our food, warning us about extreme weather, or protecting us from financial fraud. And it's bad for the job market when there are suddenly hundreds of thousands of newly unemployed people, and that will likely push down wages and make it harder to get a job. So if Trump didn't keep his promises to lower prices, raise wages, or create jobs, what has he done? A lot of things no one was asking for, like letting the world's richest man effectively cut Social Security, disrupting cancer and Alzheimer's research, renaming the Gulf of Mexico the Gulf of America, firing the team at the FDA that handles bird flu outbreaks, and firing the CDC team dedicated to stopping mother-to-child HIV transmission. Honestly, I didn't know it was possible to be against protecting babies from HIV. How about making an enemy of Canada?
No, in Trump's world, it is.
The old relationship we had with the United States is over.
Do you know how hard it is to piss off a Canadian?
Okay, then.
Or how about threatening to invade?
And can I say, I'm trying to think of who said this, that Charlie Angus, the MP that is on Midas Touch a lot. And oh man, I should find I'm going to butcher the quote, but he was basically like, I'm going to say this and say this once only. I'd like to thank Donald Trump. Like, do you understand that when before Donald Trump took office, when, oh my God, I'm so sorry, Justin Trudeau, I remembered before I had to ask for help. Trudeau, before the prime minister was like, hey, I'm retiring and, and calling for elections and all this is happening. And in America, some of you don't understand what I'm saying, and you need to understand how democracy works in other countries. Elections don't always happen at the same time, the same day. I suggest the Denmark show Borgen. It has an English translation on Netflix. It's a great example of democracy outside of the US. Anyways, but my point being is that literally, if you would have told me when that happened, when Justin Trudeau was like, yeah, I'm stepping down and elections are going to happen soon, and Mark Carney was going to be the guy, do you understand that the Liberal Canadian Party was like 20 points down? There was no way that Mark Carney was ever going to succeed as prime minister. And that's when I say I'm sorry that our financial futures are over, our lives are hell, and we live in constant terror every time we refresh our phones. All of that is true. But the silver lining is Trump is the best player on our team. Like, nobody could ever do the work for freedom, for democracy, to just drag us away from tyranny that Donald Trump has done. Like, he is truly the best player on our own team. What's the Timu Trump of Canada? Polyev, or I'm sure you'll tell me in the comments in a second. Sorry for getting it wrong. The guy that was like the leader of the stupid Canadian, Pierre Polyev, thank you. The stupid Canadian trucker convoy that still people in America don't know about, but I watched like it was happening in America. Like, that guy was supposed to be the prime minister. And thanks to Trump being so horrifically awful, now he's not. Trump is, thanks. And I'm very scared about the entire world uniting against America. And there's a lot of damage I don't think we're going to be able to undo. But yeah, I think a world alliance against Trump, and imagine like the size of the American military. Yeah, like this is what is necessary to oppose this wacko. Then do what you got to do.
Greenland and Panama. What else? Doing an ad for Tesla on the White House lawn, putting American troops at risk by accidentally leaking military plans on a messaging app and then not even holding anyone accountable for this dangerous blunder. Hello? spending more time golfing than any recent president in his first 100 days, even more time than his first term by this point.
Again, just like the only person who's the only president less popular than Donald Trump in his second term is currently now, at this point, is now Trump in his first term. Similar. Does anyone remember every day on Fox News, why is Biden eating ice cream? Why is Biden riding a bicycle? Because he took a bike ride. Nobody, let me help you, MAGA, because I know facts are hard for you. Nobody has ever taken more time off in their first 100 days while taking our financial futures away, while grifting, while stealing, while lying, while cheating, while forming an oligarchy. Nobody has worked less. So Anne said, what you're asking, Biden went to the beach? Yeah, he did. Yeah, and the reason I brought up the beach, and I will forever bring up Biden at the beach, is because, let me help you. Biden can ride a bicycle. Biden can pop his shirt off because he is a good-looking older gentleman who's in shape. We will never see Trump lounging at the beach with no shirt on. We will never see Trump riding a bicycle because those are things that are literal impossibilities. Like that's why, because I'll never, like, if you don't remember, there was this huge Biden was just no shirt on, just getting a little sun on the beach in Delaware, like on the weekend, and they're like, he's not working. And why? Then he got like an ice cream cone a couple days. Remember Ice Cream Gate? And they're like, real men don't eat ice cream or something. I'll never understand it, but I just want to say, because, like, you know, MAGA, you have feelings and weird things around your homoerotic. Like Freud would say, you know, the things you're screaming loudly against might be the things you want the most. I don't know. It seems like you protest too much, as Shakespeare would say in Macbeth. But the reality is, oh my gosh, I probably have to end this live. The landscapers are in my backyard. That nobody has wasted more time or worked less in their first 100 days than Trump in this administration. Second only to Donald Trump again in his first administration. If I ever hear again anyone accusing any Democratic president of not working, please have your facts right. Please know the number of days that Trump did nothing while letting an unelected bureaucrat steal all of our data, information, quash investigations against him. You guys are hypocritical. And we are all, well, it's not funny because we're all in the same life raft drowning together, but I will laugh in your face as we all slip under the water together.
Costing American taxpayers like you over $26 million. Gutting the Office of Federal Student Aid, shutting down a Department of Justice team that investigates crypto fraud just as he launches his own meme coin and his family business gets more involved directly in the industry. Siding with Russia and North Korea against our allies in Europe. Cutting veterans' services.
A lot of people are going to die because they're not getting their medication or their mental health.
Wrecking the IRS so badly that the super rich won't be audited, making it even easier for them to skirt what they owe. And, of course, he's trying to turn America into a dictatorship. He's ripping up the Constitution piece by piece. So far, he's defying the First Amendment by trying to silence dissent. Article 1, which gives Congress, not the president, the power to control government spending. Article 3, by ignoring judicial rulings, including decisions handed down by the Supreme Court. The 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendments, by detaining, deporting, and imprisoning people without due process of law. The 14th Amendment, by denying birthright citizenship. And even possibly the 22nd Amendment, by suggesting he might serve more than 2 terms. Are you seeing a pattern here? Everything Trump has done in his first 100 days has been to benefit his billionaire donors and corporate backers and to consolidate more power in his hands, all at your expense. So, yes, Trump has done a lot, just not what most Americans were asking for, and certainly not what we need. We deserve better.
That's our cult leader, Robert Reich, amazing professor. He's doing like rallies at UC Berkeley now. Like now that you know he is, you'll notice him more and more. Lucian, thank you for the $25 on Cash App. She said, thank you for all your work and thank you for your support. You don't know what it means to me. And thank you for the flower crown. Someone's pressure washing the outside of my house right now. I don't know. Can you guys hear that? I'm just curious how good my mic is. Do you guys hear the noise in the background? Yes or no? Just curious. See, I love Shure mics. You spend enough money on microphones. Like my old microphone, if my cat meowed like outside the door, people are like, why is your cat screaming? Now that's good to know. Awesome. Then maybe I don't have to. I can show a couple more things because I'm just sorry. I had a week of silence. I lost my voice for a week and all I could think is like when I could talk again, all the things I was going to tell you guys. This has been saved up for a while. I know this is almost like I want to show you just a couple more things. I love this clip of at first I was like, do I not know? Like, am I supposed to know who this guy is? Because like all these people on X were like, Jay is tearing up this town hall. And I'm like, is Jay a person we all know? But no, I think like Jay is like, God, and don't get me started on Harrison Faulkner. I cannot stand this woman. She is a delusional Trump supporter, but they were having like, you know, whatever you want to call it, like a town hall of people with opinions. And this black guy named Jay was there spitting some knowledge and they let him talk for 2 minutes. And I was like, oh, I have to show them this.
I think that there is not a single person that we can look to in the Democratic Party right now to say that that's our leader. However, with that being said, I think taking the one person who's there over a party is also quite dangerous because of some of the things that he's done. Taking away due process from folks is not okay. He's quick to call out when he feels like his rights are being infringed upon, when yet the Fifth Amendment says that every person, it doesn't specify citizens, it says every person shall have due process.
So we don't guarantee constitutional rights to certain illegal aliens, particularly when they are suspected of violent crimes, which is why we have a finalized deportation list. And it's pretty clear. And I think some of the cases that are public now, individuals were on that. So where are you seeing that due process? I mean, to even get to that point, they must have gone through process.
Due process. Okay, so let's look at President Trump as an example. We call him a felon because he has been convicted of felonies. Some of these folks, without the actual due process, do not technically qualify as illegal immigrants because they have never had their cases heard. Now,
well, wait,
with
how
that
did they
being
get
said,
here is the question.
That's fine. But, you know, there's, just like we say when someone is allegedly being accused of something, it's the same process, right? However they got here, due process is what gives them that status of being illegal or not. So without that process, you're essentially just taking up people off of the streets, giving them this without their actual process and deporting them. Now, am I saying some of these people should not have been deported? No.
Do we agree that if you come across our border in an illegal manner that you have committed your first crime?
I believe you are entitled to due process.
That is...
Oh, God, Harrison Faulkner, you're a black woman. It is terrifying to me that you do not understand due process because as a black woman, like, there might come a day for you where you might need to understand the actual law, and it is terrifying. But like, I love Jay. It was like, yeah, Jay, don't hesitate. You are the only person that knows anything in this group of people that you are now speaking to. So just keep yelling the truth, doing a great job. She's like, do we agree? No, weirdo. Like, do you not understand that any government, this is why let me help. There's travel advisories that say Americans don't go to Russia. Why is that? Because it doesn't matter what the Russian government says you did, or, you know, they just say this person did this, and that's it. There is no due process. There's no, well, I can prove I didn't, or I can prove I had a right to be here, or let me tell you why. None of that exists outside of democracy. Nobody is a criminal until they have, right? I can point at anybody and say that person's a criminal. That's not true without due process. None of that. I don't know what Jay's full name is. Okay. Sorry, my ADHD is kicking in. And also, I'm going to have to go deal with the landscapers. The reason I was like, here, I'll show you. Wait, wrong way. Like everyone on X, which I'm not suggesting you hang out there, but like everyone's like, holy shit, Jay was spitting facts on Fox News, and people were like reposting it and just being like, because I guess his name is Jay. I don't know who the guy is. I don't know where he came from, but then like everyone was just like, oh, Jay's like teaching Harrison Fox or some things, and I was like, who is this person? But I think like that's all anyone knew about him. Like Fox News on the Chiron just put Jay. So that's why it's not like, I don't know. I mean, I don't know who he is. If I knew more, I'd tell you, but I just don't. But anyways, I digress. And I think at this point, it's been 6 hours and 20 minutes. We're almost to 800K. Do we want to get to 800K? Because I have a couple more clips to show. Let's tap the screen. Oh, yes. Now I remember. I want to show, and I've told you guys about Jake. Oh my God, am I getting his name? I think his name is Jake Auchincloss. He's a representative from Massachusetts. And whenever I find a representative who's very clearly like the future of this man's brain is firing on all cylinders. I love Jake Auchincloss. I don't know. I can't remember his district, but Massachusetts has a lot of people with great brains. And this is Will Cain. If you don't know who Will Cain is, he's a loser who was formerly like besties with Pete Hegseth and now got his own show on Fox News and is clueless all the time. And Jake Auchincloss is a representative from Massachusetts who showed up to tell him about due process. And it was awesome.
It's 3 years from now, and instead of a Republican president, it's a Democrat president. And this Democratic president says, this journalist, Will Cain, man, he's really irritating me. And so I am going to lock him up, and I'm going to accuse him of sedition and libel. And you call your lawyer and you say, whoa, I want to get a hearing in front of a judge. And the Democratic president says, nope, Will Cain is not legally a citizen because he committed crimes in the past that deprive him of due process, and you don't get a hearing. What I am telling you is that unless we ensure that everybody in this country gets to stand in front of a judge, everybody in this country cannot be confident that they will be able to stand in front of a judge when their political opponents get power.
Congressman, I'm confident that your hypothetical wouldn't even play out under a Democrat president. And I'm confident that you don't believe that either. I'm confident that you don't believe
this
that.
This president just said he wants to apply his extradition of immigrants to El Salvador next to American citizens. Do you understand where this leads? The slippery slope that it takes us to? Until somebody gets to stand in front of a judge, we don't know.
To be clear, that hypothetical, another mediocre white man with a tiny brain failing up in real time. No, it's already happening. There are people here legally. That's how due process works. If you can read the Constitution, it's all persons. There are people in the United States attending school, on vacation, doing whatever the F they're doing here legally who are being denied due process. It is happening now.
Whether they're illegal, we don't know what crimes they have been convicted of. The point is that politicians don't get to be judge, jury, and executioner. They have to go through the courts of law.
Congressman, I'm well aware now of what you're referencing. I'm not always aware of every single thing uttered from the President of the United States' mouth. But I am well aware of the statement he issued from the Oval Office about possibly expanding the El Salvadorian deportations to homegrown criminals. He did say very clearly in that clip, we'd have to obey the law. Not once, but twice. Homegrown criminals, but we'd have to obey the law. The reason I stick on that detail, Congressman, is that I feel like your party, even in your hypothetical that you just gave to me, is playing into fear-mongering. You're trying to convince the American citizen that they are going to be in the same situation as an illegal immigrant who's accused of being a member of MS-13, domestic violence, and...
That is currently, right now, today, What is happening has happened to hundreds of people, student visas. What are you talking about? There are people in jail today. This is the thing. And I'm not saying this as it doesn't matter why they're doing it, but I do encourage everyone to recognize when an insecure, uneducated, lost, mediocre white man who is used to failing up and their ramblings being valued as fact is speaking. That is what you're witnessing. This man is clueless. If I was his boss, I'd be like, why am I paying you? You have literally you're being educated by someone else and then responding in one of the saddest, most uneducated ways I've ever heard. It's his job to know what's going on, to direct the conversation. This is the host who has no idea what he is talking about. Must be nice to be able to be that bad at your job and maintain it. I wouldn't know. I'm just a brown woman who has to be 210% right in everything I say, or nobody will listen to me.
Human smuggling. And it's simply not realistic. In fact, it's fear-mongering to suggest to the American people that somehow deporting Kilmar Brego Garcia means next they're going to deport Will Cain.
Yeah, I think fear-mongering is when the president tries to blame Canada for our problems, right? I'm not fear-mongering. I am defending the core principle of freedom. Freedom from fear. And again, that means that individuals should be able to walk to a CVS and buy some shaving cream without having to ask the clerk to unlock it for them. We absolutely need to address public safety and open-air drug use and homelessness in our downtowns, because people should be able to go around their daily life and have that freedom. But it also means that they are free from government intruding upon their personal liberty. That is a 1,000-year-old tradition of the Anglo-Saxon legal code.
I just don't think anyone, because Pete Hegseth used to be on Fox and Friends. I think the only person dumber they could have replaced him with it is his own weird friend who knows even less. If you told me oh, we're going to find someone who somehow happens to be dumber than Pete Hegseth, and I'd be like, that's not possible. And then I met Pete Hegseth's bestie, Will Cain. And I just want to show you one other thing, because let's talk to the Supreme Court justices, because, mediocre, clueless white men who listen to Will Cain and are like, that sounds right. No, he's wrong. You're wrong. Your brains don't work. Now let's talk to the most corrupt conservative Supreme Court justice of all time, Antonin Scalia. What does Antonin Scalia know about due process? The absolute opposite of what Will Cain seems to accept as reality.
To whom does the First Amendment apply? Do undocumented immigrants have the 5 freedoms?
Oh, I think so. I think anybody who's present in the United States has protections under the United States Constitution. Americans abroad have that protection. Other people abroad do not. They don't have the protections of our Constitution.
When we get...
Oh, what's that? The most corrupt Supreme Court justice of all, conservative Supreme Court justice of all time? Worse even than creepy Alito the Leaker? Saying that undocumented immigrants get due process? What's that? Mediocre MAGA men who can't read the Constitution except to defend the Second Amendment? And even you don't do that correctly? What was that? All persons on U.S. soil get due process? That's the weirdest thing. It's weird for the most corrupt conservative justice of all time, even to be able to interpret the Constitution correctly. But mediocre white men everywhere just can't seem to get there. And even Antonin Scalia, who's a known bigot, didn't say, it's based on the amount of melanin in your skin, or where you came from, or how you got here. None of that was included.
Does the First Amendment apply? Do undocumented immigrants have the 5 freedoms?
Oh, I think so. I think anybody who's present in the United States has protections under the United States Constitution. Americans abroad have that protection. Other people abroad do not. They don't have the protections of our Constitution.
When we get to the 14th Amendment, it doesn't speak of citizens, as some constitutions grant rights to citizens, but our Constitution says persons. And the person is every person who is here, documented or undocumented.
I see. To whom does
you? Because I know MAGA, you're like, who the F are these people? That's Antonin Scalia, one of the most corrupt, conservative, farthest right, fringe-leaning originator of all things MAGA, Antonin Scalia, and Ruth Bader Ginsburg, RBG, the exact opposite, saying the same thing, that the Constitution says all persons. It has nothing to do with your citizenship status. But again, that would require reading or, being in reading comprehension or whatever. I know it's beyond you all. But Will Cain, the mediocre white man who used to be best friends with Pete Hegseth, said something different. Oh, God. I'm sorry. I'm killing myself. I love myself. The best idea I've had today is the MAGA award show. I'm about to go talk to Steve about it. Okay. It has been 6 hours and 30 minutes. Oh, can we get to 800K real quick? But 6 hours and 30 minutes because I haven't seen you in a week. So it feels like a blink of an eye. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. Thank you for all your support. Can we tap the screen to 800K? I know only 6 hours and 31 minutes. I feel like I have 8 hours more things to say. Actually, while we're getting to 800K, I'm just going to say one more thing that I feel like, sorry, you were looking at what my brain looks like. I do just want to mention, I'm trying to think of where oh wait, no, this is the wrong direction. I just want to mention, or I don't know what I'm trying to say, is shout out, I guess is what I'm trying to say, to Vermont for the support. And I'm going to, for, what's his name? Madwahi, the guy that was really finally released today. Like the first people, the guy they tricked and said, come to this interview to finalize your citizenship and everything's going to be fine. And then they trapped him and then they mailed him to Louisiana. He got free today. And I just want to say that is because not Mahmoud Khalil. He's not free. I wish he was. He's not. I'll show you. God, I thought I had a screenshot of an article about it. I know I have I'll show you. I know I have a few clips somewhere. And I've talked about this. This is a man who basically set up a network of support. He's like he's getting his PhD at Columbia. He's a genius. I think I have a clip of him. And that's why he was targeted. In 2023, he was basically on 60 Minutes. I think I have the clip. I tried to make sure I do. Hold on. This is who he is. And he's been trapped. Basically they tricked him into coming in to a citizenship interview, said everything was going to be okay. They arrested him, but he had a network of people. He had already contacted Bernie Sanders and everyone in Vermont. And they were they already had court orders filed to protect him. He was freed today. So this is one of the first people that, allegedly, let's say allegedly as in not actually at all, was jailed for being a student legally here, getting an education, paying to get an education, was disappeared. And we got one out. So the reason I'm saying this is never think that all the yelling, all the screaming, all the organizing, and if you don't know, because I haven't seen you guys for a week, but they were basically reversing their policy on disappearing people on student visas. And this is the first major one. Hopefully, I don't know if Mahmoud Khalil, I don't know, that's a bigger challenge, but this is a huge deal. And let me I want to make sure I give right information. So hold on, because I know there was a New York Times article about this, and I don't want to misspeak about what happened here. Where is my new? Because I constantly mispronounce his name and say things wrong. So I'm just gonna find this article because here. Okay, there it is. It is. I said it right. Motion. Okay. Why? Oh my God. Columbia University release from rights. Okay, yeah. Here we go. No. Why are the new... Yeah, this one. Where are the articles? Here we go. Speaks out for the first time since... Oh my God. This is so weird. It's like the articles aren't coming up. Sorry, I have one in today's outline. Let me find it. I don't know why this isn't coming up on my searches. I just want to make sure I get the information right. But his name's Moshin Madwahi. He was a student at Columbia. Here, let me play this clip. This is him in 2023 on 60 Minutes.
Action when you heard about the Hamas attack on October 7th.
I could not believe what my eyes were seeing, where I see Hamas members getting into settlements and so on. But also the first moment I saw that, I put my hand on my heart. And I started praying, knowing that there will be a huge level of revenge from the Israelis. And I was praying that this will not be the result, because it would be disastrous.
The night of the rally, I believe someone in the crowd said something very anti-Jewish, not just anti-Israeli, but anti-Jewish.
Yes, this was as a walkout on November 9th. And a person who is not affiliated with Columbia, we've never seen him, we don't know who is this guy, comes down the stairs yelling.
Okay, so his name is, I just want to correct, Moshin Madawi. And a Columbia University student arrested and detained by masked immigration agents, not unlike the Ozturk woman who was disappeared. After his nationalization interview, they told him, oh, we're going to make you a citizen. Come in here. And then he was grabbed. Has been released from detention while his case proceeds. District Judge Jeffrey Crawford said Wednesday that Madawi's detention for 2 weeks so far demonstrates great harm to a person who has been charged with no crime. Some of Madawi's supporters quietly cried and held hands in the courtroom as Crawford read his decision, according to a reporter. This is another person who they snatched from Vermont. I'm trying to get this right, and then he was moved, I think, I might be getting it wrong, but I think Louisiana, where they had Ozturk as well. And then a federal judge said, move him back to Vermont, where the thing about Vermont is cool. It's a small place, but people are activists and they've been holding vigil outside, taking care of him, protesting. He's a green card holder. This is a lawful permanent U.S. resident. I just want to be clear, because if I have to hear MAGA, who can't read and just all brown people shouldn't be here. This is a lawful permanent U.S. resident who was disappeared for no reason at his final interview, or was told, come in here and we're going to finalize things for you, and then was disappeared. And he's not out of the woods, but they've at least released him pending his day in court. And this is a huge deal. The Trump administration has asserted that Madwawi's presence undermines its efforts to combat anti-Semitism. So based on that, just listen to does this sound anti-Semitic to you?
Death to Jews. I was shocked, and I walked directly to the person and I told him, you don't represent us because this is not something that we agree with. And directly what I've done, I took the megaphone and I gave a speech and I said, we here are conscious, educated students, and we know how to separate right from wrong. And what this guy has said is wrong. What this guy has said is clearly anti-Semitic against Jews.
Anti-Semitic.
To be anti-Semitic is unjust. And the fight for the freedom of Palestine and the fight against anti-Semitism go hand in hand, because injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere.
Now, is this someone that should be disappeared from America, or is this a voice we need more of? This is an educated freedom fighter speaking. These are the types of people that Trump doesn't want anyone to hear from anymore. This is the least anti-Semitic person. Meanwhile, Yeah, Trump won't denounce neo-schmazis that vote for him. Like, so again, and if I just want to spell his name because I feel like I've butchered his name. It's Motion, Motion, Mohsen, Madawi, Mahdawi. Amazing person, brilliant mind, seeking a PhD at Columbia, activist, pacifist, like disappeared, who he's not out of the woods, but at least was finally released. Because, I mean, there were like half of Vermont was sitting outside the jail. like protesting. They're like, God, we got to get these people out of the parking lot. So they finally let him out. Like, it's just an example of what activism does. If you ever think like, are we doing anything? Does any of this matter? Is anything happening? It is. Like, this matters. Like, keep fighting, keep raising hell, keep speaking, keep participating in acts of civil disobedience. Spend your Saturday morning holding up a sign. Like, these things matter. Like, we cannot let any of these people be lost, and we won't, hopefully, if all goes according to my master plan. And I want to say A and CD, thank you so much for the $5 on Cash App. Thanks, Mew. You're amazing. Appreciate you so much. I'm going to call it. I think it's almost 7 hours. We made it to 831,000 likes. Thank you guys so much. I shall see you tomorrow. Same time, same place. 11:30 Pacific time. 2:30 Eastern. See, my voice is going out. Need to rest. Thank you guys for reminding me to drink water. And I will see you back here tomorrow. Later, Gators.
جميع مين؟ يلا أسرع أسرع كلمة. ولك حيك كله عم سجل جول. تعال استلم تعال.
السلام عليكم.
وعليكم السلام.
بس شوي بس دقيقتين.
Please follow the guest please.
هلا.
طيب دندو لك يسعد ورود أو لا لؤي ولك لؤي يجبر بخاطري ببات ورود ولك حيك.
بلوم.
حيك لؤي حيك لؤي. اللي اسمها الجنب هاي الماليزية شو اسمها هاي؟ كني نفس الاسم؟ هذا حسابك الثاني؟ لك لا تنزل حساب. لك هي نفسها.
تمام تحكي من الحساب الثاني؟
تمام بدها الألف؟ احكي لها بالإنجليزي.
ديانا do you have 1K followers؟
لك لا عم تكتب لي لا ديانا.
تمام.
ديانا عربية كتبتها لا ديانا بدك الألف حبيبتي؟ إذا بدك الألف خبرينا حبيبتي خبرينا في التعليقات. تمام يلا شباب 7 قستات. يلا استلم محمد استلم لأني جنبي ما بعرف شو بصير معه. عم بسجل جول كل شوي. هذا
دياغو جولاتو فور جول ثانك يو. يلا بسرعة نرجع. ليونيل ميسي ضد كريستيانو رونالدو. كل شي واحد بدعم يقول لي هو مع ميسي ولا مع رونالدو.
ضبط أمانة الله معلق طالع تعليق خلي هيك كله مشان الهدف عن جد.
يلا روحي. اجتماع عمالقة بين تشيزني وترشتيجن وكورتوا. مين هو أفضل حارس فيهم؟ مين فرجينا مين ويسجل؟ حميدة. حيك يا حميدة. تعال يا حميد تعال اللي انت مع مين؟ تعال اللي انت من جماعة مين؟ اتمنى تكون من جماعة ترشتيجن. اموت بترشتيجن ولا اروح له فد ولا ترشتيجن. لك حي لترشتيجن. يلا بسرعة اكتب بالتعليقات او افتح المايك اللي انت مع مين. اللي هذا مين الصد هذا الجول؟ اللي هذا الصده مين؟ يلا بسرعة اللي مين روح هذا مين؟ تمام اكتب لي بالتعليقات. كنان خذيت اضافتك بعد قلبي. اكتب لي هذا من جماعة مين؟ يلا بسرعة خلينا نشوف مين موجود معنا. ضايف لي كل الجستات. يلا يطلع يستفاد بالشكل السريع. بتضيف تكبس 9 تاخذ اضافتك بالشكل السريع. ما بتضيف ما بتكبس بعتذر منك وباخذ اللي بعدك. ترى ما عندي مشكلة مع اي واحد موجود. كلاتكم راح تطلعوا تاخذوا اضافاتكم. يلا اللي بعده تير شتيجن. وتير شتيجن هو مع مين؟ مع مين هو مع مين؟ يلا هولندا ارحبوا منورين شباب كافة الموجودين المال واشترك في القلب يشترك لنا في القلب ترى اشتراك القلب عملة واحدة شكون اخواتي عملة واحدة اشتراك القلب. مين سجل الجول واللي انت كريستيانو ولا ميسي؟ سجل اللي انت كريس ولا الليو؟ انت كريس ولا الليو؟ اتمنى تكون من جماعة الليو. يلا بسرعة غوالي خلينا نشوف مين موجود معنا. الله يضيف لي كل الجستات يلا يطلع يستفاد بالشكل السريع.
قبل ما اروح بس حابة اقول لك انه نحن قبل ما اروح حابة اقول لك نحن 3 في الرائج لا والاربعة كتير قريب كل 3 دقايق ثبت.
ولك ارحبوا يلا خلينا نشوف مين موجود معنا. يلا كف عليك ضيف كبس اطلع خذ ضافاتك بالشكل السريع. ما بتضيف ما بتكبس اعتذر منك واخذ اللي بعدك. يلا بسرعه خلينا نشوف مين بدنا نطالع. انت شروطك غلط ناخذ اللي بعدك. يلا بسرعه ضيف لي جيستات يلا بسرعه ضيف كبس واطلع استفاد بالشكل السريع. بتضيف تكبس يلا تعي استحي لك جول. انت تعي استحي لك جول. ليش غير اضافي عني؟ تعي يا غير اضافي عني تمام مو مشكله. تعي استحي لك جول. اعطيني وحده جول. لا والله ضايفه. اعطيني وحده جول.
لا خلاص اسكت حط اللي تعبان ما تكنسل.
يلا بسرعه يلا جبت العيدات ميوت. يلا خلاص اخذنا الجول تبعك خلاص هذه. يلا بسرعه خلينا نشوف مين موجود معنا. ضايف لي كل الجستات يطلع يستفاد بالشكل السريع. ما بتضيف ما بتكبس اعتذر منك واخذ اللي بعدك. يلا بسرعه اشترك في القلب. يلا بسرعه ثواني هلا بننزل بس ثواني ننزل جستات. اسماء بدي مكانك شوي. اسماء بدي مكانك شوي. اسماء خليكي معي. يلا بسرعه يلا كف عليك ليلو حاجتك انزلي هاي فزاتك انزلي. يلا بسرعه نضيف نكبس نسعد ناخذ. خلينا نعطي هدول الداعمين وحقوق. بسرعه نضيف نكبس نطلع ناخذ ضافاتنا بالشكل السريع. ما بنضيف ما بنكبس بعتذر منك وباخذ اللي بعدك. اي واحد موجود معنا ضاف لي كل الالف فيصل. اطلع عمري اطلع سجل جولك يا قلبي سجل لي جولك. يلا بسرعه تضيف تكبس تسعد تاخذ ضافاتك بالشكل السريع. ما بتضيف ما بتكبس بعتذر منك وباخذ بعدك. يلا حياك حي كف عليك. يلا كف عليك. مين موجود معنا؟ هي البنت كانت يلا بسرعة ضيف لي جيستات واطلع استفاد بالشكل السريع. بتضيف بتكبس تسعد تاخذ ضافاتك بالشكل السريع. دياغو جولاتو حيك يا دياغو. يلا بسرعة مين موجود معنا؟ ضيف لي كل الجيستات اطلع استفاد بالشكل السريع بعد ما تضيف لي الجميع. ما بتضيف ما بتكبس بعتذر منك وباخذ بعدك. يلا كف يلا بسرعة خلينا نشوف مين موجود معنا. ضايف لي كل الجستات اطلع استفاد بالشكل السريع. ضيف كبس اطلع خذ